Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we have a stack of documents on the desk that at first glance looks a little bit deceptive.
Deceptive is the perfect word for it.
Yeah, because if you just glance at the titles, Microsoft lists, creating columns, validation settings, it looks like basic office productivity stuff. The kind of thing you skim through while you're drinking your morning coffee. I think a lot of people would look at this and think, I know how to make a list.
I got this.
Right. I've been using Excel since the 90s. I write things down, I press enter. How hard can it be?
And that mindset right there is exactly why so many organizational workflows collapse.
That's ominous.
It is, but it's true. The sources we are digging into today are arguing something pretty radical. They are essentially saying that if you treat Microsoft lists like a prettier version of Excel or just, a digital checklist, you are going to hit a wall.
A hard wall.
And you're going to hit it hard.
So we aren't talking about making a grocery list here.
No, we are talking about database engineering. But it's disguised as a friendly office tool. The core mission of this deep dive is to shatter that spreadsheet mindset.
Oh.
We need to understand that in this environment, a column is not just a vertical line where you type text.
It's more than that.
It is the DNA of your workflow. It's the enforcer of rules. It's the gateway to automation.
I like that phrase. The DNA of the workflow. But let's back up a second. You mentioned the spreadsheet mindset. I feel like I have that. I love Excel.
Everybody does.
It's so flexible. I can open a blank sheet, type a date in cell A1, a phone number in A2, and just a random thought in A3. Excel doesn't care. It won't stop me. Why is that a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing if you are just brainstorming.
Yeah.
But flexibility is the enemy of automation.
Okay, unpack that. That sounds counterintuitive.
Think about it. In Excel, that column is just space. It's a canvas. You can paint whatever you want.
Right.
But because you can put anything there, the computer has no idea what that data actually is.
Yeah.
Is it a date? Is it a price? Is it a phone number? To Excel, it's mostly just generic characters.
It has no context.
Zero context. Now, compare that to Microsoft lists. The source material defines a column here as fields used to store structured data for each item.
Structured data, that's the key phrase.
That's the key. In lists, a column is a container with very rigid walls. If you tell the system, this column is for dates, and you try to type next Tuesday or when I get around to it,
The system says no.
it physically rejects it. It'll throw an error.
It's a gatekeeper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that rigidity is what scares people off initially. They feel restricted. They feel like, hey, why can't I just type what I want?
Yeah, it feels like it's getting in my way.
But that restriction is what allows you to build powerful things on top of the data. If the system knows for a fact that a column only contains valid email addresses, it can automatically send emails.
Okay.
If it thinks a column might contain the phrase, I don't have an email, the automation breaks. It can't function.
So the argument here is that by restricting the human input, we actually liberate the machine to do work for us.
Precisely. The sources highlight 3 pillars of columns: collaboration, governance, and structured data management.
Governance is a heavy word. It usually involves lawyers or compliance officers. Why does my project tracker need governance?
Well, governance in this context just means the rules of the road.
Okay.
Imagine you have a team of 10 people. If you don't have governance, if you don't have strict column definitions, one person writes October 1st, another writes 1/1/2023, and a third writes October 1.
To a human, those are all the same date. We can figure that out.
To a human, yes. To a computer trying to sort by date or filter for records created in October, those are 3 completely different strings of text.
It's chaos.
Total chaos. You can't report on it. You can't visualize it. You can't build a dashboard. So the aha moment here is that columns define what type of information is allowed to exist. They are the guardians of your data integrity.
Okay, I'm starting to see the distinction. We're moving from digital paper to digital architecture.
That's a great way to put it.
So if we accept that premise, that we are building a structure, not just typing in a grid, how do we actually do it? The source material outlines 3 distinct methods for creating columns. And honestly, reading through this, I realized I've been doing it the lazy way for years.
Most people do. And that's by design. Microsoft wants it to be easy. They want the barrier to entry to be low.
So let's talk about the easy way first. Method 1, the in-the-flow approach. This is the interface creation.
Right. You're looking at your list in the browser. You see the header row. There's a little plus sign that says add column.
It's very inviting.
It feels very low stakes.
It is. You click it, you pick a type text, date, choice, you give it a name, and you hit save. Boom. Done. Maybe it takes 10 seconds.
And for ad hoc lists, that's fine. It's the express lane at the grocery store. You need to track something quickly for your own personal use. Go for it.
It's convenient.
It is. And the source material notes that even in this quick view, you can access some settings. You can toggle required, maybe set a default value. It gives you a little bit of control.
But I sense a but coming. A big one.
The but is that you don't see the full picture. You're missing the deep configuration options. It's like buying a car based only on the color. You aren't looking under the hood. You have no idea what engine is in there.
Okay, so before we look under the hood with method 3, let's get method 2, the inheritance approach. This is when you create columns by creating the list itself from a template or an Excel file.
This is the don't reinvent the wheel method. Microsoft provides templates like issue tracker, employee onboarding, or content scheduler.
Yeah, I've seen those.
When you use these, the columns are preloaded. The whole structure is just handed to you on a silver platter.
I've used the issue tracker one. It comes with priority, status, date reported. It feels like a shortcut.
It is a shortcut, but let me play devil's advocate here. The sources mention that these columns are fully editable. Why is that important? Because often, templates are bloated.
Bloated how?
They try to be everything to everyone. The employee onboarding template might have 40 columns. Do you really need a column for employee favorite snack right now?
Yes.
Probably not.
Maybe, but probably not. And so you end up with all this noise.
So you end up with a lot of empty, dead columns cluttering your view.
Exactly. Inheritance is great for getting started, but you have to be willing to prune the tree. Don't just accept the architecture because Microsoft gave it to you. You have to adapt it to your reality. Take what you need and hide or delete the rest.
Fair enough. Now let's go to the deep end. Method 3, the architect's approach. This involves going into the list settings.
This is the engine room. This is where the power users live.
And it looks like it too. To get here, you have to click the gear icon, go to list settings, and scroll down to the column section. It definitely looks less modern. It looks like the old SharePoint Internet from 2010.
It does. It's clunky. But this is where you have granular control. The sources explicitly mention enterprise governance and advanced metadata control as use cases for this method. Okay, give me a specific reason why I would go here instead of just clicking the plus button. What can I do here that I can't do there?
Okay, here's a big one we'll touch on more later. The specific type of number formatting, or setting up complex lookup relationships between lists.
Lookups, we'll get to that.
Or column validation formulas that compare against other columns, or even adding an index to a column for performance. The quick interface simplifies these choices, or hides them completely. The back end gives you every single toggle.
So the front interface is for the user who needs to get moving, and the list settings is for the data architect who is building a system that needs to last for years.
That's the perfect distinction. If you're building something that the whole department will use for the next 2 years, do not build it from the plus button.
Don't do it.
Go to the settings. Build it right the first time.
All right, so we know how to build them. Now let's talk about what we are building. The source material lays out what I'm calling the periodic table of list elements. There are so many types of columns, and choosing the wrong one seems to be a common pitfall.
It is the #1 mistake I see. People default to a single line of text for everything because it's easy.
It's the first one on the list.
It's the first one. It's the universal donor of data types. It accepts anything.
But that's a trap.
It's a massive trap.
Let's break down the families to understand why. First up, the text family. We have single line of text and multiple lines of text.
Sounds simple. Single line is for short data. Names, codes, titles, project IDs. Multiple lines is for paragraphs. Descriptions, comments, meeting notes.
Here's my question. Why not just use multiple lines for everything? It holds more text. If I use single line, I might run out of space. If I use multiple lines, I'm safe. Why is that bad architecture?
2 reasons. First, user experience. A single line column sorts neatly, it filters neatly, it fits perfectly in a single row. Multiple lines columns can be messy in a list view. They wrap, they take up huge vertical space, they can make your list really hard to scan.
Okay, so it looks ugly.
It looks ugly, but the bigger reason is technical.
Hit me with the technical.
Sorting and indexing. There are limitations on how SharePoint, the engine beneath lists, handles large text blocks. You generally cannot sort a view by a multiple lines of text column if it allows rich text, like bolding or bullet points.
Wait, so if I put my project name in a multiple lines column.
You might not be able to sort your list alphabetically by project name.
That would be infuriating. That's a basic function.
It is, and it's a mistake you can't easily undo without deleting data or doing some complex data migration. So the rule is, if it's an identifier, a name, or a code single line. If it's a story, multiple lines.
And what about formatting? I saw a note in the source about JSON formatting for text columns. That sounds like code. Is that for developers?
It is a bit of code, but it's becoming much more accessible. You can format a simple text column to look like a button or a colored pill.
Oh, I've seen that.
So instead of just seeing the word urgent in black text, you can tell the column to render a red background with white text whenever the word urgent appears.
So that's purely visual, but it helps the human brain process the list faster. You can scan for the red.
Correct. It turns a spreadsheet into a dashboard. It adds that visual layer of meaning.
Next up is the quantitative family, the number column and the calculated column.
The number column is crucial because it treats the data as math, not text. This is a huge point of failure for people coming from Excel.
How so?
If you store a budget as text, the computer sees the characters 1, 0, 0, 0. It doesn't know that's 100. It just knows it's 3 symbols.
Which means you can't sum it up in the totals.
You can't sum it, you can't average it. And worse, if you try to sort it, text sorting is different from number sorting. In text sorting, 100 comes before 2 because 1 is smaller than 2.
Oh, right, like alphabetical order. It's looking at the first character only.
Exactly. So your budget report would be completely wrong. The highest budget might show up in the middle of the list. You need the number column to enforce mathematical logic. It also allows you to control decimal places, add currency symbols, and validate percentages.
And the calculated column, the source calls this the Excel of lists.
This is where you get dynamic. A calculated column doesn't store data you type in. It displays data based on other columns in the same row.
So it's a formula.
It's a formula. The example in the source is due date today, remaining days.
That's huge. So I don't have to do that math in my head.
It moves the list from static storage to dynamic analysis. Instead of looking at a date and doing mental math, the list just tells you, negative 2 days, you were late, or 14 days, you're good.
I do want to ask about a limitation I've heard of. Calculated columns, they don't update constantly, do they? Like, does it count down the seconds?
No, and that's a great technical point to bring up. Calculated columns typically update when the item is modified.
When you save it.
Exactly. However, there is a nuance with the today function. It can be tricky and sometimes requires a background process to update daily. But generally, think of calculated columns as values that are derived from the data in the row. They're virtual data.
Got it. Now let's move to the logic and choice family. This includes choice and yes, no. And I know you have strong feelings about the choice column.
I do. If you take nothing else away from this deep dive, take this. Use choice columns, please.
Why are they so critical? What's the big deal?
Standardization. That is the word of the day. If you leave status as a text field, users will type in progress with a lowercase I, in prog, started, working on it, doing it now.
You get a dozen different answers that all mean the same thing.
Exactly. And when I try to make a pie chart,
Your pie chart has 50 slices and 6 of them basically mean the same thing. It's useless.
it's completely useless. A choice column forces the user to pick from a predefined menu. New, in progress, completed. It eliminates spelling errors. It eliminates variations. It makes your data clean and reportable.
Now, I saw a setting in the choice column called Allow Fill-in Choices. That sounds nice. It lets the user add a new option if the one they want isn't there.
Do not touch that setting.
That was a visceral reaction. Why not? What's so bad about it?
Because it defeats the entire purpose of the choice column.
It's a trapdoor.
It is. If you allow fill-in choices, you are effectively turning it back into a test field. You are letting the user break your taxonomy. If the options are red, blue, and green, and you let someone type in teal, you have broken your reporting structure.
Okay.
If you need teal, the architect, the list owner, should add it to the list of choices. Don't let the user invent data on the fly. That is the definition of chaos.
That's the governance coming back in. The architect decides the rules.
100%.
What about the UI for choices? I see drop-down versus radio buttons. Does it matter?
It matters for click efficiency and user experience. If you have 3 or 4 options, use radio buttons. They are all visible, and it's one click to select.
You see everything at once.
Exactly. If you have 10 options, use a drop-down, or it takes up way too much screen space.
Simple UX rule. I like it. And the yes-no column.
It's a Boolean, true or false, on or off. It shows up as a little checkbox. Examples: approved, completed, Risk assessment done. It's a simple toggle, very clear, very binary.
It's the light switch of data. Now, the final family is the SMART family. This is where lists really flexes its muscles over Excel. We're talking person or group, date and time, and lookup.
These are smart because they integrate with the broader Microsoft 365 ecosystem. A person column isn't just typing the name John Smith.
It's more than text.
It actually looks up John Smith in your organization's directory, an Azure Active Directory.
So it's pulling his actual profile.
It pulls his photo, his email, his department, his manager. It stores his unique ID. This is vital because John Smith is a common name. There might be 5 of them. The person column knows exactly which John Smith you mean.
And that connects to automation.
Directly. That's the whole point. You can set up a flow. When a new item is created, send an email to the person in the assigned to column. You can't do that reliably with text.
Now, you mentioned lookup columns. This wasn't heavily detailed in the basic summary, but the critique pointed out we need to cover it. What is a lookup?
A lookup column is the big brother of the choice column. It's a bit more advanced, but it's incredibly powerful.
How does it work?
Imagine you have a list of clients. It has the client name, their address, contact info, everything. Now you are building a separate list of projects.
Okay.
Instead of typing the client name into the project list every time, you create a lookup column that points to the client list.
So the choices in the dropdown are the actual items from the other list.
Exactly. It connects the 2 lists.
Yeah.
This is Relational Database Theory 101.
And the benefit of that is?
A single source of truth. If you update the client's name in the client list, maybe they rebranded, it automatically updates in every single project that looks up to it.
That seems incredibly powerful for keeping data clean.
Yeah.
You don't have to find and replace the client name in 50 different project rows. You update it once at the source.
Yes. It prevents data duplication and keeps everything in sync. If you are building a real business system, not just a simple tracker, lookups are your best friend.
Okay, so we've built the columns, we've chosen the right types. Text for IDs, numbers for math, choices for logic, person for accountability. But people are people. They make mistakes. They click the wrong thing. They forget to type things in. How do we stop them?
We enter the era of guardrails. Section 3 of our outline covers validation and governance.
The source material uses the phrase clean data, which implies that most data is dirty.
Most data is filthy, honestly. The problem we are solving here is the old adage, garbage in, garbage out.
Right.
If you allow people to enter bad data, your reporting will be bad, your dashboards will be wrong, your automation will fail, and your insights will be wrong.
So how do we stop the garbage? The sources give us 3 tools. The first is required fields.
This is the bouncer at the door. You cannot come in unless you have your ID. If you mark a column as required, the user literally cannot save the item until they put something in there. The save button is grayed out.
It's the you shall not pass of data entry.
It is. It prevents incomplete records. There is nothing worse than a contact list with no phone numbers or a task list with no due dates. Required fields stop that.
But there's a danger there, right?
There is. You have to be careful. If you make everything required, users will get annoyed. It's called form fatigue. And they'll just start typing junk data like NA or XX or ASDF just to bypass the rule and save their work.
That's a good point. So use it sparingly, only for the absolute must-have information.
Correct. Second tool, default values.
This one feels friendlier.
This is the grease in the gears.
Yeah.
It automatically populates a field so the user doesn't have to. For example, if you are adding a new task, the status is almost always going to be new. So set the default value to new.
It reduces friction, one less thing to click.
It makes the user's life easier and ensures consistency. You know every task starts in the same state.
And the third tool, which sounds the most technical but is probably the coolest, validation rules.
This is the logic layer. This is where you get really smart. Validation rules allow you to write a formula, very similar to Excel formulas, that checks the data before it's saved.
The classic example is dates, right?
Right. Due date must be greater than start date. Logically, you can't finish a project before you start it, but without validation, a user could accidentally click the wrong year on the calendar.
And this, would it just accept it?
The validation rule catches that error. It pops up a message and says, nope, try again.
Now, I want to get technical here because I got confused reading the notes.
Yeah.
There is column validation and list validation. What is the difference? This seems important.
This is a huge gotcha. It trips up everyone. Column validation lives inside the specific column settings. It can only check the data inside that one column.
It has blinders on.
Exactly. So if you have a budget column, you can write a column validation rule that says must be greater than 0. That works because it only needs to look at the budget field itself.
Okay, that makes sense.
But our date example, comparing due date to start date, that involves two different columns.
Right.
If you try to put that formula inside the due date column settings, it will fail. It won't work.
Why not?
Because the due date column has tunnel vision. It can't see the start date column. It doesn't know it exists, so it can't compare itself to it.
So where do you put that rule? How do you make it work?
You have to go up a level to list validation. This is found in the main list settings menu, not inside a specific column. List validation looks at the entire row as a single object. It can see column A, column B, column C, and compare them all.
That is a crucial detail. So single field check, column validation, multi-field check, list validation.
Yes, and please, for the love of your users, when you write a validation rule, write a custom user message.
You mean the error message?
Yeah. If you don't, SharePoint spits out this generic, ugly red text that says something like validation failed. The user has no idea why. They click save, it fails, they click save again. They think the system is broken.
And they get frustrated and walk away.
Right. You need to write a message that says, hey, the due date cannot be before the start date. Please check your dates. Be explicit.
It's about being polite to your users.
It's about guiding the user back to the path of righteousness. Don't just tell them they're wrong, tell them how to be right.
Let's move to section 4, the art of maintenance. Because once you build a list, it's not dead. It's a living thing. Requirements change. The source talks about modifying and evolving columns.
Columns aren't carved in stone. You can change the name, you can change the description, you can tweak the validation rules, but you have to be careful about changing the type.
What happens if I have a column, I made it single line of text, and now I realize it should have been a number column? Can I just switch it?
You can, but you risk data loss.
Yeah.
If you have text in there that isn't a number like 5, written out as a word, or TBD, and you force it into a number column.
The system doesn't know what to do with 5.
Right. The system might just delete that data because it doesn't fit the new shape.
Right.
You can't convert it.
So it's like trying to jam a square peg in a round hole. The system just shaves off the corners or throws the whole peg away.
Or throws the whole peg away. Always back up your data, maybe export to Excel, before changing column types on a list with existing data.
Now, here is a tricky one, hiding versus deleting. The source gives a pretty big warning here. This seems like a critical decision point.
This is the nuclear option warning. If you delete a column, you are deleting the data in that column for every single row in the list. It is gone.
Gone.
Poof. Permanently.
So if I have 1,000 items with history in the comments column and I delete that column,
you lose 1,000 comments. There's no undo button for column deletion in the same way there is for items in the recycle bin.
Yeah.
It's destructive. So you have to be absolutely 100% sure you will never need that data again.
That's terrifying. So when should we hide instead?
Almost always. Hiding is the soft removal. It's the safe path. Maybe you have a column for a calculation, like a helper column, but the user doesn't need to see it. It's just for a workflow.
So you hide it from the view.
Or maybe you stopped using a field, but you want to keep the historical data for reference. You can hide that column from the All Items view. The data is still there, it's just not cluttering the screen. You can always unhide it later.
So the default should always be hide, and delete should be a very deliberate, thought-out action.
Exactly.
There's another maintenance topic we need to hit, which wasn't in the main headlines but is in the technical specs. Indexing. I keep hearing about this 5,000 item threshold. What is that?
This is the invisible ceiling that hits you when you succeed. When your list grows past 5,000 items, SharePoint starts to struggle with sorting and filtering.
It gets slow.
It gets slow. Sometimes it just refuses to show you the data and gives you a list view threshold error. It's a protection mechanism to keep the server from getting bogged down.
How do columns fix that?
You can index a column. It's like the index at the back of a textbook. Instead of the database scanning every single page to find Project Alpha, the system looks at the index, finds a page number, and goes straight there. It's much faster.
So if I know I'm going to have 10,000 items, and I'll often filter by status.
You must add an index to the status column before you hit that 5,000 item limit. It's a vital part of the architecture for large lists. It's a performance tuning tool.
That is a pro tip. Index your key filter and sort columns.
Absolutely.
Let's get strategic. Section 5 is our strategy session. Best practices for design. And I want to dive into a very specific tech tip regarding naming conventions.
Oh, the camel case rule. This is a good one.
Yeah. The source basically says, never use spaces when you first create a column. And I have to be honest, when I read that, I rolled my eyes a little. It felt like one of those old school IT superstitions, like don't walk under a ladder. Does this actually matter in 2026?
It matters more now than ever, and I'll tell you why. It has to do with the invisible layer of lists that you don't see in the browser, the schema layer.
Okay, walk us through it. What's happening under the hood?
When you create a column and you name it Project Start Date with spaces, SharePoint, which is the engine running lists underneath, has to create an internal name for the database. But databases, historically, hate spaces. They can't handle them in field names.
So what does it do? How does it handle it?
It encodes them. It
Yeah.
uses URL encoding.
Ah.
So Project Start Date becomes Project 0000020, Start 00020. What is that?
That is the hexadecimal code for a space character. Now, imagine you are trying to write a filter query later, or you're in Power Automate trying to reference that field in a formula.
Oh, no.
You have to type out project select 0000 start 0020 date every single time with perfect accuracy.
That sounds like a nightmare for typos. It's unreadable.
It is. And it gets worse. Let's say you create the column as date, realize that's too vague, so you rename it in the settings to start date. The display name changes. You see start date on your screen. Everything looks fine.
What?
But the internal name, it is forever locked as date. It never updates.
Wait, really? So the backend name is permanent from the moment of creation. Immutable. So 6 months from now, you're looking at the code for a workflow and you see a field called date, but on the screen it's called project launch. You have no idea if they are the same thing. It creates a total disconnect.
Okay, that is actually a massive trap. I had no idea. I've probably created hundreds of columns with terrible internal names.
This is why the architect's approach is so vital. The pro move, according to the documentation, is to create the column using camel case. Run it all together, project start date, no spaces, no special characters.
So the internal name becomes project start date.
Clean.
Yeah.
Readable. No X0002 verge. Once you hit save, then you go back into the column settings and edit the title. You add the spaces for the humans. The internal name stays clean. The display name looks pretty.
That's actually really clever. It's a two-step process to trick the database into being clean.
It's hygiene. It's data hygiene. If you ever plan on using the API or OData filters or integrating with Power BI or SQL later, you will thank yourself for doing this. If you don't, you're going to be debugging and coding errors at 2 a.m.
That brings us to future-proofing. You're effectively designing for the bot, not just the human. You're thinking about the machine first.
Exactly. The source material explicitly mentions that well-designed columns are prerequisites for automation. If you think, hey, one day I might want a bot to email me when a project is over budget, you need a budget column, type number, and a status column, type choice. If those are just text notes, the bot can't read them, it can't make a decision.
So building strict columns now is planting the seeds for automation later.
You're laying the foundation. It's pay now or pay later. If you do the work up front to design a solid structure, you get the superpowers of automation and reporting later.
Let's bring this all home with Section 6, the master example. The source provides an academic business use case for a project management list. I want to walk through this because it synthesizes everything we've discussed.
Let's visualize this list. We are building the ultimate PM tool from scratch, the right way.
Okay, first column, project name. What's the plan?
Type. Single line of text. Created as project name, camel case, then immediately renamed to project name with a space. This is our primary identifier. It's also a required field.
Perfect. Second, project manager.
Type. Person or group, not text. This connects to the directory. It allows us to send automated reminders to the specific human responsible for the project.
Third, status, the important one.
Type. Choice. Options. Not started, in progress, on hold, completed, no fill-in options allowed. The default value is not started. This allows us to filter the list and say, show me only the active projects.
Fourth and fifth, start date and end date.
Both are type. Date. We then go into list validation and we apply the rule. End date, start date.
In a nice user message.
And we add a nice user message. Projects cannot end before they start. Please check your dates.
Sixth, budget.
Type. Number. We'll format it as a currency, 2 decimal places. This allows us to sum the total budget across all projects in our portfolio.
Seventh, risk level.
Type. Choice. Options. High, medium, low. Maybe we use JSON formatting here to make high show up as a bright red pill so it jumps off the page.
I like that. And finally, approval required.
Type. Yes, no. Just a simple checkbox. This is our trigger. If this is set to yes, maybe it triggers a Power Automate workflow that sends an email to the director asking for a sign-off.
Okay, so let's talk about the result of good architecture. We built this list, following all the rules. It wasn't just a quick 10-second process. Let's simulate a day in the life.
Okay. A project manager, let's call him John, opens the list. He clicks New. He types the project name. He tries to skip the start date.
System stops him.
The system stops, and it's a required field. A little red asterisk appears.
That's guidance.
He enters the dates, but he's rushing and gets the year wrong on the end date, setting it before the start date. He clicks Save.
System stops him again.
The system stops him. Validation rule, our friendly message pops up.
That's correct.
He fixes the date. He selects high risk from the dropdown. He hits Save. Immediately, because of the high risk tag, the list highlights the row in red, JSON formatting. And because approval required was checked, the director gets an email instantly, automation.
And John didn't have to do anything extra. He just filled out the form as designed.
That is the magic. The structure managed the workflow. John didn't have to remember to email the director. He didn't have to remember to highlight the row red. The columns did the work. The list did the thinking for him.
It's amazing when you see it laid out like that. It's not just a list anymore. It's an application. You basically built a custom app without writing a line of code.
That is the promise of Microsoft Lists. It's a no-code or low-code app builder, and the columns are your bricks. If you lay the bricks correctly, you get a strong house. If you just throw them in a pile, you get rubble.
So let's wrap this up. We've covered a lot of ground today. From the in-the-flow creation to the depths of list settings, from camel case naming hacks to the philosophy of automation.
To summarize, columns are the core structure. They define how data is captured, validated, and managed. We talked about the holy trinity of effective design.
Which was?
Data accuracy, keeping the garbage out via validation. Collaboration efficiency, everyone speaking the same language via choice columns. And governance compliance, following the rules via structure.
And the final takeaway for me is this. Microsoft Lists is only as smart as the columns you define. It's a mirror. If you give it mess, it reflects mess. If you give it structure, it gives you power.
I'd encourage every listener to open a list they are currently using. Just look at it with these new eyes. Are you using single line of text for everything? Are your dates actual date columns? Are your statuses a free-for-all text field?
Are you architecting your data, or are you just digital scrapbooking?
Exactly.
That's the challenge for the week. Audit your lists, go check those internal names in the URL, add some validation.
And here is a provocative thought to leave you with. We often think of structure and rules as things that stifle creativity or make work feel robotic. We think freedom is an empty text box where we can type whatever we want.
Right. We want flexibility.
But notice what we found today. If you design your columns with machines in mind, no spaces, strict types, rigid validation, you actually make the experience better for humans.
You get drop-downs instead of having to remember and type the status. You get automated emails instead of manual follow-ups. You get colorful dashboards instead of gray grids.
Exactly. By restricting the input, you liberate the workflow. Is the secret to better human collaboration actually a rigid, machine-like structure? I think in this case, the answer is yes.
That is a fantastic point to end on. Structure creates freedom. Who knew data architecture could be so philosophical? Thanks for diving in with us.
Pleasure as always.
And thank you for listening. Go build some better columns, and we'll catch you on the next deep dive.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We are digging into a stack of research today that I think is going to touch a nerve for, well, probably literally everyone listening.
I'd say so. It's a pretty universal pain point.
Because we're talking about that specific moment of dread. You know the one. It's 9:00 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
You've got your coffee. You open up a project tracker or a master spreadsheet or a SharePoint list, and you just get hit by a wall of text.
The endless grid, just rows and rows.
Exactly. It's rows upon rows of data, columns that scroll off the side of the screen into infinity.
Right.
And somewhere in that mess is the one specific deadline you need or the one approval status you're waiting for. But finding it feels like an archaeological dig.
It does.
You're scrolling, you're squinting, and you can feel your blood pressure rising.
It's the classic signal-to-noise problem. We're generating more data than ever before. Every email, every status update, every ticket, every metadata tag, it all goes into the list.
Yeah.
But the human brain isn't wired to process a grid of 5,000 text items. We aren't computers. So when we see that wall of text, we freeze up. It's cognitive overload.
Cognitive overload. That's the perfect term for it. And that's where today's topic comes in. We are looking at Microsoft Lists specifically, but we aren't talking about data entry.
No, this isn't about the basics.
We aren't talking about how to type things into a box. We are talking about the view feature, And the source material we have today makes a pretty bold claim.
It does.
It argues that if you aren't using views, you aren't actually managing data. You're just hoarding it.
It's a harsh distinction, but it's fair. I think it's really fair.
Is it hoarding data?
Yeah. I think for a lot of people, Microsoft Lists or any spreadsheet is just a place where information goes to die. But if you master views, it becomes a place where decisions happen.
So help me understand the core concept here. When we say a view, what are we actually defining? Because to me, in layman's terms, a view is just looking at the thing. It's the screen.
It's a bit more nuanced than that. Think of it this way. Imagine you are standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
The canyon is your data. It is massive, it is immutable, it is just there. You can't move the rocks, you can't paint the cliffs.
Okay. Big, scary, permanent data. I'm with you.
Right. Now, imagine you hold up a camera. If you put on a wide-angle lens, you see the whole horizon, the big picture, the clouds, the scale of it. That's your management dashboard. But if you snap on a high-powered macro lens, you ignore the horizon completely. You don't see the river or the cliffs.
Right.
You focus on the veins of a single leaf on a single tree right in front of you. That's your My Tasks view.
I like that. That's a great analogy.
And here's the crucial part, and this is where most people get it wrong. Did the canyon change when you changed lenses?
No. The canyon is still the canyon.
Exactly. And that is the breakthrough. Most people, when they want to see just the leaf, they try to change the canyon. They delete rows they don't want to see. They hide columns in the master file. Or worse, they make a copy.
Oh, the copy. Project Master Final 2, Stephen.
We have all been there. We've all seen those files.
I am so guilty of that.
Yeah.
I have hard drives full of copy of spreadsheets because I was terrified of messing up the original, but I needed to sort it my way.
And that is the tragedy. As soon as you make that copy, you have destroyed data integrity.
How so?
If someone updates the deadline in the master list, your copy is now a lie.
Ah.
If you update the status in your copy, nobody else knows. A view allows you to keep the canyon, the master data, completely untouched while giving you 10 different lenses to look at it.
Different lenses.
You can filter, sort, group, and style the data in a way that is unique to you without ever breaking the underlying truth.
So in this deep dive, we're going to teach you, the listener, how to build those lenses. We're going to cover the philosophy of why this matters beyond just it looks nice.
Which it does.
You get into the mechanics of how to build dashboards.
Yeah.
And later on, we're going to get into the scary stuff, JSON code.
Which is not as scary as it sounds, I promise. It's really not.
We'll see about that. But let's start with the mission here. The goal is to transform you from a passive data collector into an active data architect.
I love that title. Data architect.
It sounds better than spreadsheet guy, right?
Much better. So much better.
So let's unpack section 1, the philosophy of views. We talked about the Grand Canyon, but let's talk about the workplace. Why is this distinction between data integrity and data presentation so critical for a team?
It's the foundation of collaboration. It really is. Think about a standard project list. You have engineering, sales, HR, and finance all looking at the same project.
Okay.
Sales only cares about the launch date and the customer name. Engineering cares about the bug count and the build number. Finance cares about the budget code.
And if they're all looking at the same spreadsheet, it's just chaos.
Yes.
Sales is scrolling past 50 columns of technical jargon just to find the date.
Right. And what happens next? If sales decides to hide the technical columns to make their life easier,
Someone's going to get angry.
suddenly engineering logs in and screams, "Where did the bug count go?"
And that's when the war starts, the email war.
That is exactly when the copy of files start appearing. People retreat into their own silos because the shared space is too messy.
Right.
Views solve this by allowing multiple realities to exist simultaneously. Sales has a sales view. It looks like a CRM. Engineering has a bug tracker view. It looks like a technical database.
But it's the same list.
It is the same list. It is the same data. But the presentation is tailored to the role.
So it's almost like, okay, imagine a house. The data is the house.
Okay, yeah.
But different people enter through different doors. The plumber enters through the basement. The guest enters through the front door. The family enters through the garage. They're all in the same house, but they see completely different things.
That's a perfect analogy. And if the plumber fixes a pipe in the basement, the water works better for the guest in the kitchen.
Because the data is connected.
The data is connected,
Yeah.
absolutely.
The source material we're looking at lists 4 pillars of importance for why we need to embrace this. The first one is improving data readability.
This goes back to the wall of text. We touched on this, but it's worth emphasizing. Good views turn data into information.
Data into information.
Yes. A list of 5,000 rows is data. A view that shows 5 projects are overdue is information. It's about being able to scan, not read.
Which leads right into the second pillar. Support role-based visualization. That's the sales versus engineering example we just gave.
Right. The manager sees the budget, the engineer sees the deadline. You don't burden people with information they don't need to do their job. It's just noise to them.
The third pillar is enhanced decision-making. I think this is the one that gets overlooked a lot. How does a view actually help me make a better decision?
Speed and clarity. It comes down to that. If I have to spend 20 minutes filtering and sorting a list just to find out which projects are at risk, I'm tired by the end of it. I'm annoyed.
Yeah, you might miss something.
You might miss something. But if I have a pre-built view called at-risk projects that instantly shows me everything with a red status, I can make a decision in 5 seconds. Okay, we need to swarm on Project X. The view answers the question for me.
It removes the friction between the question and the answer.
Precisely. That's exactly it.
And the fourth pillar, create dashboards without duplication. We've hammered this one, but let's hammer it again. Stop making copies.
Please, for the love of data, stop making copies. If you take one thing away from this deep dive, if you want to see data differently, create a view, not a file.
Okay, so we're shifting the mindset here. We're not looking at lists anymore. We're looking at dynamic dashboards.
Yes. A list is static. A dashboard is alive. It changes as the data changes. It's a living thing.
Okay, I'm sold on a philosophy. Let's get into the actual tools we have. Section 2 of our outline covers the 3 major types of views. The first one is the default, the one everyone knows, the list view.
The classic. The old reliable.
It looks like Excel. Rows, columns, grid lines. And I feel like in the world of modern apps, this gets a bad rap. It feels boring. It feels old school.
It does, but we shouldn't dismiss it. The list view is the workhorse. It absolutely is.
Why? What's its strength?
Precision and density. Sometimes you just need to see a lot of data at once. If you are a database administrator, or if you are doing bulk edits.
Oh, like a batch update.
Exactly. Like, I need to change the status of these 50 items to closed right now. You can't beat the list view for that. It's efficient.
So is the editor interface.
That's a great way to put it, yes. Think about project registers, employee records, asset tracking. If you are comparing line items or doing heavy admin work, the list view is your friend. Don't try to make everything pretty if pretty slows you down.
That's a really good point. Function over form sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
But let's talk about pretty for a second. Because the second type of view is the gallery view.
Now we're talking. This is where things get fun.
This one changes the game visually. Instead of rows, we get cards.
Think of it like browsing Netflix or Amazon. You don't browse movies on Netflix using a spreadsheet of titles, do you?
God, no. That'd be terrible. I wouldn't watch anything.
You browse by looking at the posters. That is a gallery view. It takes the data row and formats it into a card, usually with an image if you have one.
But is this just eye candy? I mean, is there a real business case for it, or is it just to make things look nice?
There is a massive business case for it, and it's one word: adoption.
Adoption. Explain that.
One of the biggest struggles with any new tool or process is getting people to actually use it.
Right.
If you tell the marketing team, hey, please log all your creative assets in this gray 50-column spreadsheet, they will hate you.
Yeah, they will.
They are visual people. They will avoid it. The data will get stale.
Because it feels like homework. It feels like admin.
Exactly. But if you present that same list as a gallery view where they can see the thumbnails of the Instagram posts, where the approved status is a bright green badge, suddenly it feels like a Pinterest board. It feels like a creative tool, not an administrative burden.
So it's the user interface is user experience argument.
It makes the data tangible. It really does. If you are managing a product catalog or an event swag list, seeing the picture of the t-shirt on the card makes it real in a way that the text t-shirt size L blue never will.
So it's not just a trick. You're not just trying to fool the marketing team.
I mean, it's a little bit of a trick. You're tricking them into enjoying data entry, but it works. It lowers the barrier to entry.
I love that. So list view for density and admin, gallery view for visual impact and user adoption. And that brings us to the third one, the calendar view.
This is crucial because a lot of lists are about things, but work is usually about time.
Right. The when.
The when. The list view tells you what you have to do. The calendar view tells you when you have to do it.
Obviously, you need date columns for this to work. It can't just invent them.
Yes, that's the prerequisite. You need a start date or a end date column. But once you have that, you can toggle your list to show a monthly, weekly, or even a daily calendar.
This seems vital for content calendars, event planning, project timelines.
Or even just personal task management. I use it for that. Seeing your tasks on a calendar grid allows you to spot conflicts instantly.
How so?
You can see, oh, I have 5 deadlines on Thursday. That's physically impossible. You don't see that in a list.
That's true.
In a list, they are just 5 rows, maybe sorted by date. On a calendar, it's a pileup. You can see the cluster.
That's a great distinction. The calendar creates spatial awareness of time.
Exactly. And again, remember the one list, many views rule. You can have a marketing assets list. The copywriter uses the list view to check for typos. The designer uses the gallery view to check the images. And the project manager uses the calendar view to check the publication dates. Everyone is happy. Nobody made a copy.
That is the nirvana we are aiming for. That's the goal.
It really is.
Okay, so we know what we want to build. We have the vision. Now we need to get our hands dirty. Section 3, the mechanics of creation. How do we actually make these things happen?
It's surprisingly easy to start, but there are some traps you can fall into.
Let's start with the easy way. Walk us through the quick start first.
So you're looking at your list. Up in the top right corner, there is a little drop-down menu. By default, it usually says all items.
Right, I've seen that. And I feel like a lot of people just ignore that button. They think it's just a title.
They do. It's the biggest blind spot in the UI. That is your view selector. If you click that, you'll see an option that says Create New View.
And then what happens?
It's a simple wizard. It asks you list, gallery, or calendar. You pick one, you give it a name, and this is important, give it a good name.
We'll talk about naming conventions later, but yeah, I'm guessing View 1 is not a good name.
View 1 is a crime. So you name it, you hit Create, and boom, you have a new view. You are now looking at the data through a new lens. It's that fast.
That sounds easy enough. But the outline mentions an advanced route via list settings. Why would I want to go digging in the settings menu, which, let's be honest, is usually a scary place, if the quick button works?
The quick start is great for the basics, for maybe 80% of what you'll do. But if you want to get under the hood, you need the engine room.
Okay.
You click the gear icon, go to list settings, and scroll all the way to the bottom. That's where the views live.
What can I do there that I can't do in the quick menu? What's the benefit of the extra clicks?
Complex logic. For example, in the quick menu, you can filter, but in the advanced settings, you can do and/or logic. You can say, show me items where status is active or status is pending, and due date is today. You can build these compound filters.
Oh, yeah, okay, that nested logic, that's powerful.
Exactly. Also, things like mobile view settings or setting the number of items to display per page. Do you want 30 or 100? That granular control is in the settings.
Okay, before we start clicking buttons willy-nilly, we need to pause for a very serious PSA.
Yes.
The outline has a specific section here for personal versus public views. And based on the notes, this seems to be the source of most office drama.
It really can be. This is the tragedy of the commons in digital form.
Break it down for us. What's the difference between a personal and a public view?
When you create a view, there is a checkbox. Sometimes it's a toggle. It asks, make this a public view.
And if I check that box,
then everyone who has access to that list can see your view. It appears in their drop-down menu. It's part of the official set.
and if I leave it unchecked,
it is a personal view. Only you can see it. It is invisible to everyone else. It's your own private lens.
Okay, so here's the scenario. I'm Steve. I want to see just my tasks. So I go into the main view, I filter to Steve, and I save it as a public view called main view.
You have just broken the list for the entire company. You've created chaos.
Why? What did I do wrong?
Because now when the CEO logs in, or when your colleague Sarah logs in, they open the main view and they see Steve's tasks.
Oh.
They think the data is gone. They think the system is broken. They panic.
And they yell at IT.
They always yell at IT. And it's just because Steve saved his personal filter as a public view. He overwrote the default.
So what is the etiquette here? What's the rule of thumb?
If the view is for you, for your productivity, your sanity, your experiments, make it personal.
Okay.
Call it Steve's tasks. Nobody else needs to see it. It's your sandbox.
And when should I make a public view?
When it serves the team, when it answers a question everyone has, all active projects, overdue invoices, departmental dashboard, these should be the official views.
So they should be curated.
Curated, agreed upon, and cleanly named. Don't pollute the public dropdown with test 1, test 2, and Steve's weird experiment.
Keep the public space clean.
Exactly. Keep the public space clean. Keep your messy experiments private.
I feel like that should be printed on a poster in every office. Okay, moving on to section 4. The art of customization. We've created the view, we've decided if it's a public or private. Now we need to shape the data. The big 3 tools here are filtering, sorting, and grouping.
The holy trinity of data manipulation. This is where the magic happens.
Let's start with filtering. The outline calls this the noise canceller. I like that.
I love that description. Filtering is about subtraction. It's about taking that massive Grand Canyon and saying, I don't want to see the rocks, I don't want to see the river, I just want to see the tree.
It's about focus.
It is.
What are the most powerful filters you use? What's the one you recommend everyone set up first?
The number 1 undisputed champion is me.
The power of me. What does that mean?
It's a dynamic variable. In the filter settings, you go to your assigned to column, you set the filter to is equal to, and then you literally type me. You put the word me in square brackets.
And what does this system do with that?
It checks who is logged in. So if I look at that view, it shows my tasks. If you look at that exact same view, it shows your tasks.
That is brilliant. That's a game changer. So we don't need Steve's view and Sarah's view. We just need one my tasks view.
Exactly. It scales infinitely. Whether you have 10 employees or 10,000, that one view works for everyone. It is the ultimate productivity hack.
That's incredible. Okay, other good filters.
Oh, definitely. Status equals in progress. Or my favorite is the inverse. Status does not equal completed.
Right. Why look at finished work? Get it out of your face.
It reduces cognitive load. If I see a list of 100 items and 80 of them are done, my brain still has to scan them to make sure it has to process them.
Yeah.
If I filter them out, I only see the 20 things that need my attention. It's about focus.
Next up is sorting. Ordering the chaos.
This seems simple, ascending or descending, but it drives behavior. It's more psychological than people think.
How so?
If I sort a list by due date, what message am I sending to the team? What am I telling them is important?
You're saying do the stuff that is due soonest. It's all about urgency.
Right. I am driving urgency, but what if I sort by priority or revenue potential?
Then you're sending a different message.
A totally different message. Do the most valuable thing, even if it's not due until next week.
So the sort order is actually a management directive. It's a subtle one, but it's there.
It is. It tells people where to start reading. If you sort by ID number, you are telling them nothing. You are just being a robot. Don't sort by ID unless you are a machine.
Noted. Don't be a robot. And the third tool, grouping, the structural organizer. This is visually my favorite.
Grouping transforms a flat list into a report. Instead of one long stream of data, you say, group by status.
And what happens?
Suddenly, the list breaks into sections with little headings. Not started, in progress, blocked.
And they are collapsible, right? Like little accordions, you can open and close them.
Yes, and that's so useful. You can collapse the completed section, so it's just a single line, but expand the blocked section to see the details.
It creates hierarchy. It lets you see the forest and the trees.
It creates clarity. And the outline mentions a synthesis here, the power combo.
What's a power combo?
Filter plus group, using them together.
Give me an example. How'd that work?
Okay. Imagine a giant bug tracker for a software project. Thousands of bugs.
A nightmare.
A total nightmare. First, you filter to show only active bugs. You get rid of everything that's already been fixed.
Okay, so we've canceled the noise.
We've canceled the noise. Then you group the remaining items by assignee.
Oh, so now I have a list of people.
You have a dashboard. You can scroll down and see. Okay. Steve has 5 bugs. Sarah has 2 bugs. Mike has 50 bugs.
Poor Mike needs some help.
Poor Mike. But you see that instantly. You didn't run a report. You didn't export to Excel and make a pivot table. You just looked at the view. That is the power of the combo.
And there's one last mechanical tip here before we move on. Choosing columns.
Yes. This is so basic but so important. Just because a column exists doesn't mean it needs to be in every view.
Right. You can show and hide them for each view.
Exactly. If you are making a view for the client or an external stakeholder, hide the internal cost column.
Obviously.
Hide the technical ID. Hide the messy notes column where your team complains about the project.
You're curating the experience for the audience.
Exactly. Don't overshare. A view allows you to present a clean, professional face to the world while keeping the messy, necessary data in the background for your internal team.
Okay. We've mastered the mechanics. Now, we have to go to the deep end. Section 5. Advanced visuals, JSON formatting.
The scary part. The part with the curly
I
brackets.
can hear the listeners tensing up. JSON! JavaScript object notation! Code! People are reaching for the skip button.
Don't skip. It sounds like we need a computer science degree.
Do we? Please tell me we don't.
We do not. And I want to be very clear about this. You are not writing software. You are not building an operating system.
So what are we doing? What is it really?
You are giving the list a set of styling instructions. Think of it like a very advanced version of conditional formatting in Excel.
Okay, I know conditional formatting. If this cell is less than 5, make it red.
That's exactly what it is. It's a logic statement. You
Yeah.
are saying to the list, hey, look at the status column. If the text inside says error, I want you to paint the background red and make the text bold.
So it's if-then logic, just written in a specific syntax.
That's it. If X is true, then make it look like Y.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad.
It's not. And here's the secret. You almost never have to write it from scratch.
You don't. Then where do you get it?
Well, first, Microsoft has a wizard now that does the basic colors, the traffic lights for you. You just click Format this column and pick the colors from a menu.
Oh, that's new. That's helpful.
It is, but even for the fancy stuff like progress bars or pill-shaped buttons or making a picture round instead of square, there is a massive community on GitHub. People have already written the code for all of this. You just find the one you like, copy it, paste it into your column settings, and maybe change the word status to whatever your column is named.
So it's copy-paste coding. That feels like cheating.
It is 100% copy-paste coding, and that's fine. It's encouraged.
So what can we actually do with this? Give me the visual. What's the impact?
Color coding is the basic one. Status fields turning red, yellow, green. It directs the eye immediately to what matters. But you can also do highlighting. Imagine if a task is overdue. Standard list. It just shows yesterday's date. It's just black text. Boring.
Easy to miss if you're scanning quickly.
Very easy to miss. But with JSON, you can say, if due day is less than today, make the text red, make it bold, and put a little warning icon next to it.
So it screams at you. It jumps off the page.
It screams at you. You can't ignore it. That is active management, not passive data collection.
What about visual elements? You mentioned progress bars.
Progress bars are my favorite. If you have a % complete column with just numbers 10, 50, 90, it's hard to scan. Your brain has to read each number.
Yeah.
But you can use JSON to draw a literal bar inside the cell that fills up based on the number.
Like a loading bar in a video game.
Exactly like a loading bar. So if you are a manager scanning the list, you just look for the full bars or the empty bars. You don't even have to read the numbers. It's instant comprehension.
That brings us to the business case for this. Because usually when a manager says, I need a dashboard with progress bars and traffic lights, the answer from IT is, okay, let's hire a data analyst to build a Power BI report.
Right. And don't get me wrong, Power BI is amazing. It's a Ferrari. But sometimes you just need to drive to the grocery store. You don't need a Ferrari for that.
And Power BI is expensive, right?
Yeah.
And complex to set up.
It requires licenses, it requires expertise, and most importantly, it separates the data from the report.
Yeah.
You view the report in Power BI, but you have to go back to the list to update the data.
Ah, the context switch. That's a productivity killer.
It is. With JSON formatting in lists, the list is the report. You are seeing the traffic lights and the progress bars right there on the rows where you are doing the work. It is immediate, it is actionable, and it is free.
The list is the report. That's a bumper sticker right there. I like that.
It really is. It empowers the average user to build professional-grade tools without waiting for IT or the data team.
Okay, let's ground this. We've talked about a lot of abstract features. Let's look at the real-world application provided in the source material. We are going to university.
Go team! Time for class.
The scenario is a university research project list. So paint the picture for us. What kind of data are we dealing with here?
Okay, imagine a master list containing every single student research project in a department, or even the whole university. We have columns for the student name, the professor who is supervising, the project topic, the funding amount, the status, like active, proposed, rejected, and maybe the department, biology, physics, etc.
That is a monster list.
Yeah.
That is thousands of rows of very different kinds of information.
It's a classic data overload scenario. If you just gave everyone the raw spreadsheet, they would quit. They wouldn't know where to start.
So let's build some views. View 1, the supervisor view. I'm a professor, I'm busy, I have elbow patches on my jacket. What do I want to see?
You don't care about what the other professors are doing. You don't care about the physics department if you are in biology. You only care about your students.
Right. So we create a view with the logic. Filter by assigned supervisor, Me.
The me filter again. It's so versatile.
Always. It's the first tool you should reach for.
Yeah.
So the professor logs in, they click this view, they see only their 5 or 6 students, they see the status, maybe a link to the draft paper. It is their personal command center.
Clean, focused,
Yeah.
actionable.
Exactly. They can grade, they can comment, they can update the status, all without seeing the noise of the other 300 projects.
Okay, view 2. The student view. I'm a student, I'm looking for a project, I'm probably anxious.
You are. And you don't need to see projects that were finished 3 years ago. You don't need to see projects that have already been rejected or are full.
Right.
You just want to see the menu of options, what's available for me right now.
So what's the logic for that view?
A simple filter. Filter by status, open or maybe accepting applications. And then, to make it even easier, we group by department.
Ah, so I can open the biology folder and see what's available there. Exactly. It prevents the student from wasting time applying to a closed project. It saves everyone time and frustration.
And finally, view 3, the management dashboard. I'm the dean. I don't care about individual students or their draft papers.
No.
I care about the budget. I care about the big picture.
The D needs aggregation. So for this view, we do something different. We group by department, and then we sort by funding amount, descending.
Okay, what does that give me?
The dean opens this view. They see big headings: biology, physics, English, and right at the top of the physics list, they see the project with the $1 million grant.
Right, so the most important stuff is at the top of each section.
Exactly. They can instantly see, wow, physics has 50 active projects and biology only has 10. Why is biology underperforming? Or why is English spending so much money on these small projects? They get those strategic insights in seconds.
From the exact same list that the student used to find a project and the professor used to manage their workload.
Right. That is the magic. One list, one source of truth. 3 completely different experiences tailored to 3 different roles.
That effectively proves the point. If they were using spreadsheets for this, they would have emailed 3 different files around, and they would all be out of sync within an hour.
Correct. It would be chaos.
All right, we're coming into the home stretch. We've got the tools. We've got the examples. Now let's talk best practices. How do we design these views so they actually get used? Because we can build them, but if they're confusing, nobody will click them.
That's a great point. The first one is what we've been harping on this whole time. Design for roles.
Don't just make views for fun. Don't make them because you can.
Right. Don't make a view called by date just because you can sort by date. Ask yourself, who is looking at this? What question are they trying to answer? Create a manager view, create a team member view, create an executive dashboard, map the views to the people.
It's user experience or UX design. It's not just data management.
It is. You are designing an app for your team. Treat them like users, because that's what they are.
Number 2 on the list, naming standards matter. We touched on this, but let's go deeper. Why is view 1 so bad?
Because it requires cognitive effort to figure out what it is. If I open a list and the dropdown shows view A, view B, view C, I'm not going to click them.
You're scared to click them.
I'm scared to click them. I don't know what they do. I might break something. I'll just stick with the default.
So what should I name them instead?
Be descriptive. Be verbose. My overdue tasks. Active projects by depth. FY24 budget overview. The name should tell you exactly what the lens does before you even click it.
It prevents the which view do I click confusion.
Exactly. Clarity is king. A good name is an instruction manual.
Number 3 is the power combo again. The best practice is to use filter plus group.
If you want to impress your boss, this is the move. Filter out the noise first, then group the signal.
Why the order?
Because if you group first, you might have groups with only completed items in them, which is still noise. Filter first to get a clean data set, then group it to give it structure. It organizes the information hierarchically. It shows you understand the structure of the data, not just the content.
And finally, number 4, professional Polish. Use the JSON. Make it look good.
It doesn't have to be crazy complex code, just simple color coding. Green is good, red is bad. Even that small touch makes a huge difference.
Why does this matter? Is it just aesthetics? Is it just making it pretty?
No, it's trust. There is a psychological quirk in humans. We judge the quality of the information by the quality of the presentation.
The halo effect. If it looks good, we assume it is good.
Exactly. If a spreadsheet looks like a wall of gray text, we subconsciously assume it's boring, messy, and probably outdated.
Yeah.
But if a view has nice color-coded pills, progress bars, and clean grouping, we subconsciously assume the data is accurate, up-to-date, and professional. We trust it more.
So if I want my boss to trust my data, I should make it look good.
Absolutely. Make the cover look nice, and they will trust the book.
That is a very cynical but very useful life hack.
It's how the world works. Presentation matters.
So let's wrap this up. Let's synthesize. What does this all mean for you, the listener? We started this deep dive talking about data overload, that feeling of drowning in information.
And views are the speedboat. They allow you to navigate that ocean of data with purpose. We've moved from asking, where is my data, to saying, here is my answer.
And here's the final provocative thought I want to leave you with, something that wasn't explicitly in the text but kind of hovers over this whole conversation. We all know the phrase, information is power, right?
Always. It's a classic.
But raw data isn't power. A spreadsheet with 10,000 rows isn't power, it's a burden. It's a problem to be solved. Insight is power.
Agreed. Data is useless without insight.
So if that's true, then the person who controls the view controls the narrative.
Ooh, say more about that. I like where this is going.
Think about it. If I am the one who builds the dashboard that the team uses every morning, I am defining what urgent looks like by making it red and sorting it to the top. I am defining what we work on first. I am defining how we group our success and our failures. By building the view, I am framing the reality for the entire team.
That is profound. You aren't just reporting the news. You're deciding what goes on the front page. You're the editor of the team's reality.
Exactly. So don't leave that power on the table. Don't let someone else define your reality. Don't let the default view dictate your day.
Take control.
Open up Microsoft Lists right now. Go to that All Items drop-down that you used to ignore. Click Create New View. Make a Me view. Filter it to Assign to Me. Start there.
That's the first step.
Take control of your data.
And once you do, you'll never go back to the spreadsheet of doom. You really won't.
Absolutely. Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive. Go build some dashboards. We'll catch you next time. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. I have a question for you to start today.
Oh, I like this.
It's a simple one, but I want you to really think about it.
Okay, I'm ready.
How many times a day do you click the share button?
Oh, that is a loaded question. I mean, dozens? Hundreds, maybe. I don't even think about it.
It is, isn't it? We do it constantly.
Yeah.
We finish a draft, we click share. We need a colleague to check a spreadsheet, we click share. It's just muscle memory for the modern workplace.
It's the invisible engine. It really is. It's what keeps everything moving.
But here's the thing, and this is what we're digging into today. Do you actually know what happens when you click that button?
Most people don't. And that's where the danger lives. That little gap between the click and the consequence.
We're talking about the tug-of-war at the very center of your work life. This constant tension between collaboration, getting things done, moving fast, breaking down silos, and security.
Keeping the secret secret.
And the data safe. And specifically, we're looking at this through the lens of the tool we all use, the Microsoft 365 ecosystem.
OneDrive, SharePoint, Teams, lists. It's everything.
It is. It's the whole world for so many of us.
And you framed it perfectly. It is a tug of war. Every single CIO, every IT director, and frankly, every employee wrestles with this.
Even if they don't know the technical terms for it.
Well, absolutely. You just know it as, hey, I can't access this file, or the much worse, oops, I think I sent that to the wrong person.
Exactly. And the mission for this deep dive is to stop the autopilot. We want to pop the hood on that share button.
I love that.
We need to extract the best practices for secure internal and external sharing because, as our research shows, the stakes are just incredibly high.
They are. I mean, if you lean too hard into security, you lock everything down. Nobody can work. It becomes a productivity bottleneck.
And people just find workarounds. They'll use their personal Dropbox or something.
Which is a massive security risk in itself. But if you lean too hard into easy collaboration, worse, much worse. Data leakage, compliance nightmares, intellectual property just walking right out the virtual door.
So the goal here is to find that sweet spot.
The Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
Where productivity flows, but the guardrails actually hold.
So let's start with the absolute basics. We have two words that get thrown around interchangeably in offices everywhere, sharing and permissions. To me, before reading this brief, they sounded like the exact same thing.
They're cousins, but they are definitely not twins, and the difference is critical.
Okay, break it down for me.
Think of it this way. Sharing is the act of opening the door.
Okay, simple.
You're standing at the door of your house, your file, your folder, and you unlock it to let someone in. That is sharing, just granting access.
Simple enough. So what are permissions then?
Permissions are the house rules once they're inside.
Ah, I like that. That makes sense.
So once you let that guest in, what are they allowed to do?
Right.
Can they just sit on the couch and look at the paintings? That's view access. Can they rearrange the furniture or, I don't know, paint the walls? That's edit access.
Right.
Or can they burn the house down?
Hopefully not. Please no.
Well, in the digital world, that equates to full control or manage access. Can they delete all the files? Can they kick you out of your own house?
Wow.
So sharing gets them in. Permissions dictate their behavior once they're there.
That is a crucial distinction. Sharing is the access.
Yeah.
Permissions are the capabilities.
Precisely. And the core insight we need to start with, the whole philosophy Microsoft 365 is built on, is that this isn't a zero-sum game.
It's not either.
No. You don't have to choose between being secure and being productive. The system is designed to do both if, and it's a big if
you configure it correctly.
Always. The defaults are not your friend here.
So let's look at the landscape. Our research divides the world into two main arenas, internal sharing and external sharing. Let's start inside the house. Internal sharing.
Right. So internal sharing is everything that happens inside the tenant.
Okay, let's pause on that word. Tenant. I hear IT people say it all the time. It's in the tenant. Check the tenant. What are we actually talking about?
It sounds jargony, but the analogy is actually pretty good. Think of the tenant as your organization's digital building.
The whole office building.
Exactly. It's the castle. It's got a moat. Everyone with an email address ending in your company's domain at yourcompany.com is inside that tenant.
Oh, you have a badge.
They have a badge. They're authenticated. The system knows who they are.
So internal sharing is just passing files between people who already have badges.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
And the use cases are obvious, right? The finance team working on the yearly budget, a cross-functional squad launching a new product, management reporting. It's just the daily hum of business.
This seems pretty safe, inherently. We're all on the same team. We've all signed the same NDA.
It feels safer. That's the psychological trap. It feels safer because you know these people. But just because you're all on the same team doesn't mean everyone needs to see everything.
True. You definitely don't want the interns reading the salary spreadsheets for the execs.
Or the engineering roadmap leaking to the sales team 6 months before it's ready, causing them to go out and sell features that don't even exist yet.
I've seen that movie. It doesn't end well.
It never does. So even internal sharing requires structure. It's to prevent clutter, confusion, and, unauthorized access to sensitive internal data.
So internal is about organization and need to know. But the dynamic shifts completely when we start talking about external sharing.
Outside the walls, this is a different ballgame.
This is granting access to partners, vendors, clients, consultants, people who do not have one of your company badges.
Right.
And looking at our source material, there was a giant flashing neon warning sign next to this section.
A massive warning sign with sirens. Because this is where the risk of data leakage just skyrockets.
Why is it so much riskier? I mean, what's the fundamental difference?
Containment. Once that data leaves your tenant, once you send that file to a consultant's Gmail address or a vendor's portal, you have lost containment.
You've lost control.
Total control. You are essentially trusting their security practices as much as your own. If their laptop gets stolen from their car,
their data is on it.
Your confidential data is on it, and you have no way of getting it back or wiping it.
Well, we have to do it. I mean, business doesn't happen in a vacuum. We have to talk to clients. We rely on outside agencies for marketing, for legal.
Absolutely. No one is saying don't share externally. No. The point is that external sharing requires a fundamentally different mindset than internal sharing.
Okay.
Internal sharing is about efficiency. External sharing is all about containment and control.
Okay, so we have the landscape defined. We know who we're sharing with. Now let's talk about that hierarchy of power you mentioned earlier. The permissions, the house rules. You called this RBAC.
RBAC. Role-based access control.
It sounds very formal, very military.
It sounds that way, but it's actually incredibly practical. Think back to the old days of file servers, that shared network drive, the S drive or whatever.
Oh, yeah. The Wild West.
The Wild West, exactly. Back then, we might have given access to John or Sarah specifically. We'd say, John can read this file.
Right.
With RBAC in M365, we don't just give access, we assign a role. We are putting a hat on the user that defines what they can do. It's a job description for that specific file or folder.
And there are 3 main hats or levels to be aware of, correct?
Generally speaking, yes. 3 main ones you'll see every day. Level 1 is the owner.
The owner. Sounds important.
It is the keys to the castle level. An owner has full control. They can not only view and edit all the content, they can manage permissions for other people, they can change the settings of the site, and most critically, they can delete content permanently.
So if I make you an owner of my projects folder, you could technically kick me out of my own folder.
Technically, yes. I could remove you as an owner, or maybe more realistically, I could accidentally delete the entire archive because I thought I was just deleting a shortcut.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
It is. And here is a super common mistake. When people create a new team in Microsoft Teams, they often make everyone an owner.
Why would they do that?
Because they think, oh, I want everyone to feel equal. I want everyone to be empowered. It's this idea of democratizing the data.
It's a noble thought.
It's a noble thought, but it's a security nightmare. You are giving everyone the nuclear launch codes on day one.
Okay, noted. Don't make everyone an owner. What's level 2 then?
Level 2 is the member. This is usually the edit permission. A member can edit files, they can add new documents, they can delete files they're working on, they can do the work.
But, I sense a but.
But, and this is the key constraint, they cannot manage permissions. They can't change the structure of the site or invite new people unless that's been explicitly allowed by an admin.
So they can do the work, but they can't change the rules of the room.
Perfect way to put it. And this is the insight. The member role should be the default for all collaborators.
For 99% of people.
Yes. It allows the work to happen, editing documents, updating lists, without risking the structural integrity of the site. You just don't need to be an owner to do your job most of the time.
That makes a ton of sense. Member is the worker bee. And then we have level 3.
The visitor.
The tourist.
The observer.
Yeah.
The fly on the wall. This is view only.
Right.
They can view content, they can often download it, we'll get to that later, but they cannot touch it. They can't edit, delete, or upload anything.
This seems perfect for those FYI situations. Here's the final report.
It is. If you're sharing a new company policy with everyone, or a finished report with a client, they should be visitors. It prevents accidental changes.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever opened a shared spreadsheet, maybe one with really complex formulas, and you accidentally type a number in a cell and the whole thing just breaks?
More times than I care to admit. And then it's a frantic search for the undo button before anyone notices.
Exactly. Well, if you were a visitor, that wouldn't happen. The system wouldn't even let you type. It protects the integrity of the data from, well, us.
So we have the roles. Owner, the king, member, the worker, visitor, the tourist. Now let's get to the mechanics. How do we actually give these roles to people? This is where I think most of us get confused because the menu has changed so much over the years. We mostly use links now.
Yes, sharing via link is by far the most common user action. You click share, Microsoft generates a link, and you copy-paste it into Slack or an email. Easy.
But, and I'm sensing a theme here, it's not that simple.
Not at all. And listen closely here because this is so important. Not all links are created equal.
This was the part of the research that really surprised me. I just thought a link was a link.
Far from it. There are 3 distinct link types, and choosing the wrong one is one of the biggest security gaps in any organization.
Okay, let's break them down. Method 1, the link. What's the first, and I'm guessing most dangerous type?
The first type is the one that's often the default. Anyone with the link.
That sounds very open.
It is. In security circles, we call it the anonymous link.
Because you don't need to log in.
No authentication is required at all. If you have the link, you are in. Period.
So if I create an anyone link and send it to you,
and I forward it to my brother and he posts it on Reddit,
then everyone on Reddit can access that file.
Yikes is right. And the system doesn't even know who is looking at it.
What do you mean?
The audit logs will just show anonymous guest. You have 0 visibility, 0 accountability. You just know someone is in there.
So the verdict on anyone with the link is?
Avoid it. It should be completely avoided for any sensitive data. Honestly, in many secure organizations, administrators disable this option entirely so users can't even select it.
Just take it off the menu.
Exactly. It's just too risky. You're essentially making the file public to the world.
Okay, moving on. Hopefully to safer ground. The second type of link.
People in your organization.
This one sounds much better.
It is. Infinitely better. This one requires the user to log in to authenticate as an internal user. It keeps the data inside that corporate wall, inside the tenant.
So if I create one of these links and accidentally send it to a client?
They click it and they get a login prompt. Since they don't have a username and password for your company, they can't get in. The link is completely useless to them.
That seems like a great safety net for everyday mistakes.
It is. This is the fluid, low-friction option for internal stuff. If you want to share a company newsletter with everyone or a resource folder that anyone in the office might need, this is the way to go.
Okay, good. And the third type?
Specific people.
This sounds like the strictest one. The most secure.
It is, by a mile.
Oh.
This link will only work for the specific email addresses you type in when you create it.
So it's locked to an identity.
It acts like a strict guest list at a club. The bouncer checks your ID against the list. If your name is not down, you're not coming in.
So if I set a specific people link to you, and you forward it to your brother.
Your brother clicks it. He has to log in with his own email. The system checks the list, sees his name isn't on it, and he gets an access denied message.
So for external sharing, this must be the gold standard.
Absolutely. It is the most secure option, no question. It ensures that only the intended recipient can see the data because it ties the access directly to their identity.
Now, the research mentions a second method of sharing. It's not just about links, but direct user or group sharing. This is when you go into that Manage Access panel, right?
Right. This is less about firing off a quick link in an email and more about assigning permissions directly on the folder or the site itself.
It feels more permanent.
It is. You go into the settings and say, add the HR team security group to this folder with member rights.
Yeah.
It's more deliberate.
When would I use that instead of just sending a link?
Think of links as passing files around. Think of direct access as building a workspace.
Oh, I like that distinction.
If you are setting up a department site that's going to exist for years, you don't want to rely on a bunch of links floating around. You want stable, clear permissions baked right into the structure. It's for controlled enterprise environments.
Okay, that clarifies the mechanics. We have the definitions. We know the roles. We know the link types. Now, I want to get really practical. Let's talk best practices.
Let's do it.
I want to separate this into internal and external, just like our landscape.
Yeah.
So let's start with Section 4, internal best practices, keeping the house in order.
The first rule of internal order is location matters, specifically the constant battle between OneDrive and SharePoint.
Oh boy. I feel like this is a constant source of confusion for everyone. When do I save something in my OneDrive, and when do I put it in Teams or SharePoint?
The rule is actually very simple, but people resist it.
Okay, what is it?
The rule is avoid storing organizational data in personal OneDrive. Full stop.
Why? I mean, it's all in the cloud, isn't it? It's all backed up by Microsoft. What's the difference?
The difference is ownership. OneDrive is tied to the individual. It is me space. SharePoint and Teams are we space.
Me versus we.
Okay. So here's the scenario. You have a critical project file. Let's say the master budget for a huge project. And it's in your OneDrive. You share it with the team. Everyone's working on it. Then you leave the company.
Okay.
Your user account is disabled. A month later, as part of standard procedure, IT deletes your account and your OneDrive is purged. What happens to that master budget file?
Poof. It's gone.
It's gone. Or at least it's incredibly difficult to recover. The team suddenly loses access to the single source of truth they need to do their work. We call this orphaned data.
That makes so much sense. So if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, my OneDrive dies with me.
We call that the bus factor. If that file had been in a Teams channel or a SharePoint site from the beginning, it would belong to the group. You could leave and the file would stay right there, accessible to everyone else.
So if it's for the team, put it in the team space.
That is the mantra. Me space versus we space.
That is a great mental shift.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the next internal best practice?
The principle of least privilege.
I love the sound of that. It sounds very spy movie. The principle of least privilege.
It's a foundational concept in all of cybersecurity. It means you give users only the access they need to do their job and absolutely nothing more.
So don't make everyone an owner just because it's easier in the moment.
Exactly. Don't give edit access if view access is enough. Every extra permission you grant is an expansion of your attack surface.
What do you mean by that?
If everyone is an owner and one person's account gets hacked, the hacker now owns the entire site. They have the keys to the castle. But if everyone is just a member or a visitor, the damage is contained. The hacker can maybe edit a file, but they can't delete the whole site or steal everything.
That connects right back to our roles discussion. Okay, point number 3 for internal, groups over individuals.
This is a sanity saver for anyone managing a team or a project. The strategy is to use security groups instead of assigning rights to individual people.
Can you explain how that works practically?
Sure. Imagine you have a folder for the finance team, and you have 50 people in finance. If you add them one by one, John, Sarah, Mike, Dave, you have 50 individual permission entries to manage.
It sounds tedious just thinking about it.
It's tedious and it's dangerous. What happens if John leaves the company and goes to work for a competitor? You have to remember to go to that specific folder and every other folder he had access to and remove John.
And you'll forget one.
You'll always forget one, and then he might still have access from his new job. It's a nightmare.
So what's the group approach?
You create a single finance team security group. You assign access to the group. When a new hire starts, you add them to the group, and they automatically get access to everything the finance team needs.
And when John leaves?
You remove him from the group in one place, and he instantly loses access to everything. It ensures consistency and governance. One change, and it cascades everywhere.
That is working smarter, not harder. And finally, for internal best practices, the audit routine.
Yes, you can't just set it and forget it. Permissions aren't static. You need to regularly review them.
Like digital spring cleaning.
Exactly like that. Once a quarter, once every 6 months, go in and look. Remove inactive users. Check to see who actually has keys to the room.
Are there tools for this?
Yeah, there are. You can use tools like Microsoft Purview or even the built-in SharePoint access reports. And you'd be amazed at what you find.
I can only imagine.
It's so common to find a consultant who hasn't worked for the company in 2 years is still listed as an owner of a sensitive marketing site.
That is terrifying. Okay, let's pivot. Section 5. External best practices. We're opening the drawbridge. We're letting outsiders in. How do we do this safely?
First and foremost, link discipline. We touched on this, but it bears repeating until we're blue in the face.
Okay, hit me with it again.
Prefer specific people links. Make it your default muscle memory for anyone outside your company.
Because it forces them to prove who they are. It ties access to identity.
Correct. It enforces authentication. It prevents anonymous access. It is the absolute bedrock of secure external sharing.
Now, here is a feature I didn't know about until recently, and I think it's brilliant. The ticking clock.
Yes. Expiration dates. This is a tactic everyone should be using, every single time. When you send a link to an external vendor for a project, set an expiration date on it.
So the link just self-destructs.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
You can say, this access is valid for 30 days, or this link will stop working on July 1st.
Why is this so important?
Because temporary projects have a habit of ending, but the access usually stays forever. That vendor might finish their job in May, but if you don't remember to go in and manually revoke their access, they can still see all your files in December.
And maybe in December they have a security breach.
Exactly. Or they start working for your competitor. If the link automatically expired in June, you're safe. It prevents forever access.
I love that. It's automatic hygiene. It saves you from your own forgetfulness. What about restricting what they can do with the file once they have it?
This is a great one. It's the disable download option.
Explain how this works.
When you share a file, there's often a checkbox or a setting in the link options that says block download.
And what does that do?
If you check this, the external user can open the file in their web browser. They can read it, they can see the numbers, they can scroll through the presentation. But the download button is grayed out. They cannot save a copy to their local hard drive.
So the data stays on your platform. You keep control of it.
Correct. They can look, but they can't take. This is crucial for really sensitive documents. If you send a price list or a confidential strategy doc, you might want them to read it, but you absolutely do not want that file sitting on their unmanaged laptop where their kid might delete it or a virus might steal it.
It's like a museum exhibit. You can look at the diamond, but you can't take it out of the glass case.
That is a perfect analogy.
Next up, the automated guard, DLP. What's that?
Data loss prevention. These are policies that are kind of like a security guard watching your back. DLP automatically scans content for sensitive information.
Like what?
Things like credit card numbers, social security numbers, patient health information, or even internal project code words that you define.
And what does it do when it sees them?
It can be configured to do a few things, but the most common is that it prevents them from being shared externally. So let's say you're working late, you're tired, and you try to email a spreadsheet containing 500 customer credit card numbers to your personal email so you can work on it at home.
Which I shouldn't do, but
Yeah,
it happens.
it happens. But if DLP is active, it will block the email from being sent. It will pop up a notification saying, this action violates company policy because this document contains sensitive financial data.
So it saves you from yourself?
It saves you from accidental negligence. It acts as a crucial safety net for human error.
And lastly, for external best practices, guest access in Teams.
Teams is such a great collaboration tool, but bringing guests into a team gives them a lot of access. They can see the chat history, the files tab, the planner board.
Right, the whole workspace.
The whole thing. So the strategy here is use carefully.
Meaning, don't just invite the client into your internal gossip channel.
Exactly. Or the channel where you're all complaining about their latest round of feedback. A better approach is to consider using separate teams specifically for external collaboration. Have an internal Project Falcon team and an external Project Falcon team. Keep the internal chatter private.
That makes a lot of sense. A clean separation of concerns.
Yeah.
Okay, section 6. We're moving up a level. Governance and compliance. This sounds like the big brother layer.
It is, but in a good way. It's the layer that proves you are in control, especially to auditors or regulators.
Let's start with labeling. Classification.
Sensitivity labels. You've probably seen these in your office apps, little buttons in the ribbon that say public, internal, confidential, or highly confidential.
I see them, and I usually ignore them. I just thought they were like visual stickers for my document.
You shouldn't. That's what most people think, but these aren't just stickers. They have power. They have teeth.
What do you mean?
When you apply a confidential label to a document, the system can be configured to automatically enforce rules based on that label. For example, it might automatically encrypt the file.
Wait, explain that. How does the encryption work?
It wraps the file in a digital lockbox. So even if you copy that file to a USB drive and lose it in a parking lot or accidentally email it to the wrong person, nobody can read the contents because they don't have the encryption key.
How do they get the key?
They need to log in with valid credentials from your company. If they can't authenticate, the file remains a useless, scrambled mess.
Wow, so the security actually travels with the file wherever it goes.
Exactly. That is the power of labeling. It allows the protection to roam. The file is, in a way, self-defending.
Point number 2 in governance, the paper trail. Audit logs.
This is the black box flight recorder for your data. Audit logs track everything. Who accessed a file, who shared it, who downloaded it, what IP address they came from, and when they did it.
Why does the average user need to care about this?
The average user might not, until something goes wrong. If a file leaks to the press, or if there's a legal investigation, those logs are the only way to prove what actually happened. They allow you to reconstruct the scene of the crime.
You can say, John Doe accessed this file at 2:00 p.m. and shared it with this external email at 2:05 p.m.
Precisely. It's your evidence.
And finally, in governance. Conditional access policies. This sounds like logic programming, like if this, then that.
That is exactly what it is. And it's incredibly powerful because it adds context to security. For years, security was just about who you are, your username and password.
Right.
Conditional access adds other conditions. It's not just who you are, but where you are and what device you are using.
Give me a real-world example.
Okay. A conditional access policy might say, if a user is trying to access the top secret merger's SharePoint site, they are logging in from an IP address in a country we don't do business in, then block access, even if their password is correct.
That's smart, because their password might have been stolen.
Exactly. Or here's another one. If a user is accessing from a personal device that is not managed by our IT department, like their iPad at a coffee shop, then allow them to view files in the web browser, but block the download button.
Ah, so it nuances the permission based on the risk profile of the situation. It's not just yes or no, it's yes, but.
Yes. It creates a dynamic security perimeter that adapts to the situation. It's really the future of access control.
This is all fantastic stuff. But I want to talk about the bad guys for a second. Or rather, the mistakes we make that let the bad things happen. Section 7, the villains, the most common security risks.
Villain number 1, the most common of all, is oversharing.
Which we've touched on a few times.
It's the mistake of granting organization-wide access when only a handful of people actually need it. It's the lazy everyone selection in the permissions dialog.
I'll just share this with everyone so I don't have to look up all the email addresses.
Right. And suddenly the whole company can see your draft of the upcoming layoffs. The fix is just targeted permissions. Take the extra 10 seconds to type the right names or the right group.
Villain number 2, uncontrolled link sharing.
This is our old friend, the anyone with the link problem again. The mistake here is leaving that anonymous link option enabled for sensitive departments like HR, legal, or finance.
So this is one where the admins should step in.
Yes. The fix is for the M365 administrator to disable anonymous links at the admin level for those critical areas. Don't even give users the option to make that mistake.
Save the users from themselves.
You have to sometimes.
Villain number 3, personal storage of org data.
Hoarding critical business files in your personal OneDrive. We discussed the risk. If you leave, the data leaves with you. The fix is a combination of policy and culture. You have to train and enforce the idea of moving team data to SharePoint and Teams.
And the final villain is us.
It's always us. Lack of user awareness. The human error element.
You can have the best, most expensive locks in the world, but if the user leaves the key under the doormat,
it's all for nothing. Technology fails if users don't understand the risks. The fix is training. And not just boring videos that no one watches. It's explaining the why, like we're doing right now. Why does that anyone link matter? Why should I bother blocking downloads? When people understand the why, they're much more likely to comply with the how.
Let's bring all this together. We've covered a lot of theory. I want to see this in action. We have a great case study in our source material, a university research collaboration.
This is a perfect example because it combines very high collaboration needs with very high security requirements.
Right. You have researchers who need to share ideas freely, but they're dealing with valuable intellectual property, maybe sensitive patient data, or confidential grant information.
A classic tug-of-war scenario.
So let's set the scene. In this example, how is the internal setup handled?
Okay, so the core research team uses a dedicated SharePoint site, not someone's OneDrive, a proper we space. This is their central hub.
And what access level do the internal researchers have? Are they all owners?
No, absolutely not. They have member access. They need to edit documents, collaborate, upload data, and write their papers together. But they aren't all owners, so they can't accidentally delete the entire research site.
Makes sense. Now, the tricky part. They need to work with collaborators from other institutions, the external setup.
Right. They need to share data with Dr. Smith at another university. They do not, under any circumstances, use anyone with the link. They use specific people links sent directly to Dr. Smith's professional university email address.
And what's the key safeguard they add to that link?
The ticking clock. These links have expiration dates set. Maybe the grant they're working on lasts for 6 months, so the link is set to expire in 6 months, no forever access.
Smart. Now, what about the security layer on top of all this? How do they protect the data itself?
They apply sensitivity labels to all the research data. It's likely labeled confidential. This ensures that even if Dr. Smith downloads the file to her university-provided computer, the encryption travels with it. It stays protected.
And the big brother part, the audit trail.
Audit logs are enabled on the entire site, so if the university ever gets audited by the organization that provided the grant, they can generate a detailed report showing exactly who accessed what data and when. It proves compliance.
Okay, synthesis time. What does this case study really prove?
It proves that you can have high collaboration and high security simultaneously. It is not a trade-off if you do it right.
It's not either.
No. By using member access internally, specific people links externally, adding expiration dates, and applying sensitivity labels, the work flows smoothly, but the data remains locked down and governed.
That is the goal. We want the work to flow, not to be blocked.
Exactly. Security should enable the business, not hinder it.
All right, we are coming to the end of our deep dive. This has been incredibly useful. Let's summarize the key takeaways for everyone listening.
Okay. If you take nothing else away from this, remember this. Effective management requires a mix of 3 things. 1, least privilege access of. Give people only what they absolutely need. 2, controlled external sharing using those specific expiring links. And 3, regular audits. You have to check your work.
And remember that security isn't just about saying no all the time. It's about governing access intelligently. It's about building the right structure, using SharePoint over OneDrive, and actually using the powerful tools like DLP and labels that are probably already sitting there waiting for you.
It's about being intentional. Don't just click share. Think share.
I like that. Think share. Now for our final provocative thought, I'll leave the listener with a little homework or maybe a little healthy paranoia.
A little healthy paranoia is good for digital hygiene.
So you're sitting there listening. I want you to reflect on this concept of digital hygiene and ask yourself this question. If you audited your own sent links right now, if you went into your OneDrive or SharePoint settings and looked at everything currently shared by you, how many anyone with the link access points are currently live and open to the entire world without you even knowing it.
Oh, that is a scary thought. Links you sent 3 years ago for a project that ended 2 years ago.
Are they still active? Can anyone on the internet still click them and open that document?
Chances are, for many people listening, the answer is yes.
I am genuinely going to check my permissions right after this.
You should, and everyone listening should too. It's a 5-minute check that could save you a massive headache.
On that note, thank you for listening to The Deep Dive. Stay secure, stay productive, and we will see you on the next one.
Goodbye, everyone. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. I want to start today with a scenario that I guarantee is going to raise your blood pressure just a little bit.
Oh boy, okay.
It's 1:59 p.m. You have a meeting starting at 2.0. You are frantically looking for the link. Is it in the calendar invite? Is it in an email thread? Is it in a chat somewhere? You finally find it, you click join, and you enter a silent void.
The grid of doom.
The grid of doom, just a wall of initials. No one is talking, someone is breathing heavy into a microphone, and you just sit there and you think, is this actually my job now? Is this what I do for a living?
It really is the modern existential crisis, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've successfully moved the office online, but in doing so, we seem to have stripped away all the spontaneity.
All of it.
And replaced it with this weird, high-friction administrative burden. It's what some of the researchers we looked at call collaborative debt.
Collaborative debt. I like that term. It sounds very expensive.
It is. We're spending so much emotional and cognitive interest just paying off the debt of trying to connect that we aren't actually doing the work.
And that is exactly why I wanted to tackle this specific stack of research today. We are looking at mastering virtual collaboration in Microsoft 365. Now, wait, before you roll your eyes and think this is going to be a tech support manual, stick with me.
Please do.
Because the argument this source material makes is actually kind of radical. It says we are using these tools completely wrong. We're using a Ferrari to plow a field.
That is a very fair analogy. The core thesis here is that we've treated platforms like Microsoft Teams as just a video phone. We think, oh, it's just a conference call with pictures.
Right. I see your face now. Great.
But the source material argues that if you shift your mindset, this is actually a suite for structured facilitation. It's not about attending meetings. It's about engineering collaboration. And the gap between those two things is massive.
It is the difference between surviving the work week and actually crushing it. So look, whether you are the poor soul organizing these meetings and feeling like you are herding digital cats, or you are the participant who is secretly working on other stuff in the background because the meeting is boring, this deep dive is for you.
We see you.
We see you. We are going to unpack 3 massive pillars from the research. Intelligent scheduling, which is way more interesting than it sounds.
It really is.
Structured breakouts, which I think is the scary part for a lot of people.
It can be, yeah.
And real-time tools.
These are the 3 legs of the stool. And I think intelligent scheduling is the perfect place to start because, honestly, the meeting fails or succeeds before anyone even clicks join.
Absolutely. So let's get into the pregame. This is the planning phase. And I have to be honest with you, looking at the research on how much time we waste just trying to find a time to meet, it's depressing.
It's soul-crushing.
It is. It's the email tag game. Are you free Tuesday at 2? No. How about Wednesday at 10? Wednesday at 10 works for me, but Sarah is out that day. It's a nightmare.
It is a productivity killer. The source material identifies this back and forth as one of the primary sources of cognitive leak in the workplace.
Cognitive leak?
You are leaking focus. Every time you have to switch context from your real work to check your calendar, you lose a little bit of your momentum. So the solution they propose is leaning heavily into this scheduling assistant.
Okay, so most people listening probably know the scheduling assistant exists. It's that button in Outlook or Teams. But I feel like a lot of people don't use it because it feels, I don't know, impersonal.
That's the trap.
Like, shouldn't I ask you when you're free? Isn't that polite?
We think we are being polite by asking what works for you, but we are actually assigning homework. We're giving the other person a task. Go analyze your own schedule, cross-reference it with your priorities, and report back to me.
And then multiply that by 10 people on the invite.
Exactly. The scheduling assistant flips that. It's an automated analyst. It looks at the data that is already there, the digital footprints we leave on our calendars, and it synthesizes it to find the gaps. It does the homework for you.
So let's look at what it's actually seeing. The source talks about free busy availability. And this seems basic, green light, red light. But there's nuance here that I think we miss.
There's huge nuance. The tool analyzes the status indicators that we all use, or should be using. Free is obvious. Busy, the solid blue or purple bar, is obvious. But the research highlights the importance of the tentative status.
The dreaded tentative,
Yeah.
the hashed bar.
The hash bar, exactly. In the scheduling assistant, tentative tells the organizer, this person might be available, but they have a soft hold. It's a signal. It says you can try to book here, but you might need to have a conversation. It's not a hard no.
It's a yellow light, not a red light.
It's a yellow light. And then there is out of office. The amount of time wasted scheduling meetings with people who are literally on a beach somewhere is staggering. The tool gives you that visual grid instantly. You aren't guessing. You are seeing the reality of the team's capacity.
But this brings up a cultural point that the source material touched on, and I want to push on this a bit. The scheduling assistant only works if people actually tell the truth on their calendars.
You have hit on the critical human element of the tech, 100%.
If I just leave my calendar blank but I'm actually swamped with deep work, the tool thinks I'm free. It lies for me.
The tool is only as good as the data. The source emphasizes that for this to work, calendar management has to be a cultural norm. It has to be an expectation. If you're doing a deep work, block it out. Mark it as busy.
Not free.
Not free. If you don't, you are essentially telling the algorithm, and by extension your entire organization, I am available to be interrupted. You are leaving the door to your digital office wide open.
Right. It's like leaving your front door unlocked and then complaining when neighbors just wander in to ask you for a cup of sugar while you're trying to work.
Precisely. You have to set digital boundaries. The calendar is the fence.
And the scheduling assistant does something else that I think is a game changer for the hybrid world we live in now.
Yeah.
It doesn't just check people, it checks places.
Yes. The meeting room availability.
This solves a very specific type of anxiety for me. The anxiety of walking into conference room B with your laptop, ready to lead a call, and finding 3 people in there eating sandwiches who refuse to leave because they booked it on a piece of paper.
That is a failure of digital-physical synchronization. It's a classic problem. The scheduling assistant allows you to book the virtual slot and the physical asset simultaneously.
So the room itself has a calendar.
If your organization is set up correctly, yes. Every conference room, room A, the boardroom, the huddle space, has its own calendar identity. When you add it to the meeting invite, it shows up in the scheduling assistant just like another person. If the room is busy, you see it immediately.
No more wandering the halls looking for an empty room.
No more wandering the halls. It integrates the physical environment into the digital workflow, which is essential for any company doing hybrid work.
Now let's scale this up, because if you're just booking a room down the hall, that's
Okay.
one thing. But what if you are working with a global team? I have a friend who works with a team in Tokyo and London, and she spends half her life doing mental math, trying to figure out time zones.
The global challenge, oh, it's so real. The mental load of time zone conversion is a huge, invisible tax on productivity. And the margin for error is so high.
You get it wrong once, and you're asking your colleague in Singapore to wake up at 3 a.m. That is a morale killer.
It's the quickest way to make your remote team resent you. Absolutely.
So how does the tool help with this specifically?
The scheduling assistant has time zone support built in. When you add a participant from a different region, the grid automatically aligns their availability relative to their time zone, but displays it in a way that makes sense to you, the organizer.
So it does the math for me.
It does the math. It visually represents everyone's working day. You can instantly see that narrow window where London is wrapping up, New York is in full swing, and Tokyo is just waking up. It turns an abstract math problem into a concrete visual puzzle that you can solve in seconds.
So it's basically an empathy engine. It prevents you from being the jerk who schedules a meeting during someone's dinner or their kid's bedtime.
In a way, yes. It operationalizes respect. It says, I see your boundaries and I am working within them. It makes being a considerate global colleague the path of least resistance.
Speaking of boundaries and respect, there is another feature regarding scheduling that the source material flags as a best practice, but I think it's more of a strategic weapon, and that's the guest list strategy.
Oh, this is essential. So important.
It's the distinction between required and optional attendees. I feel like most people just blast the invite to everyone in the to field because they don't want to leave anyone out. It's FOMO, fear of missing out. But the research says that's a massive mistake.
It is a mistake because it dilutes responsibility. If everyone is invited, no one is responsible. The expert advice in the source material is to be ruthless in your curation. The required line is for decision makers and active contributors. The people who must speak or the meeting cannot achieve its goal.
And everyone else.
Everyone else goes on the optional line. This is for people who need visibility but not necessarily voice. They need to be aware of the outcome, but their input isn't critical for this specific conversation.
But does that actually work in practice? Or does the optional person feel slighted? Like, oh, I'm not important enough to be required.
That's a cultural question, but the way the source frames it is that it actually empowers them. When you mark someone as optional, you are giving them permission to prioritize their own work. You are saying, you are welcome to join if you have the bandwidth, but if you don't show up, we won't be offended and we will send you the recording.
Ah, so it's a gift.
It replaces FOMO with JOMO, the joy of missing out. You're giving them the gift of an hour of their day back. And in today's world, that's the best gift you can give anyone.
I love that. I am giving you the gift of not attending this meeting.
Exactly. And the final piece of the scheduling puzzle, just to round this out, involves recurring meetings. You know, the weekly stand-up, the monthly business review. These are notorious for getting messy over time.
Because someone's vacation comes up or a public holiday and suddenly the whole series is broken.
Right. The scheduling assistant helps here too because it scans into the future. It warns you if your recurring slot is going to clash with a holiday or a company town hall 3 months from now. It allows you to proactively fix those conflicts instead of reactively rescheduling 5 different instances later on.
Which saves you from a whole new chain of when are you free emails.
It closes the loop. And the efficiency hack the source mentions is meeting templates. If you have a standard agenda and a standard invite list for your weekly check-in, save it as a template. Stop rebuilding the wheel every Monday morning.
Okay, so we have successfully navigated the calendar minefield. We have the right people in the right time slot, hopefully without anyone waking up at 3 a.m. Now we actually have to run the meeting.
The main event.
And this is where we get to the second pillar, structuring engagement.
This is where we move from logistics to facilitation. It's a totally different skill set.
And the big tool here, the one that seems to polarize people the most, is breakout rooms.
It is polarized because it disrupts the passive flow. In a normal meeting, you can hide. You can mute your mic, turn off your camera, and secretly check email. In a breakout room, there is nowhere to hide.
It forces participation. The source uses the analogy of a conference hall, which I really liked. The main meeting is the keynote. Everyone sitting in rows listening to one person on stage.
Passive consumption.
Breakout rooms are when the keynote speaker says, okay, now turn to the people at your table and discuss. It's when you send people to round tables to actually do the work.
That is the perfect visualization. It splits a large, unwieldy group into smaller, more agile, and psychologically safer units. But the mechanics of this, I think, intimidate a lot of organizers. They're afraid of pushing the button and losing everyone in cyberspace.
So let's demystify that. How do we actually split them up? The text mentions 2 primary modes, automatic versus manual.
Right. Automatic is your randomizer. It's the shuffle button. The system looks at all the participants and just randomly distributes them into however many rooms you choose.
When would you use that? What's the strategic purpose of random?
You use it when you want to break down silos. Let's say you have a meeting with people from marketing, sales, and engineering, and they all tend to stick with their own kind.
Or they actively dislike each other.
Yes.
Oh.
Use automatic assignment. It forces a marketing person to sit in a digital room with an engineer and a salesperson and actually talk to them. It creates cross-pollination and serendipitous connections.
Okay, so it's for culture building and idea mixing, and manual is the opposite.
Manual is precision. It's surgical. You, as the organizer, get a list of participants, and you literally drag and drop their names into room 1, room 2, room 3.
And this is for project work.
This is for structured project work. You need the budget team in room 1 to talk about numbers, and the creative team in room 2 to brainstorm taglines. You absolutely cannot leave that to chance.
Okay, so you've made your choice. You've clicked the button. You've sent them away. They are in their rooms. Now, as the organizer, you are sitting in the main meeting alone. It's quiet. This is the part where I think organizers panic. What are they doing? Are they talking? Are they just sitting there in awkward silence?
It's control freak anxiety. It's very real. But the source highlights the monitoring capabilities that are built in. We joked earlier about God mode, but that is essentially what the organizer has.
So you can spy on them?
Well, spy is a loaded term. Let's say monitor progress. You can pop into any room, your icon appears, you join their little sub-meeting, and you can listen in.
Like the teacher walking between desks in a classroom.
Exactly like that. You can join room 1, listen for a minute, see if they are on track, or if they've gone off on a tangent, maybe offer a quick prompt to get them back on course, and then you can leave and jump over to room 3. You are not stuck in the lobby. You're an active facilitator.
But there is a balance there, right? You don't want to be the helicopter parent hovering over every conversation. That could stifle creativity.
100%. That is why the announcements feature is so useful and probably underutilized. You can send a broadcast message to all rooms simultaneously. It appears as a banner at the top of their screen.
So you don't have to barge in.
Exactly. Instead of interrupting the flow of a great conversation in room 2, just to give a time check, you send a text announcement to everyone. 5 minutes remaining, please start summarizing your key points. It keeps the timeline tight without being intrusive.
One thing the source mentioned that I thought was really cool was the fluidity, the ability to move people during the session.
This is a pro-level facilitation move. It's really powerful. Let's say you pop into room 2 and realize they're struggling because they don't have a subject matter expert on a particular topic. But room 1 has 2 experts.
You can just grab one.
You can, as the organizer, grab one person from room 1 and drop them into room 2 mid-flight. You can rebalance the teams on the fly to where the expertise is needed most. It's incredibly dynamic.
That's amazing. But this feels like a massive, but I can see this all going horribly wrong.
It can. And this is a massive caveat from the research. Technology cannot fix a bad plan. Breakout rooms fail spectacularly if you don't give people a clear mission.
Wait, you cannot just say, okay, go discuss the quarterly result.
Go discuss is the kiss of death. They will spend the first 5 minutes asking, wait, what are we supposed to be doing? And the next 5 minutes complaining about the meeting, and then the last 5 minutes talking about what they watched on TV last night.
A complete waste of time.
Precisely. You need goal setting. The source is very clear on this. Define concrete objectives. Come back with 3 actionable ideas. Solve this specific customer problem. Create a list of the top 5 risks and opportunities. It needs to be a verb, an action.
And you need leadership.
Yes. You should assign a facilitator or a scribe in each room before you send them out. Don't let them figure it out on their own. Prime the pump. Say, Sarah, you're the facilitator for room 1. Bob, you're on notes.
And then there is the return, the loop back. This seems just as important as the breakout itself.
It's where the magic happens, or where it all falls apart. You have to bring everyone back to the main room, and this is critical. You must debrief. The source calls it collecting feedback.
What does that look like in practice?
You call in each room's facilitator. Room 1, Sarah, what was your key takeaway? Room 2, what was the most controversial point you discussed? If you don't ask the groups to report back, they will feel like the breakout session was just busy work. You have to synthesize the small group discussions into a large group learning.
So the structure is diverge into small groups, then converge back to the large group.
Diverge, converge. That is the fundamental rhythm of effective collaboration.
Okay, let's move to the third pillar. We're back in the main room. We aren't in breakouts. We're all looking at the grid. How do we stop this from just being a series of talking heads? This is section 3, the toolkit.
The goal here is to move from communication, which is just talking, to actual collaboration, which is doing work together, creating something new. The source emphasizes real-time interactive tools.
And the first one they highlight is the Microsoft whiteboard. Now, I'll admit, when I first saw digital whiteboards, I thought they were a gimmick. I thought, I can just type notes in a Word document. Why do we need a canvas?
It's a great question because it gets at the difference between how we process information. Typing in Word is linear. It forces you to think in sentences and bullet points. It engages the logical, sequential part of your brain.
Top to bottom.
A whiteboard is spatial. It's nonlinear. It allows for what the source calls design thinking. You can place a sticky note over here, draw a big arrow connecting it to an idea over there. You can group these 3 things together in a circle. It mimics the way our brains actually storm through messy, interconnected ideas.
It's messy, but in a good way. It's organized chaos.
It's organized chaos, and it creates a shared visual focus. This is a subtle but really important psychological point from the research. Instead of looking at your face on the camera, I'm looking at the problem on the board. We are side by side, shoulder to shoulder, solving the puzzle, rather than face-to-face negotiating or debating.
That is a subtle but powerful psychological shift. But what about the people who aren't going to grab the digital pen, the introverts, the people who might feel awkward interrupting the loudest voice in the room to add their idea?
An excellent point. And this is where the other engagement tools come in, specifically chat and reactions. The source refers to the chat as the back channel. And I know some managers hate the back channel.
No, they despise it.
They think it's rude if people are typing while someone is talking.
Like passing notes in class.
But the research argues the opposite. The back channel is a parallel processing stream. It democratizes the conversation. If I'm an introvert, or if I just have a quick question or a resource to share, I can drop it in the chat without having to interrupt the main speaker's flow. It allows for simultaneous contribution.
It captures the thoughts that would otherwise be lost because someone didn't want to break the flow.
Exactly. And the reactions, the emojis, the thumbs up, the hearts, the applause. Again, it's easy to dismiss this as social media fluff, but in a virtual room where you can't read body language, they are vital data points.
They are the nodding along.
Yes. They are the non-verbal cues. If I'm presenting a new idea and I see a stream of thumbs up and light bulb emojis flying across the screen, I get immediate positive reinforcement. I know the message is landing. If I see nothing or see a bunch of confused face emojis, that's my cue to stop and say, okay, looks like I lost some people there. Let me re-explain that point.
Okay.
It is a feedback loop that replaces the subtle physical cues we lost when we left the office.
The source also mentions polls. I feel like this is another one that's underused.
Polls are the decision accelerators. How many times have you been in a meeting where the leader asks a vague question like, so does everyone agree with this direction? And there's just awkward silence.
Every day, and the organizer just assumes silence means yes and moves on.
A poll forces a commitment. It removes ambiguity. Option A or option B, click now. In 5 seconds, you have definitive quantitative data. 70% want option A. It stops the loudest voice wins phenomenon and gives you a true sense of the room.
No, I want to talk about content collaboration because this is the one that I think saves the most actual time. The old way of working was painful. I present a slide deck, I talk about it, then I email it to you. You make edits, you email it back with the file name V2.
Oh, the version control nightmare.
Then I make edits and name it V3 Final. Then you send it back as V3 Final Real, and nobody knows which one is the right one.
It is the definition of inefficiency. It's asynchronous work that creates more work.
The source proposes co-authoring. This is working on the file in the meeting.
Yes, this is a fundamental shift in workflow. Instead of sharing your screen, you share the document itself directly from SharePoint or OneDrive into the Teams meeting. Everyone on the call can then open it. And suddenly, you see 5 different colored cursors moving on the PowerPoint slide or the Excel spreadsheet at the same time.
It's a little chaotic at first, watching someone delete your beautiful sentence while you were still typing it.
It requires a little cursor courage, as one article called it. But think about the result. You fix the budget table in Excel together, in real time. You rewrite the press release in Word together. When the meeting ends, the document is done. There is no homework. There is no email chain. The single source of truth is preserved.
It collapses the timeline of work from days down to minutes.
It really does. And speaking of presenting, we have to talk about PowerPoint Live, because I think 90% of people are still just doing share screen, select desktop, open PowerPoint, and it's clunky.
It's clunky because you lose your interface. As the presenter, you can't see your notes, you can't see the people's faces, you are just talking to your own slides in a void.
PowerPoint Live changes that interface completely. It uploads the deck directly to the meeting instance. As the presenter, you get what the source calls a cockpit view.
A cockpit view? I like that.
On your one screen, you see your current slide, your next slide, your private speaker notes, and the video grid of the audience all at the same time.
So you can actually see if people are engaged or if they're falling asleep.
You can read the room while reading your notes. And for the audience, the experience is better too. The fidelity is much higher than a screen share, and they get their own controls to privately go back and look at a previous slide if they missed something without disrupting you.
And you still have the engagement tools.
Yes, like the laser pointer and annotations. You can circle a critical piece of data on the slide in real time. It turns a static presentation into a dynamic, interactive explanation.
And finally, in the toolkit, the source mentions continuity. This is about what happens to all these great ideas after the call ends, so they don't just vanish into the ether.
And this is the capture problem. So many great meetings happen, and then 2 days later, nobody can remember what was decided. The source suggests using shared meeting notes, like a Microsoft Loop component, or a OneNote page that's attached to the meeting invite.
So everyone types into the same document.
During the meeting, yes. If everyone is typing into the same notes block, the minutes are effectively writing themselves in real time. And, critically, you can tag action items.
Right, so it's not just a vague someone will follow up.
No. You type @Bob to update the forecast by Friday. If that is integrated with Planner or To Do, it automatically creates a task in Bob's personal task list. It moves from a vague verbal promise to a tracked, accountable digital obligation instantly.
Okay, so we have a massive toolkit. We have scheduling robots, we have digital whiteboards, we have breakout rooms. But as you always remind me, a fool with a tool is still a fool.
A dangerously efficient fool.
Yes, he's just a faster fool. So let's pivot to section 4, the strategy. This is the productivity framework. How do we actually use this stuff without going crazy?
It all starts with the why. The source emphasizes that tools are useless without a strategy, without intentionality. And the first strategic rule is preparation.
Agenda is king.
It sounds cliche, but it is the absolute law of effective meetings. If there is no agenda, there should be no meeting. You must share the agenda before the call. The source is very firm on this.
And why is that so important?
If people don't know the purpose of the meeting, they cannot prepare. If they cannot prepare, they show up cold. And if they show up cold, they are just a passive audience, not active participants. The agenda primes their brain for contribution.
And don't do it alone. The text talks about role assignment.
This is huge. We often expect the meeting organizer to do everything. Present the content, facilitate the discussion, watch the chat for questions, fix technical issues for people, and take perfect notes. That is impossible for one person to do well.
You're setting yourself up for failure.
Completely. You need a team, even for a simple meeting. The source recommends assigning a presenter, the person who owns the content. Assign a moderator, someone whose only job is to watch the back channel and the raised hands. And assign a dedicated note-taker.
The moderator role is the one I think is most underutilized. Just having someone whose job it is to say, hey, there's a great question in the chat from Sarah, let's pause for that, changes the whole dynamic. It makes it feel more inclusive.
It makes the participants feel heard. It validates their contribution through the chat. Now, I want to talk about a specific rule that jumped out at me in the research, because it's so simple but so profound. The 25-50-minute rule.
I saw this and I immediately thought, my boss is never going to go for this.
But they should. The rule is simple. If you schedule a 30-minute meeting, make it 25. If you schedule an hour-long meeting, make it 50.
So we're just shaving off time. Why? What's the point of those 5 or 10 minutes?
To save our brains. In the physical office, we had built-in transitions. We walked from the conference room back to our desk. We stopped at the water cooler. We had maybe 5 minutes to mentally reset before the next thing.
A natural buffer.
A natural buffer. In the virtual world, we click leave on one call at 2.59 and join on the next call at 3.0. There is zero gap. That accumulation of cognitive load, of constant context switching, is what leads to burnout by 11:00 a.m.
So the 25-50 rule artificially forces a break. It builds the buffer back in.
It creates that buffer. It gives you 5 or 10 minutes to stand up, stretch, get a glass of water, use the restroom, or just look away from the screen and let your eyes refocus. It is a biological necessity.
Do you end early or start late? What's the recommendation?
The recommendation is usually to end early. If you schedule a meeting to start at 3.05, people who show up at 3.0 will sit in the lobby getting anxious. But if you end a meeting at 2.50, it feels like a gift. You're telling your team, I respect your time, I'm giving you 10 minutes of your life back.
I like that framing. And for longer workshops, like a 3-hour session?
You must schedule explicit breaks. Don't just hope for them. Put 10-minute bio break in the agenda at the halfway point. Human beings are biological entities. We need maintenance. You can't just run on pure willpower for 3 hours straight.
Now let's talk about preservation, recording meetings. I feel like there is a big brother fear here. They're recording me to make sure I'm working.
That fear exists, and it needs to be managed with transparency. But the source frames recording primarily as knowledge management. It's an equity tool.
An equity tool? How so?
If you record the meeting and share it, people don't have to attend just to listen in. The people who were marked optional can now confidently decline, knowing they can watch the key parts later at 1.5x speed. It frees them up to do other, more valuable work during the actual slot. It also helps people who might be in a difficult time zone or were out sick.
It creates a searchable archive of decisions. What did we decide about the project timeline 2 weeks ago? Go check the transcript of the recording.
Exactly. And finally, the last part of the strategy, follow through.
The meeting isn't over when the video cuts.
No. One of the sources said the momentum of a meeting has a half-life of about 2 hours. If you don't send the summary, share the notes, and confirm the action items immediately after, the value and the energy just evaporate. You have to strike while the iron is hot.
So we've covered a lot of theory. We've covered the buttons, the psychology, the strategy, but I want to see this in action. The source material provides a great case study, a corporate training workshop.
Yeah.
I want to walk through this phase by phase to see how all these pieces fit together into a coherent workflow.
Let's do it. This is the putting it all together moment. It makes it concrete.
Okay, so imagine you are the trainer. You need to run a workshop for a team on advanced project management. Phase 1. Before the meeting, what do?
Old way. You send an email asking, when is everyone free for a 3-hour block, and start a nightmare email chain. New way. You use the scheduling assistant, you find the common slot that works for everyone, you check the time zones to make sure the London team isn't asleep, you book it for 2 hours and 50 minutes, not 3 hours.
You send the invite? What's in it?
Not just the link. You attach the detailed agenda with timestamps. And this is key. You use the flipped classroom approach mentioned in the source. You attach a short article or a 5-minute video and you write, please review this pre-reading material before you come so we don't have to waste time lecturing. We can dive straight into the application.
Okay. Phase 2. The meeting starts 10 a.m.
At 10 a.m., you welcome everyone. You don't share your desktop. You launch PowerPoint Live. You're in your cockpit view. You can see your notes. You start with a quick poll to gauge the room's energy and prior knowledge. On a scale of 1 to 5, how comfortable are you with the new project software? You get instant data.
Then you need to do an exercise. You don't want to just lecture at them for an hour.
Exactly. You say, okay, we're going to apply this concept. You trigger breakout rooms. You have pre-assigned the groups. You use manual assignment to mix junior and senior staff on each team. You send them away for 15 minutes with a very specific task. Using the framework from the pre-reading, identify the top 3 risks for our upcoming product launch.
And while they're gone,
You, the trainer, use God mode. You pop into room 3, you see they're a bit stuck, you give them a clarifying question. You pop over to room 1, they're having a great debate, you just listen for a moment and leave. You are actively facilitating, not just waiting.
with 2 minutes to go.
You use the announcement feature to give a 2-minute warning. Then at the 15-minute mark, the system pulls them all back into the main room automatically.
They return to the main room. Now what?
You open the Microsoft whiteboard. You say, okay, facilitator from each room, please come off mute and tell us your top risk. I'll add them to the board as sticky notes. You populate the board, and then as a group, you start to cluster them, draw connections, and visually map the team's collective consensus on the biggest challenges. It's co-creation.
And phase 3, the aftermath. The meeting ends.
You stop the recording. You immediately export the whiteboard image as a PNG. You share the link to the recording and the whiteboard image in the meeting chat, so it's there forever.
Yeah.
You also send a follow-up email with the same assets.
And the action items.
In that email, you confirm them. As discussed, Team A will develop a mitigation strategy for Risk 1. I've assigned this task to Sarah in Planner, due next Friday. It's concrete, it's assigned, it's tracked.
And you end at 12:50 p.m., not 1:00 p.m., because you followed the 50-minute rule per hour.
And everyone leaves feeling energized and accomplished, not drained and talked at. They actually did work. They didn't just sit there and listen.
That sounds remarkably competent. It sounds like a meeting I would actually want to attend.
It feels purposeful. And that is the ultimate goal here. It's about designing an experience, not just scheduling a call.
So let's wrap this all up. We've looked at the 3 pillars: intelligent scheduling, breakout collaboration, and real-time tools. What is the big overarching takeaway here?
The takeaway is that the tools are not the destination. They are the vehicle. The destination is higher quality human connection and more effective collaboration. The source material argues, pretty convincingly I think, that by automating the robotic stuff, the scheduling, the note-taking, the file sharing, we free up our very human brains to do what we do best. Be creative, be strategic, and connect with each other.
It moves us from passive listening, staring at a screen like zombies, to active doing.
Exactly. And honestly, if we don't make this shift, we're just going to burn out. The current default way of working, the 60-minute monologue meeting, isn't sustainable. This research offers a practical path out of the meeting fatigue we all feel.
So here is our challenge to you, the listener. We threw a lot at you today, a lot of tools, a lot of strategies. Don't try to change everything tomorrow. Your team will revolt.
Please don't. Pick one thing. Just one.
Maybe it's the scheduling assistant. For the next week, just stop sending the "when are you free" emails. Just stop. See what happens.
Or maybe it's at the whiteboard. Next time you are in a meeting and the conversation is going in circles, be brave. Open the canvas and say, this is getting confusing. Let's try to draw this out so we can all see it.
Or the simplest one of all. Just enforce the 25-50 rule for your own meetings, give your team the gift of a break, and see how the energy changes.
And as you do that, ask yourself the provocative question the source material leaves us with. If all these tools exist to make meetings shorter, more focused, and more interactive, why do we keep defaulting to hour-long monologues? Is it just a habit? Or is it fear of a more dynamic, less controlled way of working?
That is the question to mull over. Go try one tool, just one, and see if it changes the vibe of your next meeting. Thanks for joining our deep dive, everyone.
See you next time. I want you to picture a scenario. It is, let's say, 4:45 p.m. on a Friday. You have a spreadsheet open in front of you. Maybe it's the budget draft for Q3. It's vital. You've spent, 3 hours wrestling with pivot tables. You hit save as, and then suddenly you're just paralyzed.
Ah, yes. The cursor hover of doom. I know it well.
Exactly. You are staring at the sidebar in Windows Explorer. You see the little blue cloud for OneDrive. You see a list of recent Teams channels. You see a mapped drive to a SharePoint site from maybe 3 years ago. And you honestly, you have no idea where this file is supposed to live.
It's the modern corporate version of standing in the middle of a room, holding a piece of paper, surrounded by 50 filing cabinets, and just having a mild existential crisis.
And be honest with yourself. In that moment of panic, do you do the right thing? Or do you just dump it on your desktop and name it something like "Don't delete Tefficin final v2.xlsx"?
I think the technical term for that is panic filing. We laugh, but, looking at the research we have today, this isn't just an annoyance. It isn't just about being tidy. It is actually a massive security vulnerability masquerading as a simple storage problem.
That's what jumped out at me in the reading. We tend to think of this as digital clutter, like having a messy bedroom. But the sources we're diving into today, specifically around the Microsoft 365 architecture, they frame this as a governance crisis. If I put that budget file in the wrong place, it's not just messy.
No, not at all.
It might be invisible to the people who desperately need it.
Or worse, visible to the entire company when it absolutely, positively shouldn't be.
So today, we are going to fix this. We are stripping down the Microsoft 365 triad. That's OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. We're going to look at the mechanics, the psychology, and frankly, the things IT usually forgets to tell you about why these 3 different buckets even exist.
And we're going to use a framework that I found in the notes. I think it's fantastic, the me, us, we model, which I know it sounds a little bit like a grammar lesson.
We're going to say, are we conjugating verbs today or saving files?
Stick with me here. It's actually the only mental model I've seen that makes the technology just sort of disappear so you can get back to work. If you can categorize what you're doing to me, us, or we, the software actually starts to make sense.
Okay, let's unpack this immediately. Give us the high-level overview before we really get into the weeds. What is this triad?
Sure. So think of it this way. OneDrive is me. It is your personal, private workspace. It's all about individual productivity, your own stuff.
Okay, me.
Then you have SharePoint. That is us. That represents the organization, the department, the official records, the big group.
Us. Got it.
And finally, you have Teams. That is we. That's the project team, the active collaboration, the dynamic back and forth between a specific group of people.
Me, us, we. Okay, I have to say, I already feel my blood pressure going down slightly.
Yeah.
It's manageable. But I want to really dig in here because I think a lot of people, myself included, misuse these tools without even realizing it. I'm guilty of it. I treat everything like a generic bucket.
Most people do. That's the default behavior. They treat cloud storage as just a big hard drive in the sky. And that's precisely where the trouble starts.
So let's start with the me. Let's dive into OneDrive. In our documents, it's defined as OneDrive for Business, and it's described as a personal cloud storage space assigned to a specific user. To me, that sounds a lot like the old My Documents folder on a Windows 95 PC.
That's not a bad way to visualize it, actually. Think of OneDrive as your personal digital desk drawer, or if you want a more mobile analogy and one that I think fits the modern worker better, think of it as your backpack.
My backpack. Okay, I like that.
It's yours. You carry it with you wherever you go. It's where you keep your notebook, your rough drafts, your pens, maybe a candy bar, or in this case, a spreadsheet you're just playing around with. It's accessible to you, but it's not open to the public. If you walk into a meeting, people aren't just digging through your backpack to find information.
Right. Of course not. They can't see what's in there unless I explicitly take something out and show it to them.
Exactly. And that brings us to the core identity of OneDrive. Privacy. By default, everything you put in OneDrive is private. It is accessible only to you, period.
Which is so crucial for that early stage of work. I call it the drafting phase. The source material talks about this a lot, drafting documents, personal research notes. This is the messy phase.
It is. And psychologically, we need that space. You absolutely need a place where you can write a terrible first draft.
Oh, absolutely.
You need a place where the formatting is all broken, the spelling is questionable, and the ideas are just half-baked. You don't want to do that in a public forum where your boss or your entire department can see the cursor blinking on a blank page.
Oh, that's the nightmare.
Yeah.
That is the actual nightmare.
Yeah.
Why has he been staring at that same paragraph for 20 minutes?
Right. It induces this kind of performance anxiety. So OneDrive provides that psychological safety. It's your sandbox. You're building a sandcastle, but you haven't invited the neighborhood kids over to play yet.
Okay, so typical use cases here. We're talking about drafting, personal notes, but what about sharing? Because I can share a file from OneDrive, right? I do it all the time. I hit that little share button, type in a name, and send it off.
You can, and this is where it starts to get interesting and a little gray. You can share from OneDrive, but the source material really emphasizes that this should be for temporary collaboration.
Temporary. Okay, define temporary for me.
Think of it like this. You're writing that big report. You want one colleague, maybe your work buddy, to just sanity check the introduction. So you share the link from your OneDrive, they pop in, leave a couple of comments, you make the edits, and then you're done. That's fine. That's a one-to-one interaction. It's a quick look.
Okay, so I'm basically handing them the paper from my backpack. They glance at it and they hand it right back.
Exactly. But you don't keep the permanent official team copy of that report in your backpack forever. And this brings us to the big governance warning in our research. This is the part that usually scares people, and frankly, it should. It's so important to understand. They call it the departure risk.
The departure risk.
Or as I like to call it, the lottery bus factor.
Morbid, but go on.
It is the single biggest risk with OneDrive. We have to remember who owns the data. I mean, technically the organization owns it, but practically it is managed by you, the user. The storage is tied directly to your identity.
Right. It's attached to my login, my email address.
So let's play out a scenario. You are working on a massive project, a critical yearly report, and for whatever reason, you decide to keep the master copy of this file in your OneDrive. You share a link with the team so everyone can see it, and you think, great, we're collaborating.
Yeah, that sounds functional enough. I'm the owner of the document, everyone else is editing. What's the problem?
The problem is, you leave. Let's say you get a better job offer, or you retire, or you win the lottery and buy an island in Fiji.
I am definitely preferring the Fiji scenario.
You're on a beach in Fiji, sipping a coconut.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the office, HR processes your exit. And usually, within 30 to 90 days, depending on the company's IT policies, your account is disabled and then permanently deleted.
And the files in my OneDrive.
Gone.
Just poof, like they never existed.
Poof, because the backpack was attached to the person. When the person is removed from the system automatically cleans up the backpack.
Well, wait, what about the link I sent everyone? The one they all bookmarked? The one the boss uses every Monday morning for the team meeting?
It's a dead link. It'll just say 404, not found, access denied.
That is genuinely terrifying.
It creates a massive crisis. And unless there was a specific, and I mean very specific, retention policy applied, which costs money and storage, so not every company does it for every single user, or unless IT manually went in and moved all your data during that very small window between you leaving and your account being deleted, that critical yearly report is just gone forever.
So by keeping us data, or we data, in a me container, I've basically put the entire organization at risk. I've made myself a single point of failure.
Precisely. And honestly, even if you don't leave the company, there is the bottleneck issue. Let's say you go on that vacation to Fiji for 2 weeks, and the CEO suddenly needs an urgent update to that file, and it's locked away in your private OneDrive.
They have to call me on the beach.
They have to call you on the beach. Or they have to get IT to break into your account, which is a whole legal and privacy headache that nobody wants to deal with. It's just bad governance. It's inefficient.
That is such a clear distinction. Me implies that if me is gone, the file is gone, and that should be okay. If it's not okay that the file disappears when I disappear, it shouldn't be in my OneDrive.
That is the golden rule. Write that down. If the business relies on it, get it out of the backpack.
Okay, that's a perfect transition. So I've drafted my document in my me space. It's polished up. It's ready for the big time. I need to move it to a place where the organization, the U.S., can use it, see it, and keep it safe, even if I move to Fiji. This brings us to the S in our framework. Section 2, SharePoint.
The organizational backbone.
Now, I have to be honest here. When I hear SharePoint, I involuntarily cringe a little bit.
You are not alone in that. Not at all.
It has a reputation. For a lot of people, myself included for a long time, SharePoint is just a scary word for that clunky, ugly website where I can never find the HR forms and where important documents go to die.
It absolutely has that legacy, doesn't it? From the, the early 2000s where it was slow and clunky and just not intuitive. But SharePoint Online today is a completely different platform. It's built for departmental content management. If OneDrive is your backpack, Think of SharePoint as the corporate library,
The corporate library.
or the main filing cabinet in the hallway, or maybe even the official town square.
The town square. Okay, so this is public space for the
It's semi-public within the organization, yeah.
Yeah.
It's where you go when something is official.
official. That seems to be the key word here. It's about finality.
It is. The main use cases here are things like policies, procedures, company manuals, the stuff that needs to be the single source of truth. If I need to know the travel expense policy for 2026, I shouldn't be asking you to email me a version from your desktop.
No, because if I email you the one from my desktop, it might be the 2024 version. Or it might be the one where I highlighted my own specific questions in bright yellow.
Exactly. And then you submit your expenses based on old rules, they get rejected, finance gets mad at you, you get mad at me, and we've all wasted hours. SharePoint is designed to solve that version control problem. It's highly structured, it uses things called document libraries, and here is the magic word, metadata.
Okay, let's stop right there. Metadata. That sounds super technical. I can feel my eyes starting to glaze over. But the notes say, this is the superpower that solves the folder hell problem. Explain that to me like I'm 5.
Okay, let's talk about folder hell. We all live there. How do you organize your files on your own computer?
Folders. I have a folder for invoices. Then inside that I have 2024. Then inside that I have January, February, etc. It's like a Russian nesting doll of folders.
Right. And that probably works okay for you. But what if I'm looking for a specific invoice for Acme Corp? Do I look in an Acme Corp folder, or do I start by looking in the 2024 folder? Or do you have a paid versus unpaid folder?
I don't know. You have to guess how my brain works, which is a scary place to be.
Exactly. Folders require everyone to share the exact same mental map of the information, and we don't. This is why shared drives become these digital graveyards. You see paths like shared documents, finance old, do not use archive, really do not use.
I swear I've seen that exact folder path with the caps and everything.
So enter metadata. Think about how you shop on a site like Amazon. When you want to buy a shirt, do you click through a folder structured like clothing, then men's, then shirts, then blue, then size medium?
No, of course not. That would take forever. I just type blue shirt in the search bar, and then I use the filters on the side. I click medium. I click under $50. I click prime delivery.
That is metadata. You are filtering by attributes, not by a physical location. SharePoint lets you do that with your files. You can upload a document and tag it. Tag it as a contract. Tag it with an expiration date, 2027. Tag it with department.hr.
So you don't have to name the file HR contract final V3 for Acme Corp expires 2027. Please signed up PDF.
Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not do that.
We've all done that, though. Let's be real.
We have. We've all been there. But SharePoint lets you build a view. You can create a page that says, show me all active contracts, or show me all contracts expiring this month. You can't do that with a folder structure. You can only do that in a structured library with metadata. It flattens the hierarchy. You don't need to know where the file is. You just need to know what it is.
That makes so much sense. It's really about retrieval. OneDrive is for creation and drafting. SharePoint is for retrieval and long-term management.
And broad communication. This is another key point. Company intranets are built on SharePoint. When you go to your company's homepage to read the CEO's latest blog post or see the news updates, that's almost always a SharePoint communication site. It's one-to-many communication, publishing.
Now, what about the governance here? We talked about the risk in OneDrive being that it's tied to the user. Who owns the data in SharePoint? Who's in control?
The organization, or more specifically, the department. It is managed by designated site owners or by IT directly. It's not tied to an individual.
So it's just inherently safer.
Much, much safer. It has really strong, granular permission controls. You can set it so these 5 people in the legal department can edit this policy, but the other 500 employees in the company can only read it. You can't really do that easily or reliably in OneDrive. Plus, it supports critical compliance features like e-discovery.
E-discovery, what's that?
It's legal stuff. If the company gets sued or goes through an audit, the lawyers use e-discovery tools to search the entire SharePoint environment for relevant documents. They aren't digging through everyone's personal backpacks unless they really, really have to. If you want your work to be part of the permanent, legal, auditable record of the company, it belongs in SharePoint.
Okay, so this is starting to get really clear. We have me, OneDrive, for drafting the messy private stuff. We have us, SharePoint, for publishing the official, polished, permanent stuff. But there is a huge gap in the middle, because most of my day isn't spent drafting alone in a dark room, and it's not spent publishing final approved policies.
Right.
It's spent working with other people. It's the messy middle. It's the we.
And that is exactly where Microsoft Teams comes in. That's the niche it was designed to fill.
Section 3, Microsoft Teams, the collaboration hub.
And hub is exactly the right word. If OneDrive is the backpack and SharePoint is the library, think of Teams as the conference room, or maybe even the war room.
The war room. I like that because it implies action, it implies energy, maybe a little bit of noise and chaos.
It is active. It is where the work actually happens. It's for project teams. It's dynamic. It's real time.
But there is a technical reveal in the source material here that I think is going to blow some minds. It certainly confused the heck out of me when I first read it. The text calls it the behind-the-scenes review.
Oh, this is the red pill moment of Microsoft 365.
Yeah.
Once you see this, you can't unsee it.
Okay, so lay it on us. What's the big secret?
Microsoft Teams, from a file storage perspective, does not exist.
Excuse me, I use it literally every single day. I see the little purple icon on my taskbar. I live in it.
I know. But as a storage platform, it's an illusion. When you click on the Files tab in a Teams channel, you think you are looking at files that are stored inside the Teams application, but you aren't.
That all. And we're looking at, where are my files?
You are looking through a window. Teams is just a user interface. It's a skin, a front end. When you create a new team, let's say you create one called Project Alpha, Microsoft 365 automatically runs a script in the background and creates a full SharePoint site collection called Project Alpha.
So the files aren't actually in the Teams app?
No. Every single file you upload to a Teams channel is actually physically stored in a document library on that SharePoint site that was created for your team. Teams just provides a convenient way to display it to you.
So Teams is just sitting on top of SharePoint, like a hat?
Ideally, yes. For files, it's SharePoint. For your chat messages, it's using Exchange and other services. But for your documents, Teams is essentially a really nice chat-integrated web browser for a specific SharePoint site.
That explains so much. That explains why sometimes I try to rename a channel in Teams and it doesn't rename the corresponding folder in SharePoint and everything gets confusing.
Oh, the classic rename pain. Yes.
Yeah.
Because you changed the name on the window, which is the Teams channel, but the room behind it, the SharePoint folder, kept the old name to prevent all the links from breaking. It's a form of technical debt.
And it also explains why if I delete a file in the Teams Files tab, it's gone from the SharePoint site too, because it's the same file.
Because it is the SharePoint site. You just deleted it from the source through that Teams window.
Okay, so if it's just SharePoint in a trench coat, why do we even use Teams? Why not just go directly to the SharePoint site?
Context.
Yeah.
That is the critical word. In SharePoint, the file just sits there. It's static. It's a record in a library. In Teams, the file is wrapped in conversation.
Wrapped in conversation. Explain what you mean by that.
Think about how we used to work 5 or 10 years ago. You would email me a Word document. Please review. I would open it, turn on track changes, and email it back. See attached comments. Now we have 2 copies of the file.
And then I reply all with, wait, did you see version 2 that I sent 10 minutes ago? And now we have 3 copies and nobody knows which one's the right one.
The dreaded reply all chain of doom. Exactly. Teams is designed to kill that forever. In Teams, the file sits there in the tab. We chat about the file in the post right next to it. Or even better, we open the file and co-author it in real time while we're on a voice call, all within the same window.
So the communication about the work happens in the exact same place as the work itself.
Precisely. It dramatically reduces context switching. You aren't jumping between Outlook and your File Explorer and a browser window. You are in the war room. The blueprint is on the table, and we are all standing around it with markers, arguing about where the new door should go.
That's a great visual. So typical use cases for Teams, the we bucket, are things like cross-functional collaboration.
Right. People from marketing, engineering, and sales all coming together for a new product launch. They don't belong to the same department, so they can't just use the marketing SharePoint site because engineering doesn't have access.
And they can't use the engineering site because sales doesn't have access.
Exactly. They need a shared neutral ground to work together. That's a team.
And also for task-based work.
Yes. We need to plan the annual holiday party. We need to launch this new website by Friday. We need to solve this urgent customer crisis. These are all active, often time-bound efforts.
Time-bound. Okay, that leads us to another friction point that was mentioned in the notes. Life cycle management. Because I'm looking at my Teams list right now on my other monitor, and I see a team called Holiday Party 2019.
Ah, the zombie teams. They're everywhere.
It's still there. Why is it still there? The party was years ago.
Because we are all digital hoarders. And because we mistakenly treat Teams like a storage archive. But Teams is for activity. Once the activity stops, the team should, well, it should die. It should be archived or deleted.
But I don't want to lose the files. The photos from the party were great. And the vendor contracts might be useful.
And this is where the cycle completes. This is the beautiful part. When the project is done, when the active phase is over, you should take the final important assets, the photos, the final budget, the signed vendor contracts, and move them. Where?
To the US bucket, to a SharePoint site.
Gold star, exactly. You move the final official assets to the US space, like the HR department's SharePoint site, where they can be tagged and archived properly for the long term, and then you delete or archive the team.
You close down the war room.
You turn off the lights and you lock the door. You don't leave the room open and cluttered forever just because you might want to look at a Post-it note from 5 years ago.
That is a beautiful workflow. I can actually visualize it now. It flows from me in OneDrive during the drafting phase, then it moves to we in Teams for active collaboration, and then the final outputs move to us in SharePoint for permanent archiving.
That is the ideal data life cycle. Me, we, us.
It makes so much sense when you say it out loud like that, but I know for a fact that people are listening to this and thinking, okay, but the lines are still a little blurry in my day-to-day. So let's do the showdown. Section 4. A comparative analysis. Let's put these tools head-to-head on a few key criteria.
Let's break it down.
Okay, first up, ownership. Who owns the data? Who's in charge?
All right, OneDrive. You own it. It's low governance. It's the Wild West of your own making. Teams, the group owns it. We'll call that medium governance. The team owners decide who gets in and out of the war room. And SharePoint, the organization owns it. That's high governance. IT and official site owners control all the keys to the library.
Perfect. Next, collaboration style. How do we work together in each tool?
OneDrive, it's limited. It's really for one-to-one sharing. The style is, take a quick look at this for me. It's very ad hoc. Teams, it's real time. The style is, let's build this thing together right now. It's chatting while typing. It's high velocity, very dynamic. SharePoint, it's structured. The style is, here is the official policy, read it. It's about publishing and consumption. It's slow velocity, very deliberate.
That distinction between building together in teams and publishing for consumption in SharePoint feels like the key differentiator.
Right.
Because as we just learned, technically, they are both SharePoint under the hood.
Right. But the intent is completely different. It's the human process that matters. If you're expecting people to actively edit the document with you, use Teams. If you expect people to just read the document and follow its instructions, use SharePoint.
That is a simple rule of thumb. I love that. Okay, now let's talk about the bad habits. This is my favorite part. Section 5. Best practices and common mistakes. Because knowing what to do is half the battle. Knowing what not to do is the other, more interesting half. The outline lists 3 big traps. Let's walk through the first one, the silo trap.
The silo trap is when you treat OneDrive as your primary storage for everything, usually because you're afraid of losing control of your files.
Oh, my precious syndrome.
Exactly. You have files that are critical to your department, maybe the official budget templates, the master client lists, and you keep them locked away in your personal OneDrive. We've already talked about the massive risk of you leaving the company, but there's another, more daily risk, right? Just day-to-day friction.
Yeah, if I need that master client list and it's in your personal backpack, I have to stop what I'm doing and ask you for it.
And maybe you're in a meeting, or maybe you're on a flight with no Wi-Fi. Now I'm stuck. I literally cannot do my job because the data I need is trapped in your personal silo.
It creates bottlenecks everywhere.
Huge bottlenecks. And it creates duplicates. Because if I can't reach you, I might get frustrated and just create my own version of the client list.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 lists. Which one is right? Now we have a data integrity mess.
Ugh, okay. Trap number 2, the hoarder trap. This one is about teams.
This is using Teams as a document archive. You finish the project, but you just leave everything there. All the files, all the drafts, all the meeting notes, just sitting in the Files tab of the team channel, and you never clean it up.
Why is that so bad? I mean, the data is still there, right? I can search for it if I need it.
Have you ever tried to use the global search in Teams?
It's not great.
It is notoriously difficult because Teams creates so much digital noise. If you have 50 active teams and you search for the word contract, you're going to get hundreds of results from chat logs, from random files, from wikis. It's overwhelmingly noisy. Teams is designed for the now. It's for what's happening this week. It is not designed to be a library. If you use it as a museum for old files, it becomes the digital equivalent of a junk drawer.
I know it's in here somewhere. It's under the takeout menus and the rubber bands.
That's it, exactly. Move the finished goods, the artifacts, to the library, to SharePoint. Keep the war room clean and ready for the next battle.
Okay, final trap. Trap number 3, the open door trap. This is about over-permissioning SharePoint.
This is a security nightmare. Sometimes people set up a new SharePoint site and they just click share with everyone in the organization or public because, they don't want to deal with a flood of access requests.
I just want them to be able to see it. Stop asking me for passwords and permissions.
Right. It's the path of least resistance. But then, a week later, you accidentally upload a spreadsheet with the entire department's salary information or customer social security numbers or sensitive project details about a merger that hasn't been announced yet.
And because the site has that open door policy,
literally everyone in the company can now see it. And what's worse, with modern tools like Delve and Microsoft Graph, the system might actually recommend that file to people. It'll pop up and say, hey, check out this popular salary spreadsheet.
oh wow, so the AI actually surfaces and amplifies your mistake.
It does. It thinks it's being helpful. This file looks popular. You might be interested. So SharePoint is incredibly powerful, but with great power comes great responsibility. You have to follow the security principle of least privilege. Only give access to the specific people who absolutely need it for their job.
It really seems like convenience versus security is always the central battle in technology.
It is. But in the long run, good security and good organization is actually more convenient for everyone. Because cleaning up a massive data leak is way, way less convenient than setting permissions correctly in the first place.
Touché. Okay, I want to make this real for people. We've covered a lot of theory. Let's walk through the university scenario from our notes. This really helped me visualize the flow of information because universities are such chaotic, complex places with lots of different types of work happening at once.
This is a great narrative to tie it all together. So let's imagine a university setting. We have a professor. Let's call him Professor Smith.
Professor Smith. He has an idea for a groundbreaking new research paper. He's just brainstorming. He's sitting in a coffee shop, sketching out ideas on his laptop, maybe writing a rough abstract. Where does he do this?
Step 1, OneDrive. It's the me phase. It's messy. It's private. He definitely doesn't want the dean of the university seeing his half-formed, probably incoherent ideas. He saves it in his personal OneDrive. It syncs to his laptop. He can work on it at home or in his office. It's his backpack.
Okay, so the idea starts to take shape. It's getting good. He applies for a research grant, and he gets it. Fantastic. Now he needs a team. He recruits 2 other faculty members from different departments and 3 grad students to help with the research.
Now we officially enter step 2, the we phase. He goes into Microsoft Teams and creates a new team called Quantum Biology Research Project.
And he invites the other faculty and the students to join the team.
He does. And importantly, and this is the critical behavior change we want people to adopt, he doesn't just email them the draft from his OneDrive. He uploads that draft from his backpack into the Teams file tab.
He moves it from the backpack to the conference room table for everyone to see.
Yes. Now, the grad students can read it, they can comment on it directly, they can have a conversation in the channel. Hey, professor, I think this citation on page 3 is wrong. They can have their weekly video meetings right there in Teams to discuss the methodology. The document is living and breathing in the we space. It's being co-authored.
And this goes on for months. They're collecting data, analyzing it, writing, rewriting. It's dynamic. There are new versions and files flying back and forth every day.
It is. It's active work. But eventually, the paper is finished, it's peer-reviewed, it gets published in a prestigious journal, the grant money is spent, the project is, for all intents and purposes, over.
And that brings us to step 3.
Step 3, the US phase. The final published paper, along with the official cleaned-up data sets that the university requires to be kept for compliance because universities have very strict rules about research data retention. All of that is moved to the official Department of Science SharePoint site.
Into the institutional repository, the library.
Into the library. It gets tagged with metadata. Year, 2026. Author, Smith, et al. Subject, biology. Grant ID, 12345. It's now part of the official, searchable, permanent record of the university.
And the team, the Quantum Biology Research Project team.
The team can be archived. The chat history is preserved in the background if it's ever needed for legal or compliance reasons, but the active workspace is closed down. The final product is safe and sound in the library, accessible to the whole department or the entire university as a record of knowledge.
From the messy notes in a private backpack, to the busy collaborative table in the war room, to the permanent organized shelf in the public library.
Me, we, us. The complete life cycle.
It's a perfect circle, and it highlights something really profound about the nature of modern work. Work isn't static, it changes states.
It does. Information has a life cycle. And if you try to force every single stage of that life cycle into one tool, if you try to do everything in OneDrive or everything in Teams, you're going to create friction. You're using a hammer to turn a screw. It doesn't work.
So, bringing this all home, we've been talking for a while now, and I feel like I have a much, much clearer map in my head. But I also feel a little bit of guilt because I know for a fact my OneDrive is currently full of things that probably belong in a SharePoint site somewhere.
I think we all have some digital decluttering to do after this conversation.
But for the listener, what is the big takeaway here? Why should they spend their Friday afternoon reorganizing their files instead of, leaving early?
I think the big takeaway is that this isn't just about following IT rules to be a good corporate citizen. It's about being more effective at your job. And honestly, it's about your professional reputation.
Explain that. Reputation. How does file storage affect my reputation?
Think about it. In a modern, remote-first or hybrid office, your digital organization is your body language. If your data is messy, hidden away in private silos and hard for your colleagues to find, you look disorganized. You look like a bottleneck.
You're the person everyone has to chase down for a file. Nobody wants to be that person.
Exactly. But if your work moves seamlessly from me to we to us, if you are the person who reliably publishes their finished work to the library so others can build on it, you are building institutional intelligence. You are a multiplier for your team. You have a reputation for being organized and collaborative.
That's a really powerful thought. Are you building a company, or are you just a bunch of individuals with backpacks working near each other?
That's it, exactly. The shift from my files to our knowledge is the key to a mature, high-functioning organization.
So here is our final provocative thought for you, the listener. We want you to do a mini audit. Just take 5 minutes a day, open up your OneDrive. Are there files in there that your team would be absolutely desperate for if you suddenly vanished to Fiji tomorrow?
And if the answer is yes, move them. Move them today.
Then look at your list of teams. Are you treating that dynamic war room like a dusty storage unit for projects that ended 2 years ago? Is it time to archive some of those and move the final assets to the library?
And finally, look at your department's SharePoint site. Are you contributing to the collective brain of your company, or are you just keeping all your valuable knowledge locked up in your own backpack?
It's a digital health check.
Yeah.
And it might just save you and your boss a whole lot of panic down the road.
Absolutely. The me, us, we framework. It's the simple question that solves the digital clutter problem.
Write it on a sticky note, put it on your monitor. Next time you go to save a file, just stop for 1 second and ask yourself, is this for me? Is this for us? Or is this for we?
It's the simple question that solves the digital clutter problem.
Thank you so much for walking us through this. I feel more organized already just talking about it.
My pleasure. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I have to go clean up my own OneDrive.
Same here.
Yeah.
And to our listeners, thanks for diving deep with us. We'll see you on the next one. Stay curious and stay organized.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We are doing something a little different today. Usually we're out here looking at these huge macro trends, economics, history, these super specialized tech stacks that maybe 3 people in the audience use, but are, fascinating to everyone.
Right, the big picture stuff.
The big picture stuff. But today we're looking at something that is, well, it's sitting right in front of you. It is probably open on your screen right now or, minimized in the background while you listen to this. We are talking about Microsoft 365.
The operating system of the modern workforce. Or at least you could say it's the digital air that most of the corporate world breathes.
Exactly. And I know what you, our listener, are probably thinking right now. I can almost hear the collective groan. I know how to use Word. I know how to send an email. I know how to make a pivot table if I, really have to.
The basics?
The basics. But here's the thing. The stack of research we're working through today, specifically this really comprehensive guide on mastering data resilience and productivity, it suggests that most of us are driving a Ferrari like it's a golf cart.
That's a great analogy.
We're using maybe 5% of the capability, and we're totally ignoring the safety features that are literally designed to save our careers.
That is a very, very apt analogy.
Yeah.
And to extend it a bit, most people don't even think to look under the hood until the engine starts smoking. They just, drive it until something breaks.
Right, and then it's panic. So we're looking at the hidden mechanisms today, the things that act as a safety net when you make a catastrophic mistake, and let's be honest, we will all make them, and the engines that can actually buy you back time in your day. This isn't about, bolding text or changing fonts. This is about governance, resilience, and automation.
And that's the core distinction the source material makes right at the start, which I think is just vital for framing this whole conversation. It doesn't frame Microsoft 365 as just a set of office tools like, I don't know, a stapler or a calculator. It sees it as an environment.
An ecosystem.
An ecosystem, exactly.
Yeah.
And in that environment, you have two main directives, two pillars that the text just keeps coming back to. Data resilience, which is, how you survive disasters, and productivity optimization, which is how you stop drowning in all the noise.
Data resilience. It sounds a lot better than just backups. It sounds stronger, more active.
It is more than backup. A backup is static. It's a snapshot. You take it, you put it on a shelf, and it just gathers digital dust. Resilience is, it's active.
Yeah.
It's a system that's alive, it breathes. The source calls it a governance framework that's operating constantly in the background, whether you're paying attention to it or not.
Okay, so our mission today is to unpack the system. We have a lot to get through. We're going to look at what I'm calling the time machine features, so version history and this multi-stage recovery process.
Then we're going to deconstruct Outlook calendar management, which I have to say turns out to be way more political and psychological than I ever expected.
Oh, it's a battlefield. Your calendar's a battlefield.
It really is. And finally, we're going to talk about quick steps, which might just be the most underutilized feature in the entire suite.
I would absolutely agree with that. Quick steps are the closest thing a non-technical user gets to, like writing code to run their life, but without actually having to learn a programming language. It's automation for everyone.
Before we get to the coding and the productivity hacks, though, we have to start with the nightmares. The source material puts a really heavy emphasis on data resilience. And let's be real for a second. We need to talk about that feeling, that sinking feeling. You know the one.
Oh, yeah.
You delete a file, you empty the trash, and then, 3 days later you realize you desperately needed it. Or you open a document you've been working on for a month, and page 4 is just, it's gone. Blank.
The stomach drop. It's a visceral physical reaction. You feel it in your gut. The stomach drop. That's it. The source material suggests that this panic is actually, unnecessary if, and this is a big if, you understand the governance framework that's operating in the background.
Right. And governance framework, it sounds so dry. It sounds like something a compliance officer talks about in a boring meeting. But, think of it more like the laws of physics inside the software. If you understand gravity, you don't fall off a ladder. If you understand versioning and retention, you don't lose your data.
I like that. The laws of physics.
So the text really highlights that this applies across the board.
Yeah.
It's in OneDrive, it's in SharePoint, Teams, Word, Excel. It's a unified safety layer. It's not, piecemeal where this app has it, but that one doesn't.
Okay, so let's dig into the first layer of that safety net. Segment 1, the time machine. Specifically, version history. Now, help me get my head around this. I save a file, I edit it, I save it again. In the old days, that was it. The old file was dead. Gone forever.
Historically, yes. Saving a file was a fundamentally destructive act. When you hit save back in 1999 or even 2009 in some systems, you were physically overwriting the previous set of data on the disk. The old version was just gone. It was binary. It's either this or it was that. No in between.
Right. And that's why we all have these folders on our hard drives called, report final V2, then report final real, and my personal favorite, report to Nona, edit you sit the zone.
Yes. We were all manually managing the versioning because the system wouldn't do it for us. You were acting as the version control system. What the source material emphasizes about the modern Microsoft 365 environment is that automatic versioning changes the fundamental nature of what a file even is. A file isn't a static object anymore, it's a stream. It's a living timeline.
So when I'm typing in a Word doc that's stored on OneDrive and I say I delete a whole paragraph because I think it's garbage and then I hit save, the system isn't just erasing those bytes from existence.
No, not at all. The source explains that every edit, or more accurately, every save interval, because it's auto-saving constantly, it creates a new version marker. The system just stacks them up. So you have version 1.0, then 2.0, 3.0, and so on, sometimes dozens or even hundreds of versions.
And the text points out that this happens without you even asking for it.
Right. Without user intervention, you don't have to opt in. It's the default state of the ecosystem. It's just happening.
Which is key, right? Because we usually forget to ask for insurance until after the car crash. But here's something from the notes that really caught my eye, and I want to drill down on this a little. It's not just about restoring the file. It's not just saying, oh, give me back the file from Tuesday. It's about version comparison.
Yes. This is a feature that moves us from just recovery to forensics. And this is where the power users really separate themselves from the casual users. This is a huge deal.
Forensics. Wow, that sounds really intense. You make it sound like a crime scene investigation.
Well, in a corporate environment, sometimes it is.
Yeah.
I mean, think about a collaborative document. You've got a high-stakes strategy paper. You have 5 different people editing it. Legal, marketing, sales, maybe the CEO, and you.
A recipe for disaster.
Exactly. You open it up on a Tuesday morning, and the conclusion is just different. The tone is off. Or maybe a specific clause, something about liability is just missing. But you don't know why, and more importantly, you don't know who did it.
And usually in that scenario, you just have to accept it, I guess. Or you send that really passive-aggressive email to the whole group asking, hey, team, just wondering who changed the conclusion.
Which nobody will ever answer.
Yeah.
Or you get 3 people replying all and say, not me. But the source material highlights this compare function. You can literally take version 15 from yesterday afternoon and compare it directly to version 16 from this morning.
What does that look like?
The system will lay them over each other. It opens a special view, sort of like a track changes view on steroids, that highlights exactly what was cut in red and exactly what was added in green. And, this is the crucial part, it tells you who did it and when.
So it provides accountability. It says right there, Dave deleted the liability clause at 4:00 p.m. yesterday.
It provides accountability, yes, absolutely. But it also provides context, which is maybe even more important. Sometimes these changes aren't malicious. Someone just thought a sentence was redundant or they were trying to clarify a point. By comparing the versions, you can see the evolution of the thought process in the document. You aren't just getting your data back, you're getting the history of the decision-making back. You could actually see the conversation that happened inside the document itself without anyone ever writing a comment.
That's a really important distinction. It turns the document from a dead artifact into a living record. I love that. But let's go to the darker side, the big oops moment. I don't just edit the file. I delete it. I drag it to the trash. I empty the trash. I'm on a roll. I'm cleaning up my desktop, feeling productive, and I accidentally delete the wrong entire folder.
The shift-delete scenario. Classic. The moment of realization usually comes about 2 seconds after your finger leaves a key. A cold sweat.
Is it gone? Is it really gone forever? Because the source material outlines these 3 levels of recovery. It almost sounds like a video game with extra lives. How deep does this rabbit hole actually go?
It goes a lot deeper than most people realize. So level 1 is what the source calls the user safety net. This is your standard everyday recycle bin. We all know this one.
Right.
You delete something, it goes there. The text notes, the files sit here for a specific retention period, which can be set by your company's admin.
And that's usually what, a month?
Right.
3 months?
It really depends on the organization's policy, but typically there's a pretty generous window. In many default Microsoft 365 configurations, it's around 93 days. So if you realize your mistake a week later or even 2 months later, you can just go in, right-click, and restore.
And no one has to know.
Exactly. You don't have to tell anyone you mess up. It's a private, personal recovery.
That is the save face layer. I like that. But let's say I'm having a really, really bad month. I delete the file, I ignore it for 90+ days, or even worse, I go into the recycle bin and I purge that too because I'm trying to free up space and I'm being super aggressive with my spring cleaning.
You double deleted it.
I double deleted it. Now I realize I need the file. I check the bin. It is empty. My heart sinks. What now?
Now, you have officially pierced the first layer of defense. You're in the danger zone. Most users would give up here. They'd assume the data is overwritten, gone, lost to the ages. But the text highlights level 2, the second stage recycle bin.
This is the feature that I'm willing to bet most people listening right now do not know exists. The notes call it the admin safety net.
That's right. In the SharePoint and OneDrive architecture, when a user purges a file from their personal first stage recycle bin, it doesn't just vanish from the server instantly. It moves to this secondary holding tank. It is, in effect, a fail-safe for the fail-safe.
It's like a purgatory for files. They're not in heaven, they're not in hell, they're just waiting.
Precisely. A perfect way to put it. But here is the catch, and the source is very clear on this. The user generally cannot see this bin. You can't access it from your standard OneDrive or SharePoint interface. It's hidden from view.
So this is where I have to admit defeat. This is where I have to swallow my pride.
This is the walk of shame moment. You have to put in a ticket with IT. You have to write that email. Hi, I deleted the file, and then I also deleted the backup of the deleted file, and I really, really need your help.
Oh, that's a painful email to write.
It is. But the good news is, for the administrator, retrieving it is trivial. It's just a few clicks in the SharePoint Admin Center. The data is there. It hasn't been scrubbed from the physical disk yet. There's another retention period on this second stage bin as well.
That is incredibly reassuring, though. It means the system is built to protect us from our own worst impulses to clean house. We can't actually destroy the data as easily as we think we can.
It does. It assumes human error is a given. But then we have level 3. The notes call this one the nuclear option. And this isn't for when you delete a single file. This is for when something truly terrible happens to you.
And the source specifically calls out ransomware here, the big one.
Ransomware, or what they call mass deletion events. Let's paint the picture, because it's terrifying. You click a bad link in an email, a little script runs in the background, you don't see it happen, but it starts crawling through your entire OneDrive. It opens every Word doc, every Excel sheet, every PDF you've ever worked on, and it encrypts them. It turns your life's work into gibberish.
And you can't just undo that, because the file has been saved over with the new encrypted version. Version history would show the last good version, but for thousands of files.
Exactly. You could theoretically use version history on every single file. You go to file number 1, click Restore. Go to file number 2, click Restore. But if you have 10,000 files in your OneDrive, that will take you until you retire. It is not a viable strategy.
So what does the nuclear option do? How does it fight back?
So the source details a feature called OneDrive File Restore. This is something completely different. It's like a sliding scale for your entire drive. You go into the settings, and you're presented with a histogram, a chart of your file activity over the last 30 days. You'll see a mostly flat line, and then a massive, terrifying spike in changes at 10:42 a.m. That's the attack. That is the moment the script ran.
So you can visually identify the moment of impact on a timeline.
Exactly. It's unmistakable.
Ah.
And the tool allows you to literally drag a cursor on that timeline back to 10:41 a.m., just 1 minute before that spike. You pick the last known good state.
And it rolls everything back, the whole drive.
The entire drive, every folder, every file, reverted to the state it was in at that exact minute. It completely undoes the attack. It bulk deletes all the encrypted versions and bulk restores all the clean versions.
That is unbelievably powerful. It really is a time machine. You're not just restoring a file, you're wiping out the timeline where the bad thing happened.
It's the ultimate resilience tool. It turns what could be a career-ending, company-destroying disaster into what amounts to a minor inconvenience and a half hour of work. But, and we have to pivot to the best practices section of the text here, it all relies on the system being configured correctly in the first place.
Right. You can't use a tool you haven't turned on, or I guess a tool you don't even know you have. What are the key takeaways for setup? If I'm a listener, what do I need to check right now?
Okay, first and most important, enable versioning in SharePoint libraries. In modern setups, this is almost always on by default. Microsoft wants this on. But if you're in an older legacy environment, or if an overzealous admin turned it off to save a tiny amount of disk space 5 years ago, you need to check. If versioning is off, there are no breadcrumbs. There is no time machine.
No breadcrumbs, no way home. Got it. That's number 1.
Second, apply retention policies. This is a little more on the legal and compliance side of things, but it's super important. A retention policy ensures that data is kept for a specific number of years, say 7 years, regardless of user deletion. Even if it's purged from both recycle bins, the retention policy holds a copy in a special preserved library.
So this is for legal discovery and things like that.
Exactly. It's often required by law in industries like finance or healthcare, but the source suggests it's good practice everywhere. It's another layer of the onion.
And the third one in the notes is user education, which, sometimes feels like a cop-out, but I guess in this case it really is true.
It's probably the most critical one of all. You can have the second stage recycle bin and you can have file restore, but if the user is sitting at their desk crying because they think their last 5 years of work is gone, the technology has failed. They need to know the button exists. They need to be trained that undo is not just for typos, but for full-blown disasters.
Technology can't fix a lack of knowledge. I like that. Okay, so we've built our bunker, our data is resilient, we can survive a crash, but surviving isn't the same as thriving, right? We need to get some work done, we need to actually produce something.
Which brings us very nicely to segment 2, mastering time.
We're moving from the file system to the calendar, and honestly, reading the source material on this was a huge eye-opener for me. I think most people, myself included, treat their calendar as a passive bucket. You know, if someone sends me an invite, I accept it. If there's a blank space on my calendar, well, I guess I can fill it.
That is the victim mentality of time management.
Right.
You're just letting other people dictate your day, your priorities. The source advocates for what it calls calendar optimization. It treats the calendar as a resource that you have to manage aggressively, just like a budget.
That's a great way to put it.
You wouldn't let strangers just reach into your wallet and take out $20 whenever they wanted, but we let them reach into our calendar and take an hour constantly, without a second thought.
That is a painful, painful truth. So, let's talk about the mechanics of taking control back. Advanced calendar features. The notes mention shared calendars and groups. This feels like the first step.
It is step 1 in breaking down the silos. I mean, if everyone in a team keeps a private paper diary or a digital calendar that's totally locked down, then scheduling anything is impossible. Microsoft 365 is fundamentally built on the idea of transparency for collaboration. Calendar groups allow you to overlay schedules.
Right, the overlay view. I use this. You toggle 5 people and it just looks like this lasagna of appointments. It's a total mess of color.
It can be visually messy, yes, I'll grant you that. But it provides instant data. Your brain can process that visual information way faster than reading 5 emails. You can see the white space. You can see the patterns. Oh, everyone seems to be free on Wednesday afternoons.
Okay, but the source material goes deeper into permissions. This is where the governance comes back in. It's not just on or off.
Right. It lists a few levels. View is the standard. I can see that you're busy, but I don't know what you're doing. Edit is a level of trust. I can actually move your meeting if I need to. But delegate is where it gets really interesting for efficiency. This is effectively giving someone power of attorney over your time.
The classic executive assistant scenario.
Yes, that's the primary use case.
Yeah.
But it's also incredibly useful for project leads or team captains. If you're running a tight project, having a deputy who can move your meetings around without having to ask you first is a massive efficiency gain. It removes that whole email bottleneck. Hey, can we move this to 3? Yes. Okay, moving it now. The delegate just does it.
Speaking of removing the email bottleneck, we have to talk about the scheduling assistant. This is my personal crusade. Why, in the year 2026, are we still sending emails that say, "Are you free Tuesday at 2? No. Okay, how about Wednesday at 4? No, Dave is busy Wednesday. Okay, how about next Thursday morning? It's maddening.
It is a baffling cultural inertia. We have had the tool to solve this for more than a decade, but we still default to this painful, slow conversation. The source material is very, very firm on this. Use the scheduling assistant. It's not optional for efficient teams.
For those who haven't ever clicked on that tab because it's just a tab at the top of the meeting window, easy to ignore, what does it actually do?
It completely flips the paradigm. Instead of asking people for times, you ask the system for times. You add your 10 attendees to the invite, you click the scheduling assistant tab, the system then queries all of their calendars, looks at all those busy and free states we're going to talk about. It then presents you with a grid. You see the names of the attendees on the left and the time slots along the top. And you can just visually scan for a vertical column of white space where everyone is free. You see it, you click it, done. The meeting is scheduled.
It sounds so simple, but I think some people feel, I don't know, a bit intrusive looking at someone's schedule, like they're spying on their colleagues.
That's a cultural hurdle that efficient organizations have to get over. In a corporate environment, your availability is company data. It's not your private life, it's your working hours. If you're on the clock, your availability to collaborate is relevant business information. And the text mentions resource management here too, which is the same idea. It's not just people.
Ah, the meeting rooms.
It's rooms, projectors, company cars, any shared resource. Finding a time when the team is free is one thing. Finding a time when the team is free and conference room B with the big screen is also open is a complex math problem. The scheduling assistant just solves the math problem for you instantly.
Yeah, it prevents the ghost meeting where everyone shows up for the meeting, but there's nowhere to actually sit, and you spend the first 10 minutes wandering the hallway looking for an empty space.
Which is just a catastrophic waste of productivity. 10 people times 10 minutes is over an hour and a half of salary just evaporated.
Now, there's a concept in the notes that I think is becoming the absolute holy grail of modern work. We're all feeling burned out. We're all over meetings. And that concept is focus time. The source material dedicates a whole section to focus time and work hours.
This is the critical counterbalance to the scheduling assistant. Because if you make your calendar perfectly transparent and accessible, the danger is that people will fill every single minute of it. You become a victim of your own efficiency and availability.
Oh, look, he's free at 2 p.m. Book him. She's got a slot at 3. Let's grab it.
Correct. And then you have zero time to actually do the work that you talked about in all of those meetings. So focus time is a defense mechanism. It is the deliberate, proactive act of blocking out chunks of time on your calendar for work, not for meetings.
But is it just a dummy appointment? You know, I know people who book a meeting with myself from 2 to 4 p.m.
It's similar in concept, but Microsoft 365 creates a formal structure for it. When you use the focus time feature, which you can do manually or have it suggested by tools like Viva Insights, it changes your availability state in a special way. It can automatically silence your notifications in Teams, and most importantly, it signals to the algorithm in the scheduling assistant, do not suggest this slot.
So it actually fights back against the scheduling assistant. It puts up a shield.
It does. And that is a healthy, necessary tension in the system. You need both. You need availability for collaboration, and you need unavailability for deep, concentrated work. And this all ties back to those availability states the source mentions: free, busy, tentative, out of office.
These little colored bars next to our names in Outlook and Teams.
We ignore them most of the time, but the source calls them a form of passive communication. If you and your team agree to respect the status, you don't need to send the email. If I see you are busy, I don't book you. If I see you're tentative, I know I can perhaps negotiate that time with you. If you're out of office, I know not to expect a reply until tomorrow.
But that requires everyone to play by the rules. It requires a social contract within the team or the company.
That's the governance part again. The technology works flawlessly. The culture has to catch up to it. If you mark yourself as busy for focus time, but then you answer every call and reply to every chat message instantly, you're breaking the signal. You're teaching people to ignore your status.
One small detail in the best practices for calendars really stood out to me. Time zone settings. This feels more important now than ever before. We are all working globally now. I have colleagues in London, Singapore, Los Angeles.
It is absolutely essential. If you don't configure this correctly in your Outlook settings, you are going to be that person scheduling a meeting for 2:08 a.m. in Tokyo. And nothing, absolutely nothing, destroys rapport and goodwill faster than disrespecting someone's sleep schedule.
Let the system do the math for you.
Exactly. Let the system handle it. And one more best practice from the text that I love: avoid back-to-back meetings.
The source material specifically mentions this as a feature.
It does. It suggests using the built-in settings to shorten meetings automatically. There's a checkbox in the options. End appointments and meetings early. You can set it to make a 30-minute meeting 25 minutes long and a 60-minute meeting 50 minutes long by default.
To give you that 5 or 10-minute buffer to, run to the bathroom or grab a coffee or to stretch your legs.
Or just to reset your brain. The source doesn't use this term, but it's about cognitive switching costs. They're real. If you jump from an intense finance meeting straight into a creative brainstorm without a single breath in between, you're going to be ineffective and sluggish in that second meeting. You need a palate cleanser for your brain.
So the software can actually enforce a break for you. That is clever. Okay, so we've secured our data. We have wrangled our calendar. Now we need to deal with the river of sludge that flows through our lives every single day, the inbox.
Segment 3. The speed button.
Automated quick steps. I'll be totally honest, I didn't really know the difference between a rule and a quick step before reading this source material. I kind of thought they were just two different words for the same thing.
Most people do. It's a very common point of confusion. They sound the same, right? Automation, sorting.
But the source material draws a very, very sharp line between them. What is that line?
It really comes down to agency. A rule is server-side automation. It happens to you. It happens without you. An email arrives from, say, a newsletter you're subscribed to. The rule sees the sender, grabs the email before it even hits your inbox, and shoves it in a folder. You might never even see that it arrived.
Which is great for noise. I love rules for things I don't want to read but might need to search for later.
Perfect for noise.
Yeah.
But it's terrible for actual work. You can't use a rule for all your client emails because you might need to read one of them urgently. You can't just auto-file everything that comes from your boss. You need to see it first.
Enter the quick step.
The quick step is user-initiated automation. It sits in that perfect middle ground. The email lands in your inbox. You read it. You make a human decision. This is an invoice that needs to be paid. Then, instead of manually forwarding it to the accounting department, filing it in the finance folder and marking it as read, you click one single button.
And that one button does all three of those things, the forward, the file, and the mark as read.
Simultaneously, in a split second. The definition in the text is automated actions that perform multiple tasks with a single click. It's like a macro for your email workflow.
That sounds like actual magic. Let's look at the specific examples the source gives, because I think people really need to visualize this to get why it matters so much.
Yeah.
Move to folder is the basic one, the entry-level one.
It's the gateway drug to quick step addiction. But think about the mechanics of it. To file an email manually, you have to click and hold. Drag the email over to your folder list. Scroll down the folder list, which might be long. Hover over the parent folder to wait for the subfolder to open. Drop it in the right place. That takes what? 4, maybe 5 seconds? Plus the cognitive load of finding the right folder every single time.
Sure, it's a small friction, but you do it 100 times a day.
Exactly. A quick step turns that entire process into one click. File, Project X, boom, it's gone.
Okay, that makes sense. But flag and categorize, that feels like the next level. That's about triage, not just filing.
This is for high-volume email processing. You're scanning your inbox quickly between meetings. You see something important, but you know you can't deal with it right now. You click a quick step you've created called Action Items. It instantly flags it for follow-up for, say, next week, and it applies the red category label that you use for urgent. Now, it's visually distinct in your inbox, and it's being tracked in your task list. One click, no typing, no right-clicking.
Forward to manager or team. This one seems a little dangerous if you get it wrong, but incredibly powerful if you get it right.
You have to set it up right, of course. But think about delegation. You get a customer complaint. Your standard procedure is to send it to the support lead. You could hit forward, type, please handle, type in their address, then hit send. Or you click your pre-made quick step called escalate to support.
And what does that do?
The quick step opens a forward. It automatically inserts the text, "Hi team, please handle this per our standard operating procedure." It addresses it to the support team's email alias, and then it files the original message in your handled complaints folder, all from one click.
That is incredible friction reduction. It turns a 1-minute task into a 2-second task. And the create task one, this seems to connect the dots.
This one is huge. This bridges the gap between Outlook and the rest of the Microsoft 365 suite. It's converting an email directly into a task. Emails are terrible to-do lists. They get buried, they move down the screen, you forget about them. This quick step takes the body of the email and turns it into a formal task in Microsoft To Do. Or in Planner, it can even prompt you to set a due date, and then it files the email away so your inbox is clean.
So you are moving the work out of the communication channel, the inbox, and into the execution channel, the task list.
Precisely. You are emptying the inbox to fill the task list, which is where the work actually belongs. The inbox is for communication, not for project management.
And finally, the last example here is reply with template.
This is a lifesaver for anyone who answers the same questions 10 times a week. What is the guest Wi-Fi password? Where do I submit my expenses? What are your standard office hours? You create a template with the answer. You hit the quick step button. The reply is drafted and ready to go. You can add a personal line if you want, or you can just hit send.
The mental walkthrough the text provides for setting this up is surprisingly simple. It's like Home tab, Quick Steps, Create New. It's not buried in some obscure options menu.
Not at all. It's a wizard. You don't need to know any code. You just pick from drop-down menus. Action 1, move to folder. Action 2, mark as read. Add Action 3, forward to so-and-so. You chain them together and give it a name. It takes 2 minutes to set one up that can save you an hour a week.
The expert analysis here, and this is really your domain, is that this standardizes workflows and minimizes human error.
It does both. It removes decision fatigue. You don't have to decide how to handle an invoice every single time one arrives. You decided once when you built the quick step. Now you just execute. It frees up your brain for the actual problem solving.
Right.
We only have so many good decisions in us per day. Don't waste them on filing emails.
Don't waste good decisions on filing. I want that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
So we have all these individual components. We've got versioning, we've got calendars, we've got quick steps. But how does this look in the wild? Segment 4 is about enterprise productivity and the executive workflow. We need to see the synergy.
Yes, this is where we put it all together. The source material outlines a case study. A persona, let's call her the executive. She's dealing with extremely high volume, high stakes, and constant pressure. Let's walk through her day and see how she uses all these tools in an integrated way.
Okay, let's do it. It's 8 a.m. She opens her inbox. It's absolutely flooded. 200 new emails overnight.
First thing, she's not looking at all 200. She's using the focused inbox feature, which the text mentions is an AI that separates the signal from the noise. She completely ignores the Other tab. The algorithm has already filtered out the newsletters, the corporate announcements, the system notifications.
So she just looks at the Focus tab. Maybe there are only 10 or 15 emails there that actually matter.
Exactly. And now she uses her quick steps. For the first email, click. A quick step named FYI for assistant that forwards it. The next one, click. File to Project Alpha that moves it to the right folder. The third one is an action item, so click, create task and archive. She clears the deck in 5 minutes. She isn't typing replies. She's sorting, delegating, and queuing up work with single clicks.
Then scenario 1 from the outline hits. She's working on a critical financial report. She's a little tired. She's been in back-to-back meetings. She accidentally copies and pastes the Q2 data table over the Q3 data table and saves the document. She only realizes her mistake 10 minutes later.
In the old world, that's a moment of pure panic. She might be calling IT in a frenzy or trying to retype the data from an old printout. In this new workflow, she pauses. She takes a breath. She goes to the File menu, clicks Version History. She sees the list of auto-saved versions. She sees the one from 8 a.m. before she made the change. She clicks Restore.
And the crisis is averted.
In 30 seconds. No stress spike. No frantic call to IT. She just keeps moving. The system absorbed the human error.
Okay, scenario 2. She needs to book a crucial strategy meeting with her team leads in New York, London, and Tokyo. A logistical nightmare across multiple time zones.
She absolutely does not send an email chain. She opens a new meeting invite, adds the attendees, and immediately clicks the scheduling assistant. She sees the time zones clearly mapped out at the top of the grid. She sees that the London lead has blocked out of office time. It shows up as a purple bar. She sees the New York lead is free. The system even suggests a few recommended times where everyone is available. She finds the one slot that works for everyone. She books it. The whole thing takes less than a minute.
And crucially, when she's looking at her own calendar to prepare for that meeting,
she sees she has a 4-hour block of focus time scheduled for the afternoon. She put that there earlier in the week. She knows that during that time, her team's notifications will be silenced, and nobody will be able to book her. The system is actively protecting her time to prepare. She doesn't have to fight for it.
Okay, scenario 3. The big global meeting is over. A day later, the client emails start pouring in. Where is the contract you mentioned? I need an update on the timeline. Can you send the presentation deck?
She doesn't type out 3 separate replies. For the contract question, she uses a reply with template, quick step. It instantly populates a reply. The contract is currently in legal review, and our standard turnaround is 24-48 hours. We will send it over as soon as it is cleared. She hits send. For the presentation deck, she has another quick step that attaches the file from a SharePoint link and replies with a standard message. She remains in a state of flow, dispatching these requests efficiently.
It's a complete system. The text calls it a comprehensive productivity and governance framework.
That's the fancy technical term for it. But really, what it is control. It's about moving from being reactive, waiting for the email to land, waiting for the data loss to happen, waiting for the meeting invite, to being proactive. You have built a system that handles the friction so you can focus on the actual work.
And that leads us to the synthesis, the wrap-up. We've gone pretty deep today. We started with that primal fear of data loss and found the safety nets in versioning and the multi-stage recovery.
Then we moved to the calendar and found the tools to manage our most finite and precious resource time, using the scheduling assistant and proactively defending it with focus time.
And we finished with quick steps, the micro-automation that cleans up the daily mess and keeps the inbox from becoming an inescapable swamp.
It's a journey, really, from a state of vulnerability to a state of resilience, and from chaos to a sense of order and control.
The big takeaway for our listener, it seems to me, is don't be a passive user.
That is it, 100%. Microsoft 365 comes out of the box with a lot of potential, but it arrives in a generic state. You have to customize it. You have to build the quick steps that match your workflow. You have to tell the calendar when your focus time is. You have to know the versioning is there and check that it's on. The system won't do it for you until you tell it what you need.
You have to build the cockpit if you want to fly the plane. You can't just sit in the back.
I like that. That's a great way to put it. You can sit in the passenger seat and let the turbulence throw you around, or you can get in the cockpit and fly the plane.
Before we go, I want to leave our listener with one final thought, and this is something the expert note touched on right at the very end of our research stack. We have talked a lot today about saving time, shaving seconds off emails, preventing hours of rework after a disaster.
Yes. The whole theme is efficiency.
Right. So if we follow all this advice, if you, the listener, go and implement all of this, you are going to get a lot of capacity back. You're going to be more efficient. You are going to be faster. But the final provocative question is, with all this time saved and all this safety guaranteed, are we actually using that regained capacity for better work, or are we just using it to do more work?
That is the fundamental trap of productivity, isn't it? It's a concept from economics called Jevons paradox. As technology increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, the total consumption of that resource often increases rather than decreases.
Say more about that.
If you can clear your inbox in half the time, do you use that extra hour to think strategically about a big problem? Or do you just answer twice as many emails and end the day just as tired?
Are we just clearing the inbox faster so that we can fill it up again faster?
The software can save you the time, it can give you back that hour, but only the human can decide how to spend it. The tool can't give you wisdom.
That is a real challenge for everyone listening. Configure your tools, but also configure your intent. Know what you're saving that time for.
Well said.
Thank you for listening to this deep dive into Microsoft 365. Go forth, set up your quick steps, and we will see you on the next one. Okay, I want you to close your eyes for a second. Well, don't close them if you're driving, obviously. But if you can, I want you to visualize the absolute worst part of your digital work life.
Oh, boy.
And I'm not talking about the big, complex problems you were hired to solve, not the strategy sessions, not the creative brainstorming or, the big client pitches. I'm talking about the digital admin, the soul-crushing drudgery.
The stuff that makes you question why you went to college in the first place.
Exactly that. I'm talking about moving a file from an email attachment into a specific folder on the server, then renaming that file because the client, for the 100th time, named it scan001.
Oh, yes.
Then sending a confirmation email that just says, thanks received, for the 50th time that morning. Then copying a row of data from a PDF and pasting it into Excel, cell by agonizing cell.
It is the digital equivalent of washing dishes in a restaurant. It has to be done, right? The kitchen can't function without it. But nobody actually wants to be the one scrubbing the plates for 8 hours straight.
That is the perfect analogy. It is copy-paste purgatory. It just drains your battery before you even get to the real work, the stuff you're paid to think about.
Right.
Now, here is the hook for today's deep dive. What if I told you that the tool to eliminate all of that drudgery is likely already installed on your computer? You don't need to hire a virtual assistant to do the dishes. You don't need to go back to school and get a computer science degree to write, Python scripts. You just need to know which door to open in the software suite you likely already own.
Today, we are talking about Microsoft Power Automate.
Specifically, we are doing a deep dive into a really comprehensive source guide. It's titled Power Automate, Web Access and Workflow Fundamentals. And let me be clear with you. We are not just skimming the surface here. We aren't just reading the brochure. We're going to strip this platform down to the studs. We're going to look at the architecture, the access points, the security, the governance, and the actual mechanics of how you build a robot butler without typing a single line of code.
Automation for everyone is the promise on the box. That's the big marketing slogan.
Yeah.
But, well, as we know, corporate promises and reality can often diverge.
A little bit, yeah.
So our mission today is to really see if that promise holds up. We want to decode how you even access this tool, what it actually looks like on the web, and, the fundamental ways it handles workflows.
So let's start with definitions. We need to ground ourselves. Based on the source material, what exactly is Power Automate? Because I think people hear Microsoft and Power and they just think
PowerPoint on steroids.
Yeah. Or maybe they think it's some terrifying developer tool they're not allowed to touch.
It's definitely not PowerPoint, and the whole goal is that it shouldn't be terrifying. At its core, the source text defines Power Automate as a cloud-based automation platform residing within the Microsoft 365 ecosystem.
Okay, let's unpack that sentence a bit. Cloud-based.
Cloud-based means it lives on Microsoft's servers, not just on your local hard drive. Automation platform just means its job is to perform tasks. But the primary function, and this is the key distinction, is to allow users, regular users, not just IT professionals, to create workflows. And they call these workflows flows.
A flow. So what is a flow in this context? Is it just a script?
It's a set of instructions. It's a recipe. It's designed to automate repetitive tasks and, crucially, to integrate different applications and services that don't normally talk to each other very well.
So it's the glue.
It's the glue between your email and your spreadsheet. Absolutely.
But it doesn't live in a vacuum, though, right? It's part of a specific family of tools. The source material mentions the Microsoft Power Platform.
Right. And it's really important to understand the siblings, to understand the child. You've got Power BI, which is for analyzing and visualizing data. Think of that as the brain or the eyes, giving you insights. You have Power Apps, which is for building user interfaces, custom forms and apps. That's sort of the face that you interact with. Then you have Power Virtual Agents, which are the chatbots.
The mouth.
The mouth, yeah. And then you have Power Automate. Power Automate is the arms and legs. It's the engine that actually does the work. It moves information from point A to point B.
I like that analogy, the arms and legs. It does the heavy lifting. Now, here is the hurdle I think a lot of people face, and the source material addresses this right up front. When people hear automation platform, they assume it's some hidden back-end system. They think it's a blinking server rack in a basement that only the system administrator has the password to. They just don't think they are allowed to touch it.
That's a very, very common misconception. People think automation is infrastructure. They think it's plumbing that lives behind the drywall. But the source outlines 3 very specific doors to entry. And these aren't back doors for hackers. They are front doors for regular users. The text is very specific about how a user physically or, digitally gets to the tool. And it's surprisingly accessible.
Let's walk through them, because knowing where the door is located is half the battle. Door number 1. The text calls this direct web access.
This is the primary route. If you want to focus solely on building automation, this is where you go. The process described is incredibly simple. You open any modern web browser. The source mentions Edge, Chrome, Firefox, and you navigate to a specific URL, flow.microsoft.com.
Flow.microsoft.com. Wait, I have to ask. The product is called Power Automate. Why is the URL Flow?
It's a bit of an artifact, really, a little piece of history. The product used to be called Microsoft Flow before they rebranded it to align with the whole Power Platform family.
Okay.
But the URL stuck. It's short, it's memorable, and honestly, Flow describes what you are doing better than Automate does sometimes. You are designing the flow of data.
So what happens when I hit enter on that URL? Do I just start building immediately?
Not quite.
Yeah.
You'll be prompted to sign in with your Microsoft 365 organizational account. Now, we are going to put a massive pin in that organizational account part because we need to talk about authentication and security later in this deep dive.
Right.
But once you sign in, you are redirected immediately to the Power Automate Home dashboard. It's like walking through the front door of a factory. You aren't distracted by your email or your calendar. You are there to build.
Okay, so that's the direct route. That's for when you know you want to automate something. But let's be real. Most people don't start their day by typing a specific URL for a tool they've never used.
Right.
They spend their lives inside the general office ecosystem. They're in Word, they're in Excel, they're checking their email. Is there a way to just kind of stumble upon it?
Absolutely. Which brings us to door number 2, the Microsoft 365 portal. If you are someone who starts their day at office.com or portal.office.com, this is for you. The source describes using the app launcher.
The app launcher. I love that the industry term for this, and the text actually alludes to it, is the waffle.
It really does look like a waffle. That 9-dot square icon in the top left corner of every Microsoft web page, it's the universal navigation tool. It's comfort food for the corporate user.
So walk us through the waffle method. How does it work?
It's simple. You click the waffle, and it expands to show your list of active apps: Outlook, OneDrive, Teams, SharePoint, and right there in the list, usually you will see the blue arrow icon for Power Automate.
And if you don't see it?
If you don't see it immediately, you just click All Apps, and it's there alphabetically. Can't miss it.
I think this method is actually really psychologically important. By putting the icon right next to Outlook or Excel, it frames automation as a standard utility. It's not special developer stuff hidden away in some submenu or on a different server. It's just another tool in the toolbox, like a hammer next to a screwdriver.
Precisely. It normalizes the behavior. Just as you open Word to write a document or PowerPoint to make a slide, you open Power Automate to fix a workflow. It lowers the intimidation factor significantly.
It suggests that you should be using it.
Exactly. It suggests you should be using it just as much as you use email. It treats automation as a standard office utility.
Now, door number 3. This is the one that I think reflects how modern work actually happens, post-2020. We aren't just in office, we're in teams. We spend half our lives in meetings or chats. We basically live in that purple window.
This is the workflow inflow approach. The source details how you can access Power Automate without ever leaving the Teams interface.
How does that work? Are we talking about a link that just opens a browser, or is it more integrated?
No, it's much deeper than that. You open Microsoft Teams. On the left-hand rail where you have your chatting Teams and calendar icons, there is an ellipsis, the 3 dots. You click that, search for Power Automate, and you can actually pin the app directly to your sidebar.
So the entire automation platform lives inside the chat app.
It does. You get a fully functional version of the tool right there. And this is really significant because it contextualizes automation.
What do you mean by contextualizes?
Well, imagine you are in a team channel debating a project status with your colleagues. And in that conversation, you realize, hey, every time we update this status, we forget to email the client.
Happens all the time.
Right. That is a process failure. Now, if you have to context switch close Teams, open a browser, log in, find the tool, you probably won't do it. You'll just say, I'll do it later, or someone else should fix that. The friction is too high.
But if the tool is just one click away?
Exactly. If the tool is one click away inside the very context where the problem was identified, you can fix it right then and there. You can build the flow while the problem is fresh in your mind. It empowers the user to solve their own problems in real time.
That is a massive shift in how we think about work. It's not IT fixes the problem, it's I fix the problem.
Right.
Okay, so we've walked through the doors, we've logged in, We are now standing in the cockpit, as I like to call it, the web interface. For a first-time user, this moment is critical. If it looks like a command line from 1985, they're gone.
They're out of there.
What is the first thing a user sees?
They land on the Power Automate web portal home dashboard. And the source notes that the design intent here is clearly invitation, not intimidation. It's not a blank page. It immediately shows you sections like recommended templates, recent flows, and learning resources.
Automation insights, I think I saw. It's almost trying to give you ideas before you even know what you want to do.
Exactly. It's trying to reduce that blank page syndrome. It's saying, hey, did you know you can save email attachments to OneDrive? Click here to try it. It guides you toward value immediately. It wants you to get a quick win.
But once you start building things, you leave the dashboard. The most important section for a regular user then becomes My Flows. Describe that real estate for us.
My Flows is your personal portfolio. This is the command center for everything you have built or that has been shared with you. The source lists the management capabilities here. This is where you go to edit a flow when it breaks, to delete a flow that you don't need anymore, or, and this is key, to share a flow with a colleague.
Sharing seems important. We'll definitely touch on that with governance later. But I noticed the text categorizes flows in this section. It lists specific tabs: automated, instant, scheduled, and business process flows.
It does. It separates them by how they are triggered.
Yeah.
And that creates a mental model for the user. You don't just have a big bucket of scripts. You have things that run automatically, things I have to push a button for, and things that run on a schedule.
It helps you organize your digital workforce.
Right. It allows you to see at a glance which robots are waiting for orders and which ones are already working in the background.
We're going to do a very deep dive into those specific types in Section 4 because understanding the difference between automated and instant is basically the difference between success and failure in this tool.
Oh, absolutely.
But before we get there, I want to talk about the Learn section that's mentioned in the interface overview.
Yes. This is crucial for the learner profile we always talk about. Microsoft knows that this is a complex tool. It's powerful, which means it has a bit of a learning curve. So the interface has a dedicated Learn tab that links directly to Microsoft Learn documentation, guided tutorials, and community forums.
Which is great because usually with enterprise software, the help menu is, well, it's useless. It's usually a PDF from 3 years ago.
Right.
You end up having to Google the manual or watch a random YouTube video on a second monitor just to figure out how to print. This suggests the tool is self-documenting. It wants you to succeed.
It lowers the barrier to entry so much. You don't need a certificate. You just need curiosity and the willingness to click Learn. The source material really emphasizes that this support is built in, not some kind of afterthought.
Okay, moving on to Section 3 of our outline. I want to talk about what I think is the secret weapon of this platform. Because let's be honest, staring at a blank canvas is terrifying. If I want to automate something, do I have to build the logic from scratch? Do I have to understand loops and variables and all that on day one?
No. And that is the beauty of it. The source highlights the template section. This is the bridge for beginners.
Why start from scratch when someone else has already solved the problem, right?
Exactly. A template in Power Automate is a pre-built flow. The trigger is already selected. The actions are already lined up. The logic is already written. All you have to do is authenticate, which is basically just signing in to the services involved. And then you click Save.
What kind of examples does the source give us? What can we do right out of the box?
They list some very practical, everyday corporate scenarios. For example, save Office 365 email attachments to OneDrive for Business.
Ah, that's a classic. Think about how much time that saves. Instead of opening the email, right-clicking the attachment, hitting Save As, navigating to the folder, hitting Save, the system just does it for you.
The moment the email hits your inbox, the flow grabs the file and puts it in the folder. You don't even have to look at it. It happens while you are sleeping.
Wow. What else?
Another example from the text is send a push notification when I receive an email from my boss.
Okay, that's valuable. That's prioritization.
Or post a message to Microsoft Teams when a new item is created in SharePoint. Or even something simple like get a daily weather report sent to my phone.
These templates are basically pre-packaged recipes.
That's the perfect analogy. Think of a meal kit service like HelloFresh. You don't need to know how to farm the wheat or mill the flour. You don't even need to measure out the spices. You just need to follow the recipe card.
It allows for immediate value.
Immediate value. You can turn one on and save time 5 minutes after logging in for the very first time.
And there's another benefit to templates, isn't there? It's educational.
Absolutely. Even for experts, templates are useful. You could open a template just to see how Microsoft built it. You look at logic, you say, oh, that's how they handle that conditional statement. It's a learning tool. You learn the logic by seeing how the template is constructed.
But here is the skeptical question I have. Templates are great if you live in a perfect Microsoft bubble. You know, if you only use Outlook and OneDrive, you're set. But real companies are messy.
Very messy.
The sales team uses Salesforce. The marketing team uses MailChimp or Google Drive. The admin team uses Outlook. Usually, those are distinct islands of data. Can Power Automate talk to things that aren't Microsoft?
This brings us to connectors, the bridges. And the answer is a resounding yes.
Okay, define connector for us based on the text.
The connector is essentially a wrapper around an API. Now, I know we said no jargon, so let me explain. An API is just how software talks to software. It's the socket. A connector is the plug that Power Automate uses to plug into that socket.
Okay, so what can it plug into?
Well, the text lists the usual suspects, obviously. Outlook, SharePoint, Microsoft Lists, OneDrive, Excel, Teams.
The family members?
Right. But the aha moment comes when you look at the third-party list. The source explicitly mentions services like Salesforce, Google Drive, Twitter, Dropbox, Adobe Creative Cloud.
That is huge, because that solves the swivel chair problem.
The swivel chair problem.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Where you look at one monitor with Salesforce open, you memorize a number, you swivel your chair to the other monitor with Outlook, and you type that number in.
Exactly. That is the bane of productivity.
Yeah.
Connectors allow you to build a bridge between Salesforce and Teams directly. It connects those distinct islands of data without any human intervention.
So it's a universal translator?
Power Automate doesn't care that one is Microsoft and one is Google. It just sees data. It acts as the universal translator between them.
Okay, so we have the templates to get us started, and we have the connectors to talk to our apps. But sometimes a template just doesn't fit. Sometimes you have a weird specific problem, like I need to extract data from a PDF, check if the value is over $500, and if so, text my manager. If not, log it in Excel.
No.
You aren't going to find a template for that specific nightmare.
No. That is a custom workflow. That is when we enter the construction zone, the create section.
This is where we move from being a consumer of automation to a creator of automation. The source outlines several specific types of flows you can build from scratch, and it is vital to understand the difference because they function very differently.
Very differently.
Let's break them down. The first one is the automated cloud flow.
The key word here is trigger-based.
Trigger-based. Unpack that for me.
Think of it like a domino effect. Or maybe a mousetrap. The flow is sitting there, dormant, just waiting. It is listening for a specific event.
Give me an example of an event.
An email arrives, a file is modified, a new row is added to a spreadsheet, a tweet is posted with a specific hashtag. That is the trigger. As soon as that event happens, the flow wakes up and executes the actions you've defined.
So I don't have to do anything. I don't press a button. It just happens in the background.
Correct. It is completely reactive. It creates a real-time response to the world changing around it. This is best for things that happen unpredictably, like incoming emails or new data entries.
Okay, so contrast that with the second type, the instant cloud flow.
The mechanism here is a manual trigger.
Manual. So I am involved.
You are the trigger. Think of this like a big red button on your desk. The user decides when it runs. You push the button. Maybe it's a button on the Power Automate mobile app on your phone, or a button embedded inside an Excel sheet. But the steps that happen after you push the button are automated.
Why would I use that instead of the automated one? I mean, if I can automate it, why would I want to push a button?
That's a great question. Imagine you are a field inspector. You just finished inspecting a site. You want to upload the photos, send a report to the office, and email the client saying, job done.
Right.
You can't automate that based on a trigger because the system doesn't know when you are finished. You know when you are finished. So you open your phone, you hit the job done button, and the flow does the rest. It's automation on demand.
Got it. So it handles the repetition, the uploading, the emailing, but it leaves the decision of when to the human.
Precisely. It keeps the human in the loop for the decision, but removes the human from the tedious execution.
Third type, scheduled cloud flow.
This one is purely time-based. It runs on a clock or a calendar.
Like an alarm clock for robots.
Yes, exactly. Every Friday at 9 a.m., run this report. Every morning at 8 a.m., scrape this website for data. It doesn't care if an email arrived or if you pushed a button. It only cares what time it is.
This would be perfect for recurring reporting or cleanup tasks.
Yes. Delete all files in the temp folder older than 30 days every Sunday. That's a perfect scheduled flow.
Okay, so these three automated, instant, scheduled, the text refers to them as cloud flows. They live up in the internet ether, but there is a fourth one mentioned that seems a little different. Desktop flow.
This is a different beast entirely. This is RPA, robotic process automation, and it uses a tool called Power Automate Desktop.
How is that different from the cloud stuff?
The cloud flows utilize API services talking to services. Outlook talking to Dropbox happens in the cloud. But what if you have to work with an old legacy accounting system?
Oh, every company has one.
Every company has one. A gray application from 1998 that sits on a server in the basement and doesn't have an API. A Cloudflow can't talk to that. It has no way in.
So you're just stuck doing it manually.
Not with desktop flows. A desktop flow literally mimics a human user. It can record your mouse clicks and your keystrokes. It can open the application, click File, click Print, type in a name. It is automating the user interface, not the back end.
So that is the bridge between the modern cloud world and the legacy desktop world.
Exactly. It allows you to automate the unautomatable. But for the purpose of this deep dive on web access, it's important to note that the source distinguishes it as a separate capability. It often requires you to install software on your PC, whereas the cloud flows are all done in the browser.
Okay, we've covered the fun stuff, building robots, connecting apps, pushing buttons, but now we have to be the responsible adults in the room.
No.
We need to talk about Section 5, the rules of engagement, security, licensing, governance.
The boring but vital stuff. But honestly, if you skip this, you don't have a sustainable automation strategy. You have chaos. You have what we call shadow IT.
Shadow IT, that sounds ominous.
It is. It's when employees build solutions that the IT department doesn't know about. If that employee leaves, or if the flow breaks and starts deleting data, IT can't fix it because they didn't even know it existed. It creates massive risk.
So how do we prevent that? Let's start with the keys to the castle. Authentication. The source says you need a Microsoft 365 organizational or school account.
Right. You generally cannot use a random anonymous login or a personal Gmail for enterprise-level Power Automate. The source explicitly lists best practice number 1. Always use your corporate or university account.
Why is that so important? I mean, why can't I use my personal Hotmail if I'm just trying to make my own life easier?
It comes down to two things, intellectual property and continuity. If you build a business-critical flow on a personal account and then you leave the company, what happens to the flow?
It leaves with me, or the account gets deleted and the flow just dies.
Exactly. And suddenly, the monthly report that the CEO relies on just stops. And nobody knows why or how to fix it because the password just left the building. By using an organizational account, the company retains control and visibility. It ensures business continuity.
That makes perfect sense. And speaking of security, the text really emphasizes MFA, multi-factor authentication.
This is non-negotiable in the modern era. Just think about the power of these flows. If I create a flow that can read all my emails, access all my OneDrive files, and post to Teams as me, That flow is essentially a digital clone of my permissions.
So if a hacker gets access to your account.
They don't just get your email, they get your automation.
Yeah.
They could modify a flow to auto-forward all confidential attachments to an external address.
Yeah.
They could weaponize your own tools against you.
Wow.
MFA is the shield that prevents that access. It adds that second layer of verification so that even if they steal your password, they can't get in.
Scary thought, but point taken. Now let's talk about money. Licensing. Is all of this free?
Yes and no. The source breaks down licensing levels.
It mentions standard connectors are included in a standard M365 license.
Right, so if you are just connecting SharePoint, Outlook, and Teams, mostly the standard Microsoft family of products, you likely already have what you need in your standard Office subscription. You can build unlimited flows with those standard connectors.
And that probably covers 80% of what a normal user wants to do.
I would say so, yes. But then there's the premium tier.
Right.
Premium connectors like Salesforce, Oracle, or some specific SQL databases require a paid Power Automate premium license. The rule of thumb is, if the service you are connecting to charges a lot of money, like Salesforce, the connector probably costs extra too. The complexity of the connection determines the cost.
And the RPA stuff, the desktop flows we talked about?
That is the most resource-intensive because it requires computing power on an actual machine. That almost always requires a specific process or premium plan. So before you fall in love with a connector, check if it has a little diamond icon next to it. That diamond means premium.
Good tip. There is one more best practice in this section that sounds very IT crowd. Environment strategy. Best practice number 4, environment separation. What does that mean in plain English?
It refers to the holy trinity of software development, testing, and production.
Okay. Now translate that for the person who just wants to save email attachments. Why do they need 3 environments?
Well, maybe for saving attachments you don't. But imagine you have a flow that automatically sends invoices to clients. That is a production flow. It's live, it involves real money and real customers.
Right. You don't want to mess with that one.
Now imagine you want to tweak that flow to add a new feature, maybe a new tax calculation. If you edit the production flow directly and you make a typo.
Oh no, I might accidentally send 500 blank invoices. Or invoices for $0. Or email everyone the wrong invoice.
Disaster. Absolute disaster. Environment separation means you have a sandbox, a development environment, where you build and break things safely. It's a playground. Then you move it to testing to make sure it works in a clean environment. Only when it is perfect do you promote it to production.
So it prevents an experimental flow from breaking a critical business process.
Exactly. It isolates the risk. And the source mentions role-based access control, or RBAC here too. Admins decide who can create flows in which environment. Maybe everyone can play in the sandbox, but only a few trusted people can touch the live production environment.
That seems like a very smart way to balance creativity with safety. You let people experiment, but you put guardrails around the stuff that really matters.
It is essential for scaling. Without it, you are just waiting for an accident to happen.
All right, we've covered the theory, we've covered the rules, we've covered the money. Let's land this plane with a concrete example. Section 6, applying the knowledge. The source gives us a specific university scenario.
Yes, this brings it all together. It moves us from abstract features to a real person solving a real problem. The persona is a faculty administrator.
Okay, paint the picture. What is the headache they are solving?
They have a process involving new student records. Every time a new student joins the program, there's this whole sequence of events that needs to happen. Data entry, communication, file organization.
And usually that's all manual. I get the email, I type the name into a spreadsheet, I draft a welcome email, I create a folder.
And if you have 500 new students, that is your entire week. It's boring, it's repetitive, and it's incredibly prone to error. So let's look at the workflow they built to solve this. First, what is the trigger? The trigger is a new item is created in Microsoft Lists.
And Microsoft Lists is basically a fancy web-based spreadsheet, right?
Essentially, yes. It's a database that is very easy to use. So the administrator types the student's name, ID, and email into the list. Or maybe that list is populated automatically by an admission system. That is the event. That is the spark.
And then the flow kicks in. What are the actions? What happens next?
Action 1. Send an email notification. The flow reads the email address from the list item, that's the dynamic content we alluded to, pulling data from the trigger, and automatically drafts and sends a personalized welcome email.
Welcome to the university student name.
Exactly. And it's personalized. It's not just a generic blast. It uses the data right from the list. Action 2. Save student documents to SharePoint automatically. It creates a new folder in a document library named after the student and perhaps moves their application files there.
So let's deconstruct this using the terms we learned today. Let's put it all together.
Let's do it. First, how did the admin get there? Access via the web portal or maybe through Teams?
Check.
Which connectors did they use? Microsoft Lists for the data trigger, Outlook for the email action, and SharePoint for the storage action.
All standard connectors, I noticed. So this didn't cost the university any extra in licensing.
Correct. No premium diamond icons here. And what type of flow is it? It's an automated cloud flow because it is trigger-based. It waits for that record to be added.
And the value proposition, I mean, why did they bother building this? What's the real win?
Think about the outcomes. It eliminates manual data entry errors, no more typos in the email address because you are copying and pasting. It eliminates notification fatigue, remembering to email 3 different people every time a student joins. And it ensures consistency. Every single student gets the exact same file structure and the exact same welcome message.
That is a perfect encapsulation of why this tool exists. It's not about replacing the administrator. The administrator still has to manage the student relationship, right?
Of course, it's about freeing the administrator to actually talk to the students instead of moving files around and typing standard emails. It elevates the human-to-human work and relegates the robotic work to the robot. It lets the human be human.
Precisely. So let's recap what we've unpacked in this deep dive on Power Automate. It's been quite a journey.
We started with the web access journey. We learned that this is a centralized cloud platform. You can log in via the dedicated website, flow.microsoft.com, the Office portal waffle, or even right inside Teams to keep your flow in your workflow.
We looked at the interface, the dashboard which invites you in, the My Flows portfolio where you manage all your work, and the secret weapon of templates for getting started fast.
We broke down the 4 main types of flows. Automated, which is trigger-based, instant, which is button-based, scheduled, which is time-based, and desktop, which is the RPA for those legacy apps.
We discussed the bridges, the connectors that link Microsoft and third-party apps like Salesforce and Google, which finally solves that swivel chair problem.
And we laid down the law on governance. Use your work account, turn on MFA, understand your licensing, and for goodness sakes, separate your environments to keep things safe.
It's a lot of power, pun intended.
Indeed.
But I want to leave our listeners with a final provocative thought. The source material emphasizes no coding. It emphasizes ease of access. It basically says, here are the keys, go drive.
It does. It democratizes development. It gives superpowers to the average user.
But here's the tension. If the barrier to creating software, because let's be honest, these flows are little pieces of software, if that barrier is now this low, how does an organization balance that explosion of creativity with the need for security and order?
That is the big question facing every CIO today. The tool exists, the technical barrier is gone, but the discipline to use it well, to document your flows, to not build a messy web of dependencies, to not create what we call spaghetti automation, that is up to the user.
The tool works. The question is, will you work the tool responsibly?
Exactly. Just because you can automate everything doesn't mean you should automate everything without a plan. You need to be an architect, not just a builder.
A provocative thought to end on. Power Automate is waiting for you at flow.microsoft.com. The boring parts of your day are officially on notice. Thanks for listening to this deep dive.
Happy building.
I want you to picture a specific moment. It is 4:45 p.m. on a Friday. You have, mentally checked out. You are thinking about dinner. You're thinking about the weekend. And then, ping, you get an email. It's an invoice from a vendor.
Oh, the worst.
And your job, the thing you were actually paid to do, is to open that email, download the PDF, rename it so it matches some specific, rigid corporate format.
Right.
Drag it into a SharePoint folder, open a specific Excel master spreadsheet, type in the date, the amount, the vendor name, and then go back to the email and hit reply saying, thanks, received.
The dreaded Friday afternoon loop. I know it well.
Right? And be honest, how long does that actually take you? Maybe, 3 minutes?
I'd say maybe 4 if the spreadsheet is huge and takes forever to load.
Yeah, or if you have to log back into SharePoint for the 10th time.
For sure.
So it feels insignificant. It feels like nothing. But I was looking at the data in our source material for today, and it points out that these little micro tasks, they aren't just annoying. They are the single biggest leak of productivity in the modern enterprise. We aren't losing time to these big, complex projects. We are dying by 1,000 clicks.
It's the cognitive switching costs. That is the real enemy.
What do you mean by that?
Every single time you switch from Outlook to Excel, and then from Excel to SharePoint, you are burning a little bit of mental fuel. We are effectively treating human brains, which are these, incredible creative engines like internet routers. We're just manually passing data packets from point A to point B.
Which brings us to the document we are breaking down today. Power Automate Essentials, Triggers, Actions, and Connectors. Now, I will be honest with you. When I hear the word automation, or specifically Power Automate, I usually tune out.
A lot of people do.
I just assume it requires me to learn Python or C# or spend my weekends reading Stack Overflow.
That is the most common misconception. It's the barrier to entry for almost everyone.
But the promise here is different. This claims to be low code or even no code, but is it actually low code, or is that just marketing speak for, code that is slightly easier to hide?
It is a fair skepticism. It really is. But think of it this way. You know how to use a microwave, right?
Yeah, of course.
You press the popcorn button, it pops the corn. You don't need to know the physics of magnetrons or radiation frequencies or voltage.
Right.
Power Automate is the microwave. You press the button and the physics just happens in the background. But, and this is the deep dive caveat, you do need to know which button to press. And you absolutely need to know not to put metal in there.
So today is about the safety instructions for the microwave.
In a way, yeah. We are going to deconstruct the 3 physics pillars of this platform. Triggers, actions, and connectors. If you get these 3 wrong, the microwave explodes.
Metaphorically.
Metaphorically, yes. Or at least your workflow breaks. If you get them right, well, you get your Friday afternoon back.
Okay, I'm sold on the Friday afternoon, so let's lay out the roadmap. We have 3 main chunks to get through. First, the trigger, the starting gun. Second, the action, the muscle, the actual work. And third, the connector, which is the bridge to the outside world.
The glue that holds it all together.
Exactly. And you should definitely stick around, because in the second half, we are going to walk through a really detailed blueprint of a university admission system that uses all of this.
And we'll break down exactly how that admission system could fail if you aren't careful.
I love that. Okay, let's start at the beginning. The spark, the trigger.
The trigger.
So the source material has this very simple definition: the event that starts the flow. And then it says, without a trigger, a flow cannot start.
It seems really obvious, but I feel like there's a lot of complexity just hiding behind that sentence.
There is, absolutely. Think of a flow like a sleeping creature. It is completely dormant. It uses 0 energy. It does nothing.
He's just waiting. It needs a stimulus to wake it up. That stimulus is the trigger. In technical terms, it is an event. It is the when statement. When this happens, wake up and execute the logic.
I like to think of it like a sensory organ, like the flow has eyes or ears and it's just staring at a specific spot waiting for a signal.
That's a great analogy.
But here's my question, and I think this is where people get confused right away. How does it actually know? Is it just staring at my email inbox constantly? Like, is it checking every millisecond? How does that work?
This is where we have to get a little technical, because it really affects how your automation performs. There are actually 2 ways a trigger sees the world. The source material hints at this, but we need to unpack it. The first way is what we call polling.
Polling, like for an election.
Kind of. It's like asking a question repeatedly. Imagine you are on a long car ride and you have a kid in the back seat. What are they saying every 5 minutes?
Are we there yet?
Exactly. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? That is a polling trigger. Every few minutes, say every 5 minutes for a standard licensed Power Automate, knocks on the door of Outlook and asks, any new emails? If Outlook says no, the flow just goes back to sleep. If Outlook says yes, the flow wakes up and runs.
Okay, but wait a second. If it only checks every 5 minutes, that means there is a delay. If I send an urgent email at 12.01 and the bot doesn't check until 12.05...
You have a 4-minute latency.
Exactly.
For most things, like saving an invoice or archiving a file, that doesn't matter. It really doesn't. But if you are building something that needs to be real-time, like a security alert or maybe a stock trading bot...
Right, 4 minutes could be a disaster.
It could be a lifetime. That polling interval matters a lot.
So what is the alternative? Does the source mention a faster way?
Yeah.
Because that seems inefficient.
It does. The second type is a webhook trigger.
The webhook?
It's like a doorbell. Power Automate doesn't ask any questions. It just sits there listening. When the email arrives, Outlook, the external app, actually reaches out and rings the doorbell of the flow. It pushes the notification.
So that's instant.
It is immediate, as fast as the internet allows.
So why don't we just use doorbells for everything? I mean, why does polling even exist if webhooks are so much better?
Because not every app has a doorbell. It's that simple. Some older legacy systems, or even some specific parts of SharePoint, they just weren't built to push data out. They just sit there holding the data. You have to go ask them for it.
Ah, so you don't always have a choice.
You don't. So when you are selecting a trigger from the menu, you need to know, am I dealing with a nagging kid in the back seat, polling? Or am I dealing with a doorbell, a webhook? It's a key distinction.
That is a key insight?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know how it listens. Now let's look at what it listens for. The source material breaks triggers down into 3 main categories. Category 1 is automated triggers.
Right, also known as event-based triggers. This is the set it and forget it mode.
The source lists examples like when a new email arrives in Outlook, or when a file is uploaded to OneDrive, or when a new item is created in Microsoft Lists.
These are all reactive. The automation is completely passive until the world changes in a very specific way. And this is where the value proposition really, really shines. Responsiveness.
Yeah.
It removes the latency of human attention.
Right, because if I have a Contact Us form on my website, that's another example, right? When a response is submitted in Microsoft Forms, I might not check that spreadsheet for 3 days.
Exactly. But the trigger never sleeps. It's always on. If a customer submits a form at 3 in the morning on a Sunday, the trigger fires at 3 in the morning on a Sunday.
Wow.
It ensures that the process starts immediately, regardless of whether a human is at their desk.
So that's about reacting to the world. But what about when the event isn't something happening out there, but just time passing?
That brings us to category 2, scheduled triggers. This is your time-based automation.
The alarm clock.
The alarm clock, exactly. But an alarm clock that can do your chores for you. The concept here is recurrence. You aren't waiting for an email. You are telling the system, I don't care what is happening in the world. At 8 a.m. every single day, I want you to wake up and run this process.
I can see the use case here for routine maintenance. Like, every Friday at 4 p.m., scan this folder and delete anything older than a week.
Perfect for that. Or for reporting. Every Monday at 9 a.m., look at the sales list, sum up the total, and email it to the team. The source material emphasizes that this is perfect for those cleanup tasks or regular pulse checks that we humans are just terrible at remembering.
We get busy, we forget to send the report.
The scheduled trigger never forgets.
It creates a heartbeat for the business.
Yeah.
A rhythm. Okay, so we have automated, which is event-based, and scheduled, which is time-based. But then there is this third category that the source calls instant triggers or manual triggers. And I have to be the skeptic here.
Go.
Isn't the whole point of automation that I don't have to do anything? Why would I want a button I have to press? It feels like it defeats the purpose.
That is the most common question I get. It's a great question. Why build a robot if you have to hold its hand? But think about the concept of human in the loop.
Human in the loop.
Sometimes the decision to run a process requires judgment that a computer just doesn't have.
Can you give me a concrete example of that?
Sure. Imagine you have a flow that sends a contract to a new client. It updates your database, creates a project folder in SharePoint, and notifies the billing department to generate the first invoice.
Okay, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of steps.
It is. Now, do you want that to happen automatically every time you save a file named contract?
Oh, no.
What if it isn't ready? What if you just saved a draft? You don't want to accidentally trigger that whole chain reaction.
Ah, I see. So I want to do the work of writing the contract, and only when I decide it's perfect, I want to press the big red go button.
Precisely. The automation still saves you the 20 minutes of clicking and emailing and organizing, but you, the human, control when it happens. It's like the nuclear launch key. The missile flies itself, but a human has to turn the key.
A dramatic analogy, but it totally works. And the source mentions you can trigger these from the Power Automate mobile app.
Which is a fantastic feature. It turns your phone into a remote control for your business logic.
Wow.
You're out at lunch, you get a call saying, hey, we need to restart that server, or we need to send that urgent comms blast. You open the app on your phone, you hit a big button, and a complex process runs back to the office.
That is pretty cool. It's like having a superpower in your pocket. Okay, so we have our 3 types of triggers. But before we move on to actions, the source material has this section on advanced concepts regarding triggers, specifically something called trigger conditions. And my notes say this is a crucial efficiency tip.
This is where we separate the amateurs from the pros.
Okay, lay it on me. I'm ready.
Let's go back to your new email trigger. Suppose you set up a flow. When a new email arrives, save the attachment to OneDrive.
Sounds useful. I'd use that.
It is useful until you realize that you get 200 emails a day. And maybe 195 of them are newsletters, spam, meeting invites, or just casual chats with no attachments.
So the flow wakes up 200 times for no reason.
It wakes up 200 times, it checks the email, it realizes there's no attachment, or worse, it saves a generic image 0001.pne from someone's email signature line. It's messy, it's noisy, and in a corporate environment, every single one of those runs consumes resources.
It's like a dog barking at every single car that drives by when you only want it to bark at them.
At the mailman.
Yeah.
That is the perfect analogy. Trigger conditions allow you to put a filter right at the front door. You can tell the trigger, only fire if the subject line contains the word invoice. Or, as the source example says, only run if the sender is boss@company.com.
So the flow doesn't even wake up for the other stuff. It just ignores it.
It checks the condition at the door. Technically, the trigger evaluates the metadata before instantiating the run, and if it doesn't match, it goes right back to sleep.
Wow.
It stops the flow from running when it shouldn't. It's cleaner, it's faster, and it makes debugging so much easier because, every time the flow did run, it was for a valid reason.
That makes total sense. Stop it at the door. Okay, so we've got our trigger. The event has happened. The condition is met. The creature is awake. Now it needs to actually do something.
Welcome to actions.
A muscle.
If the trigger is the when, the action is the what. This is the payload. This is the work. And the variety of actions available is staggering, but the source material categorizes them really helpfully.
Okay.
But before we even look at the categories, I need to explain how the action knows what to do.
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's go back to your invoice example. The trigger saw an email. The action is save attachment to OneDrive. But how does the save action know which file to save? How does it know what to name it?
I just assumed it. It just knew. Because they are connected in the flow editor.
Not quite. You have to explicitly hand the data over. This is a concept called dynamic content.
Dynamic content.
Think of it like a relay race.
Okay, I'm listening.
The trigger is the first runner. It has just finished its lap. The email arrived. It is holding a baton. But that baton isn't just a stick. It is a bundle of information. It is holding the subject line, the sender name, the body text, and the actual file attachment, all wrapped up in a data object.
The payload.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, the trigger hands that bundle to the action. When you are configuring the Save to OneDrive action in the editor, a little side menu pops up. It lists all the data the trigger is holding. It asks you, hey, I see the trigger handed us the subject line. Do you want to use that as the file name?
So I am mapping it. I am literally telling the robot, take the subject line from the email bucket and put it into the file name bucket in OneDrive.
Exactly. You are wiring them together. If you don't do that mapping, the action runs, but it might save a file with no name, or it'll just fail because it doesn't know what content to save.
This is the Lego part people talk about. You are snapping the output of one block into the input of the next.
And that is where the real power lies, because you can mix and match. You can take the sender name from the email and use it to look up a contact in Salesforce in the next step.
Yeah.
We're stitching these completely disparate systems together using these little tokens of data, the dynamic content.
Okay, that visual helps a lot. It's a relay race with data batons. So let's look at the types of actions we can perform with this data. The source data actions first.
This is the invisible work, the stuff happening in the background. It's the CRU'd operations.
CRED, what's that?
The CRUD. Create, read, update, and delete. This is the absolute backbone of database management. But with Power Automate, you aren't writing SQL queries. You aren't typing select star from users.
Right.
You are using these friendly actions like create item in SharePoint or update row in Excel.
This is huge for people who manage lists. I mean, how many people listening right now are manually updating a status column in a spreadsheet somewhere?
Millions. And a data action can do that instantly. You can say, when I receive an email from the client, find their row in the Excel sheet and change the status column to active. It happens in milliseconds. No human intervention.
But it's not just about data sitting in a dark room. The second category is communication actions. This is the noisy work.
This is letting people know that something happened. The source lists the obvious ones: Outlook, Gmail, Teams, mobile notifications.
This is the part that I feel like listeners will appreciate the most. The sheer relief of never having to type a just confirming receipt email ever again.
It sounds trivial, but think about the cognitive load again. If you receive an application form, you have to reply. It's a social contract.
Right, you can't just leave them hanging.
But if you automate that with a send email action, you ensure consistency. Every single applicant gets the exact same polite message, and you free up your mind for the actual work of reviewing the application.
Consistency is a great point. You never have to worry about typos or forgetting to attach the onboarding document. The bot does it perfectly every single time.
Then we have file actions, digital organization, moving files, creating folders, that kind of thing.
Specifically, the source highlights saving email attachments automatically. This is the classic hello world flow for beginners, isn't it?
It is the gateway drug to automation. Email comes in with an invoice. A file action automatically grabs that attachment and saves it to a specific folder in OneDrive. No more dragging, no more dropping, no more cluttered downloads folder.
That is the dream, just bypassing the chaos of the downloads folder entirely. Okay, so those all seem pretty straightforward. Move data, send an email, move a file. But then the source gets into control actions, and it calls them the brains.
Yes.
This is where it stops being a simple list of instructions and starts looking like actual intelligence.
Exactly. This is where we introduce logic. Because the world isn't linear. The most basic one is the condition, which is just a fancy word for if-else.
Branching logic.
Right. You have your invoice data. Now you add a condition. Is the total amount greater than $500? If yes, go down the manager approval path. If no, go down the auto-approve path. You are teaching the flow to make decisions based on the data it has.
So it's not just a robot arm anymore, it's a robot brain.
A simple brain, but a brain nonetheless. And then there are loops. The source calls this apply to each.
I've seen this in the menu and always wondered what it meant. Apply to each.
This is absolutely essential when you are dealing with lists of things. So suppose your trigger is that scheduled one every morning at 8 a.m. and your first action is get all overdue invoices.
Okay, so now the flow's holding, I don't know, maybe 50 invoices in its hand?
Exactly. It has a stack of 50 items. You can't just say send email. The flow will say send email to whom? Which one of the 50? You have to use a loop. You tell the flow. Apply to each of these 50 items.
So it takes the first one, sends the email, takes the second one, sends the email, and on and on.
It iterates through the items one by one. It's like dealing a deck of cards. You handle each card individually until the deck is gone.
But wait, the source material has a warning here. It says loops can be slow.
They can be.
Yeah.
If you have 5,000 items in your list and you loop through them one by one, that takes time. And it consumes API calls. We'll get to that in the guardrails section. So loops are incredibly powerful, but they can be expensive in terms of time.
Got it. And finally, under control actions, the source mentions switch statements, which sounds like a railroad term.
It functions in a very similar way. A condition is binary, yes or no. A switch statement is for when you have multiple possible outcomes. Let's say you have a request coming in from 3 different departments, HR, IT, and finance.
So it's not just a simple yes-no.
Right. You can set up a switch that says, if the value is HR, do this. If the value is IT, do that. If the value is finance, do this other thing. It handles multiple potential paths really cleanly.
That sounds so much better than writing a million if this then that statements nested inside each other.
It makes the flow so much more readable. And speaking of readable and fast, we have to touch on sequencing. The source distinguishes between linear and parallel sequencing.
Linear is easy. Step 1, step 2, step 3.
Which is fine most of the time. But imagine step 2 is wait for approval from the CEO, which could take 2 days. If step 3 is update the database, and it's a linear flow, the database doesn't get updated for 2 days.
You're blocked. The whole assembly line just stops.
You are completely blocked. Parallel branches allow you to do 2 things at once. You can literally split the flow. Path A sends the approval email to the CEO. At the exact same time, Path B updates the database status to pending immediately. You don't have to wait for one to finish to start the other.
That is efficiency. It's multitasking, but actually effective, unlike when I try to do it.
The machine is very, very good at multitasking.
Okay, so we've covered the trigger, which is the spark, and the action, which is the muscle in the brain. But there is a massive missing piece here. How does Power Automate actually talk to Outlook? How does it talk to Salesforce or Twitter? These are completely different systems built by different companies. They don't speak the same language.
That is the role of the connector, the bridge.
The source defines a connector as a proxy or a wrapper around an API.
Whoa!
Okay, can you translate that for us non-technical folks?
Sure, let's break that down. Every modern software service Outlook, Salesforce, Twitter, you name it, has something called an API. It stands for Application Programming Interface.
Okay.
For our purposes, just think of it as a socket on the wall. It's a standardized way that allows other computers to plug in and get data.
Okay, so the socket exists.
The socket exists, but it's raw. To use it directly, you normally need to write code. You need to speak JSON, which is the language of data on the web. You need to know about authentication protocols. It's hard. It's complicated.
So where does the connector come in?
The connector is a wrapper. It wraps around all that scary raw code and presents it to you as a nice, friendly button. Think of it like a translator in a diplomatic meeting.
I like that analogy.
Salesforce is speaking French. Power Automate is speaking English. The connector sits in the middle. When you drag the create lead action into your flow, the connector takes that simple command and translates it into the complex code that Salesforce requires. It handles everything for you.
So it provides the menu of options.
Exactly. That's the perfect way to put it. When you add the Outlook connector to your flow, it presents you with a menu of ingredients. Here are the triggers I support, like when a new email arrives. And here are the actions I support, like send an email or delete an email. You don't need to know the API code behind it. You just pick from the menu.
And the source material breaks these connectors down into 3 tiers, which I think is really important for people to understand, especially when it comes to licensing.
Right.
Because this is where money comes into the conversation. The first tier is standard connectors.
These are the included-in-the-box connectors. If you have a standard Microsoft 365 license, like most office workers do, you have access to all of these.
It's the walled garden of Microsoft, right? It's all the Microsoft products.
Pretty much, yeah. Outlook, SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, Planner, Forms, Excel Online. And honestly, for 80% of business automation, this is all you need. You can build incredible, complex enterprise workflows just using these standard building blocks without paying an extra cent.
But then there's the premium connectors, the paywall.
This is where you step outside the Microsoft Office suite or into more high-end enterprise data. The source lists things like Salesforce, SAP, SQL Server, and even non-business things like Twitter or Dropbox.
Why are these premium? Why do I have to pay extra to connect to Google or Salesforce?
Well, there are 2 reasons generally. One is competitive ecosystems, connecting to rival platforms. But the bigger reason is usually the value of the data you're touching. If you are connecting to SAP or a SQL Server, you're likely doing heavy-duty core enterprise work.
Right.
Microsoft views that as a higher-tier use case. You aren't just managing your personal productivity anymore. You're managing core business data.
That makes sense. If you're touching the Crown Jewels database, you probably need a pro license.
Precisely. And it's important to know that using these connectors often requires a per-user license fee, so you really need to budget for that if you plan to use them.
And then there's the third type, which sounds the most intimidating, custom connectors, the DIY option.
This is for when you have a system that Microsoft just doesn't know about. Maybe your company built its own internal HR tool back in 2005. It's called HR Master 3000 or something.
Classic HR Master 3000.
There is no public connector for HR Master 3000 in the Microsoft Store. But if that tool has an API, a way for computers to talk to it, your developers can build a custom connector.
So they basically write their own menu for it.
Yes. They write a special definition file. It's technically called a Swagger or Open API file, which describes the API. They build the bridge themselves, and then you, the regular user, can use it in Power Automate, just like it was Outlook or SharePoint.
I love that. It connects the legacy stuff, the dusty old servers in the basement, to all the modern cloud stuff.
It's the glue. It allows you to modernize your processes without having to rewrite your entire back-end system.
Okay, so we have the definitions, we have the theory, but I want to see this in action. The source material provides a really solid academic use case, a university admission system.
This is a classic example because it touches all 3 pillars perfectly. A trigger, multiple actions, and multiple connectors.
So let's walk through the blueprint. Listeners, I want you to visualize this with us. Imagine the old way first. A student prints a PDF form, fills it out with a pen, scans it, and emails it. Someone in the admissions office gets it, opens a spreadsheet, types in the name, types in the address.
It's slow, it's error-prone, papers get lost, handwriting is illegible. It's a complete nightmare.
Now let's look at the Power Automate way. Step 1, the trigger.
The connector here is Microsoft Forms. The trigger is when a new response is submitted. And remember, this is a webhook trigger, so it's instant.
So the student is on the university website, they fill out their application, they hit submit. Bam! The trigger fires instantly, the flow wakes up, and it is holding that baton of data, the student's name, let's call her Alice, her GPA, which is her 3.8, and her email address.
Right.
What happens next?
Step 2, Action A. This is a data action. The connector is SharePoint. The flow takes the data from that form baton, it maps Alice to the name column in a SharePoint list. It maps 3.8 to the GPA column. It performs a create item action.
So no one is typing anything. The data literally teleports from the form directly into the database.
Correct. There is a 0% chance of a typo, zero latency. The record is created effectively at the exact moment the student hits submit.
Well, let's add a layer of complexity here that we talked about earlier. Let's add some brains. What if we want to do some logic?
Great idea. We could add a hidden step here. A condition control. After creating the item, we could add a condition that says, if GPA is greater than 3.5, then update the item and set the scholarship eligible column to yes.
So the secretary doesn't have to do the math anymore or check a chart.
No math. No human error. No, I forgot to carry the one.
Right.
The logic is baked right into the pipe.
Okay, that's brilliant. Then what? Step 3. Action B, communication.
Right. The connector here is Outlook. The flow grabs Alice's email address from that original form data and performs a send email action. It sends a pre-formatted, personalized confirmation message, dear name, and it inserts the dynamic content token for Alice. We have received your application and are excited to review it.
And this all happens in, what, a second? 2 seconds?
Less than that. By the time Alice releases the mouse button on the submit click, she has a confirmation email in her inbox, and the registrar has a new row in their database already marked as scholarship eligible.
It's magic. But, and there's always a but.
Always.
Let's talk about where this breaks, because the deep dive isn't honest if we don't talk about failure. What if Alice made a typo? What if she entered her email as alice@gmo.com missing the L?
That is a great edge case, a very common one. The flow tries to send the email. The Outlook connector gets a response from the email server that says, this address doesn't exist. The flow fails.
Does the university know it failed?
Well, that depends on how they built it. If they just built the happy path, assuming everything works perfectly, then the flow fails silently.
Silently.
There's a little red failed icon in a dashboard somewhere that nobody looks at. Alice sits at home for weeks thinking the university hates her because she never got a confirmation.
That is a customer experience disaster. So how do we fix that? This leads us perfectly into our last big section, Part 5, the guardrails, best practices.
Yes. We need to talk about error handling, the safety net.
The source mentions a specific feature called configure run after. This sounds like the fix for Alice's problem.
It is. It's one of the most powerful but overlooked features. Normally, the steps run linearly. Step 1, SharePoint runs. If it succeeds, Step 2, email runs. But you can add a Step 3 and change its run after setting. You can tell Power Automate, only run this step if Step 2 has failed.
Ah, so Step 3 could be send a notification to the admissions office.
Exactly. A failure notification. You create a branch that only activates on an error. That step could send an email to an admin that says, hey, admin, the email to Alice Smith failed because of a bad address. Please call her.
That way you can fix it immediately. You are not finding out 3 weeks later when Alice's mom calls to complain.
That is the difference between a hobbyist and a professional.
Yep.
You have to build for failure.
Let's talk about another guardrail, efficiency. We talked about trigger conditions earlier, but let's double down. Why is efficiency so important? I mean, it's the cloud. Isn't it infinite?
The cloud is powerful, but it is not infinite, and more importantly, your license is not infinite. Most licenses have limits on API calls. If your flow runs 10,000 times a day unnecessarily because it's triggering on every single email, you might hit a daily limit where Microsoft says, okay, you are done for the day. It's called throttling.
Ouch. So the whole business process just stops cold.
It just stops. So choose efficient triggers. Don't use a trigger that pulls every minute if you only need it to run once a day. And use those trigger conditions we discussed. Filter out the noise. Don't let the flow even start if it doesn't have to.
And then there's optimization. The source warns against unnecessary loops.
Loops are the enemy of speed. In computer science terms, iterating through items one by one is computationally expensive. The expert tip here is, if you can do something in one batch action, don't do it in a loop.
Give me an example of that.
Some connectors, like SharePoint, allow you to get items using a filter query. So you can say, get me only the items where status is approved. That's one action, one API call. It's fast.
As opposed to
get all 5,000 items and then use a loop to check each one to see if the status is approved.
Oh, wow.
The first way is like asking a librarian for a specific book. The second way is like asking for the entire library and then reading every cover yourself. One is obviously much, much faster.
Use the filter. Got it. Now, this next one is a big one for anyone working in a company. Security. Specifically, organizational accounts.
This is what I call the bus factor.
The bus factor.
If the person who built the flow gets hit by a bus or, more optimistically, wins the lottery and moves to Fiji, what happens to the flow?
If it was built using their personal connection, their personal login.
If the connection to Outlook is Steve's personal Outlook and Steve quits, the IT department shuts down Steve's account.
And the flow breaks instantly.
The whole university admission system shuts down. No one gets emails. Chaos ensues.
So what is the fix for that?
The best practice is to use service accounts or organizational accounts. You create a generic, non-personal account like admissions.bot at university.edu or something similar. You share the flow with that account. You make all the connections using that account's credentials.
So if Steve leaves, the admissions.bot account still exists.
Exactly. The flow keeps running. People can come and go, but the infrastructure remains stable. It decouples the process from the person, which is critical for business continuity.
That is super practical advice. So we've covered a lot of ground here. We've gone from the spark of the trigger pulling versus webhooks through the muscle of the action with dynamic content and relay batons, across the bridge of the connector with its menus and translators, and into the safety of best practices like failure paths and service accounts.
It really is a full ecosystem.
If you had to summarize the key takeaway here, if the listener forgets everything else we've said, what is the one thing they should remember?
It's that these three components, triggers, actions, and connectors, are the vocabulary of a new language. And once you know the vocabulary, you can write any story you want. You are no longer limited by what the software lets you do out of the box. You don't have to sit there and say, oh, I really wish Outlook could do this. You can just build it. You are only limited by your ability to chain these blocks together logically.
And I love the point the source makes about the human element. We talk about automation, but the design of that automation requires human logic. The machine does the work, but the human provides the wisdom. You have to decide what to automate and how to handle the errors.
The machine is fast, but it isn't smart. You are the smart one. You are the architect of the system.
Which brings us to our final thought for the day. And this is something to chew on. We talked about instant triggers, the button press versus automated triggers.
Yes.
And the trend is obviously toward more and more automation. We want things to happen without us touching them. We want the car to drive itself. But is there a future where the instant trigger, the manual button press, actually becomes more valuable?
That is the big philosophical question, isn't it? In a world where AI and automation handle 99% of the routine, the act of a human stopping and saying, I am making a conscious choice to push this button now, becomes a rare and therefore valuable commodity. It signifies judgment. It signifies responsibility.
It's the difference between the email was sent automatically and I decided to send this email.
Exactly. Ideally, we want automation, which is the work being done for us. But do we always want autonomy, which is the machine deciding when to do it? I think the human in the loop isn't going away. It's actually going to become the premium feature. The button press is the ultimate sign of human oversight and control.
I love that. The button press as the ultimate act of human judgment. So, listeners, here is your homework. Look at your day tomorrow. Don't try to build a massive university admission system yet.
So small.
Just look for the triggers and the actions in your own work. Where are you acting as the connector, manually moving data between two apps? Spot those moments.
Yeah.
Because once you can see them, you can start to automate them.
And that is when the real fun begins.
Thanks for diving in with us. We'll see you on the next one.
Take care.
Okay, let's unpack this. We talk about automation all the time, right?
All the time. It's the word of the decade.
It is. It's the golden child of modern business. It's the buzzword that gets thrown around in every single strategy session, every quarterly review, every tech blog. And it's usually presented as this magic box. You throw a messy, manual, paper-based process into one side of the box. You hear some, I don't know, distinct whirring noises, maybe see some sparks, and poof out comes a perfectly streamlined result on the other side.
It does often feel a bit like magic, doesn't it? Or at least that is how it's sold to us. But, relying on magic is a terrifying way to run a business.
How so?
Well, if you don't know how the trick works, you don't know when it's going to fail, and you really don't know how to fix it when it does.
Exactly. And that is why I am genuinely excited about the stack of research we have today. We are cracking the lid open on that magic box.
Finally.
We are looking at the gears, the springs, the pulleys, and the messy grease inside. Specifically, we are doing a deep dive into the architecture of Power Automate.
And Power Automate is a massive, platform. I mean, it's really a sprawling ecosystem at this point.
Yeah.
But what is so fascinating here, and what the research really, really highlights, is that despite its immense complexity, the entire system really boils down to 3 core concepts.
Just 3.
Just 3. If you understand these 3 things, you understand the platform. If you don't, you're guessing. You're dragging and dropping and hoping for the best.
The big 3.
The big 3. And our mission today is to move from just knowing these terms exist to actually understanding how they interact. Because that's where the real design work happens. It's not about, just connecting boxes. It's about understanding the physics of the data.
Right. The physics of the data. I like that. So before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's set the stage. In the world of Power Automate, what are we actually building? The text refers to every workflow as a flow.
Yeah, that's the official terminology. A flow is just the automated workflow itself. It's the container for your logic, your instructions.
Yeah.
But for a flow to exist, for it to actually be something other than like an empty file on a server, it needs 3 fundamental building blocks.
Okay.
It needs a trigger, it needs actions, and it needs connectors.
Triggers, actions, connectors. It sounds simple enough. Almost. Almost too simple.
It is simple in principle, but the complexity comes in the execution. So think of it this way. The trigger is the start. It's the when.
When to go.
The action is the task.
It's the what.
What to do. And the connector is the bridge. It's the how. How you talk to other systems.
I like that breakdown. The when, the what, and the how. So whether you're listening to this because you're prepping for a technical meeting and you don't want to sound like a novice, or you're just, insanely curious about how digital plumbing actually works, understanding these 3 elements is basically the shortcut to mastering the whole system.
Absolutely. You can't build a house without understanding bricks, wood, and mortar, right? These are the materials we're working with. And frankly, but failed automation projects that I've seen fail because the architect, the person building it, didn't really understand one of these 3 components. They chose the wrong trigger or didn't understand the connector's limitations.
So let's start at the very beginning then. The spark. Section 1 of our deep dive is all about triggers.
The trigger is non-negotiable, the absolute starting point.
The source material is pretty emphatic about this. It says, and I'm quoting here, "Without a trigger, a flow cannot start." It seems obvious, but let's dig into what that actually implies in practice.
It's the fundamental rule of the architecture. A flow is static. It's inert. It's just a set of potential instructions sitting on a Microsoft server somewhere in a data center in Virginia or Dublin.
Right. It's just thought code.
It does nothing. It costs nothing in terms of runs. It achieves nothing. It is asleep until something kicks it awake. That specific event, the thing that tells Power Automate go, is the trigger.
And it seems like not all triggers are created equal. The research highlights 3 distinct types of triggers. I want to walk through these because I think the choice of trigger actually dictates the entire strategy of the automation. It's the first big decision you have to make.
It does. It absolutely does. Choosing the wrong trigger is the most common mistake beginners make. It leads to inefficient, noisy, or just plain broken flows.
So let's look at the first one, automated triggers.
Right. So these are event-based. This is probably what most people think of when they hear the word automation. This is the webhook model, essentially.
Explain that distinction, the webhook model.
Well, traditionally, you might have a system that checks for new work. It's called polling. Every 5 minutes, it asks, is there a new email? Is there a new email? Is there a new email?
That sounds inefficient.
Very. With an event-based or webhook model, the flow doesn't ask. The application like Outlook or SharePoint pushes the notification to the flow saying, hey, work just arrived. Wake up. It happens automatically when something changes in the source app.
Ah, okay. So this is the set it and forget it style of automation.
Exactly. You aren't pushing a button. The system is watching for a specific condition to be met, and then it springs to life.
The examples here are really relatable. For instance, when an item is created in Microsoft lists.
That's a classic, a perfect example. Imagine you have a tracking list for customer complaints. The moment a support agent types a new complaint into that list and hits save, boom, the trigger fires. The flow wakes up and can start the whole resolution process.
Or another one here, when a file is uploaded to OneDrive.
Think about the time saved there. Instead of emailing your team saying, hey, I just uploaded the quarterly report, it's in this folder, the act of uploading the file itself kicks off the notification process. You can post a message in Teams, send an email, whatever you need.
It takes the human notification step completely out of the equation.
Completely.
But I want to pause here because the text implies there's a danger with automated triggers. It mentions loops.
Oh, the dreaded infinite loop. This is a rite of passage for every Power Automate developer. You will do this at least once.
Walk me through how that happens with an automated trigger. It sounds terrifying.
It is. Okay, so imagine you use the trigger when an item is modified in SharePoint.
Okay, so every time I change a file or a list item, the flow runs. Simple enough.
Right. Now imagine the first action in your flow is update that same item with today's date in a last modified by flow column.
Oh, I see where this is going.
You modify the item, the trigger fires, the flow runs and updates the item. But wait updating the item is a modification. So the trigger sees that change and fires again, which updates the item, which fires the trigger.
And suddenly you have 10,000 flow runs in 5 minutes and IT is calling you screaming.
Exactly. You've accidentally launched a denial of service attack on your own database.
Yeah.
And Microsoft systems are smart. They'll throttle you and eventually shut the flow down, but not before you've caused a real mess.
So while automated triggers are powerful because they are real-time, they require a lot of discipline. You have to be very, very careful about what constitutes an event.
It's all about control. You need to design it so the flow's own actions don't re-trigger itself.
That makes sense. It's not just about what starts it, it's about what stops it. Okay, so moving to the second type. Scheduled triggers.
Time-based. Simple as that.
This runs on a clock rather than an event. The examples are things like every day at 8 a.m. or every Monday at 9 a.m. Now, play devil's advocate for me here. If we have automated triggers that happen instantly, why would I ever want to wait until Monday morning? Isn't instant always better?
Not at all. In fact, instant is often the enemy of efficient. Sometimes it's the enemy of sane.
How so?
Let's talk about batch processing. Suppose you are the director of finance. Do you want a text message, an individual notification, every single time an employee buys a coffee and submits a $5 expense report?
Absolutely not. I'd throw my phone in the river by lunchtime.
Right. That's what an automated trigger would do. It's too noisy, too chaotic. For that scenario, you want a scheduled trigger. You want the system to wake up every Friday at 4:00 p.m., look at all the expense reports submitted that week, compile them into one single digest email or a report, and send that to you.
So the scheduled trigger is actually a user experience tool. It's about respecting the human on the other end.
It creates rhythm. It turns sporadic, chaotic tasks into reliable, systematic processes. It allows you to respect people's time and attention, which are your most valuable resources.
And it probably saves on system resources too, right? Running one flow instead of 500.
Significantly. We call that API economy. Every time a flow runs, every action it takes, it makes calls to an API. Those calls are metered by Microsoft. There are limits. Batching is almost always cheaper and more efficient from a system perspective. It's just cleaner.
So it's better for the person and for the machine. Got it. Okay, then we have the third type, which feels a bit contradictory to the first one. Instant triggers. This is manual.
It is. And you might ask, if I have to trigger it manually, is it really automation?
That's exactly my question. If I have to push a button, aren't I just doing the work?
Well, think about the scope of the work. If pushing one button initiates a complex sequence of 50 steps that run in the background, you have still saved a massive amount of effort. You're just providing the intent.
That's a good point. It's like an advanced macro almost.
Exactly. The source mentions triggering these via a button click in the Power Automate mobile app, or directly from within Power Apps, or even from a selected message in Teams.
So picture a scenario for me. Where does this shine?
Fieldwork. 100%. Imagine a site inspector for a construction company. They are walking a job site. They see a safety hazard, a loose cable on the ground.
Okay.
They don't have a laptop. They don't want to fill out a 10-field form on their phone. They just pull out their phone, open the Power Automate app, and hit a big red button that says, Report Hazard.
And what happens in the background?
That one button press grabs their GPS location, grabs the current time from their phone, maybe lets them snap a quick photo, sends an urgent alert to the safety officer, logs an incident in the Central SQL database, and schedules a follow-up task for the site foreman.
All from one tap.
All from one tap. So the user provides the intent, the go signal, but the system handles the entire complex multi-step execution. It's a hybrid approach. It gives the user control over when it runs, but lets the machine handle how it runs.
So we have automated, which is event-based, scheduled, which is time-based, and instant, which is manual. But here is where it gets really interesting for me. The text mentions a feature called trigger conditions. It calls this an advanced feature, But the way it's described, it sounds absolutely essential.
I would argue it is essential. If you want to build efficient production-ready flows, you have to understand trigger conditions. In fact, I'd go so far as to say if you aren't using them, you're building sloppy automation.
Sloppy. That's harsh. Explain.
Okay, let's go back to that Outlook trigger. When a new email arrives, if you turn that on without any conditions, your flow will run every single time you get an email. Every newsletter, every reply all to a company-wide announcement, every spam message from a prince in a faraway land offering you millions.
That sounds exhausting for the system and for my monthly bill.
It's incredibly inefficient. It uses up your API limits, which, as you said, Microsoft will charge you for eventually. It creates a ton of noise in your run history logs, making it hard to debug, and it's just bad design. Trigger conditions act as a filter at the very front door.
The bouncer.
A bouncer, exactly.
Yeah.
They tell Power Automate, yes, an event happened, but I only care about it if the subject line contains the word invoice. Or, looking at the source examples, run only if the status column in my SharePoint list equals approved.
Ah, okay. So if I update an item in a list and I change the status from draft to pending review, the trigger sees the modification event, but the bouncer says, nope, status isn't approved, not on my list, and the flow just goes back to sleep.
Exactly. It prevents the flow from even firing. It doesn't count as a run. It saves you money, saves system resources, and keeps everything clean.
Now here's a question. Why not just let the flow run and then use a condition action, an outpost block, as the very first step inside the flow to check the status?
You could do that, and a lot of beginners do. But the flow has already started. It has already been initiated. It has consumed a run. The meter is running. Trigger conditions stop it before the meter starts. It's a difference between letting everyone into the nightclub and then checking IDs at the bar versus having a bouncer at the front door.
The bouncer at the door is always much more efficient.
Always.
Okay, so we've got our spark. The trigger has fired. The bouncer let us in. The system is awake and has work to do. Now we need to actually connect to something. This brings us to section 2, the bridge. We need to talk about connectors.
This is the part that often confuses people, because connector sounds like a passive cable, like an HDMI cable you just plug in.
Yeah.
But in Power Automate, it's much more active than that.
The definition here in the research is a bridge between Power Automate and external applications or services.
Right. Think of Power Automate as a universal translator. It speaks its own language, which is flow. And really, it's just JSON code under the hood. But Outlook speaks email. SharePoint speaks list. Twitter speaks tweet. They don't natively understand each other.
So the connector is the translator that speaks both languages.
Yes. The Outlook connector knows how to talk to the Outlook API. The Salesforce connector knows how to talk to the Salesforce API. It's an API wrapper, if you want to get technical. It handles all the complex stuff like authentication and formatting the data correctly for you.
And what's fascinating is the dual function mentioned here in the text. It says connectors provide both the triggers and the actions for that specific service.
That's a crucial distinction that a lot of people miss. The connector isn't just one thing. It's a package of capabilities, a whole toolkit for a specific application.
So using the Outlook example from the text, the Outlook connector is what allows the system to see a new email. That's its trigger function. But it's also what allows the system to write and send a new email. That's its action function.
Exactly. It's the complete interface for the entire relationship with that application. It gives you all the available Lego bricks for that system, both for starting a flow and for doing work within it.
Now, looking at the landscape of connectors, there seems to be a hierarchy here. And honestly, this is where I usually hear people start complaining about hidden costs. We have standard, premium, and custom. Let's break those down.
This is where licensing and budget usually enter the conversation, and it can definitely get heated. The lines are very clearly drawn.
So first up, standard connectors. What are these?
These are the ones included with your standard Microsoft 365 license, the free tier, effectively. If you have an Office 365 account for your business, you have access to these.
The list here is pretty extensive. Outlook, SharePoint, Microsoft Lists, OneDrive, Teams, Excel Online, Forms.
Essentially, if it's a service within the core Microsoft Office suite, it's likely a standard connector. You can build incredibly robust, powerful automation just using these. It's the walled garden approach. As long as you stay inside Microsoft's walls, you don't pay extra.
But the moment you want to peek over the wall, we hit the premium connectors.
Right. And that wall is very real. These require an additional license, which is usually a per user or per flow plan that costs extra money every month.
The examples given here are heavy hitters: Salesforce, SAP, SQL Server, Azure DevOps.
Do you notice a pattern there?
They sound expensive and enterprisey.
Exactly. These are enterprise databases and third-party CRMs and services. Microsoft is essentially saying, if you want to connect our platform to your heavy-duty external data, or if you want to talk to our direct competitors like Salesforce or Google Services, you need a premium license for that privilege.
It feels a bit like a pay-to-play model. I mean, SQL Server is a Microsoft product. Why is that premium? I hear that complaint a lot.
That's a common frustration for sure. The argument from Microsoft's perspective is that SQL Server, unlike SharePoint lists, usually hosts high-value, mission-critical business data. If you are automating against your core financial database, you're doing enterprise work, not personal productivity work, so they charge the enterprise rate.
I guess that makes sense from a business perspective, even if it hurts the wallet. It's about the value you're getting, not just who makes the product.
It creates a clear dividing line between I'm automating my personal email and I'm automating the company's core logistics and supply chain.
Okay, that clarifies things. And finally, the third category, which sounds incredibly powerful: custom connectors.
This is for when the box isn't big enough.
Yeah.
When you need to connect to something that isn't on any public list.
The text says, organizations can build their own APIs to talk to internal systems that don't have a public connector. Let's
create a scenario. Let's say your company has a proprietary homegrown legacy system for tracking warehouse inventory. Let's call it Warehouse 98. It's built in 1998. It runs on Windows NT.
It runs on a beige computer in the basement that no one is allowed to touch.
Exactly. There is definitely no Warehouse 98 connector in the Microsoft App Store. Microsoft has no idea it exists.
So are you stuck? Do you just have to do that part manually forever?
Not if you have a developer. If your developers can build a modern API wrapper around that old system, basically a little translator that speaks modern web languages, you can upload the definition of that API to Power Automate as a custom connector.
And then what happens?
Then, and this is the beautiful part, Power Automate treats Warehouse 98 just like it treats Outlook or SharePoint. You get triggers, you get actions. You can drag and drop an action called Update Inventory in Warehouse 98 right next to Send Email from Outlook. It becomes a first-class citizen in the ecosystem.
That is wildly powerful. It basically means there are no limits if you have the development resources. The platform becomes extensible.
Correct. It makes the platform extensible to virtually any system that can communicate over the web. It legitimizes and centralizes what we used to call shadow IT.
So to recap how these function, it's an events versus tasks dynamic. The text walks through the SharePoint connector to illustrate this.
Right. The SharePoint connector just sits there. When you add it to a flow, it offers you a menu of options. On the trigger side of the menu, it offers things like when an item is created or when a file is modified.
Those are the events it can detect.
Exactly. And then on the action side of the menu, it offers create item, update item, delete item, get attachments, all the tasks it knows how to perform. You just mix and match these capabilities to build your process.
Okay, this is starting to click. We've triggered the flow, we've connected to our services via the connector, now we need to do the actual work. Section 3, the engine. We are exploring actions.
This is the body of the flow, the guts. This is what does the heavy lifting.
The simple definition from the text is, the task performed after the trigger occurs.
Actions define what the flow actually does. If the trigger is the start, the actions are the middle and end. A flow can have one action, or it can have hundreds.
The source material categorizes these actions, which I find really helpful because it shows just how versatile this engine is. The first category is data actions.
This is your bread and butter, handling information, raw data manipulation.
The examples are create, update or delete records, and add items to SharePoint or lists.
This is the digital clerk work, moving data from Form A to Database B. It's not flashy, but it's the absolute backbone of business logic. It ensures that the data in your systems of record is clean, consistent, and up to date without a human having to type it in.
Then we have communication actions.
Reaching out to people, making the automation visible.
Sending emails via Outlook or Gmail, posting in Microsoft Teams, sending mobile notifications.
This is how the automation surfaces itself to humans. A flow running silently in the background is great for some things, but usually at some point, someone needs to know that something happened, or someone needs to approve something.
I've noticed a shift here, though. 5 years ago, every notification was an email. Now, the text specifically mentions posting in Microsoft Teams. That seems to be a huge focus.
That's a huge trend. We are moving away from the inbox as the center of work and toward the chat or the channel. And Power Automate is driving that. You can send what's called an adaptive card into a Teams chat.
What's an adaptive card?
Instead of just a plain text message, it's a little interactive card with formatting, images, and buttons like approve or reject right there in the chat window.
So I don't have to click a link, open a browser, log into another system, find the item.
Nope. The information and the action come to you where you're already working. You just click approve inside the Teams chat, and the flow gets your response and continues on its way. It removes so much friction from approval processes.
That is slick. Okay, third category, file actions.
Managing documents, the bane of every office worker's existence.
Creating or moving files in OneDrive or SharePoint. Saving email attachments automatically.
That last one, saving email attachments automatically, is usually the first flow I teach people to build. It's the gateway drug to automation.
Why is that?
Think about how much time people spend just dragging and dropping files. Oh, here comes the invoice PDF from a vendor. I have to download it, drag it to the desktop, open the server folder, find the right client subfolder, drag it into the folder, rename it according to our naming convention.
It's soul-crushing, repetitive work.
It is. A file action can do that instantly, 24/7, and never makes a mistake. It watches your inbox for an email from that vendor, grabs the attachment, renames it based on the date and subject, and files it in the correct SharePoint folder. It's magic. It gives you back hours of your life.
And the fourth category is integration actions, which we touched on with connectors talking to other apps. But then we get to the category that I think scares some people but excites others. Control actions.
The logic layer. This is where your flow gets a brain.
The text says, this is where the flow gets smart.
Up until now, we've just been talking about linear steps. Do A, then do B, then do C. Control actions allow for decision-making, for branching, for loops. This is where you stop being a simple script follower and start being a developer, a process designer.
The first one listed is conditions, the classic.
This is the fork in the road. You tell the flow to look at a piece of data it has. For example, is the total amount of this expense report over $500?
If yes.
Then follow path A. Send for approval to the employee's direct manager.
If no.
Then follow path B. It's under the limit, so auto-approve it and send it directly to finance for payment.
So the flow changes its behavior based on the data it's processing?
Exactly. It's dynamic. It adapts to the situation just like a human would, but it does it consistently every single time.
Then we have loops, specifically the action called apply to each.
Apply to each is vital when you are dealing with lists or arrays of items. But it's also potentially dangerous if you don't understand it.
Dangerous how? We talked about loops and triggers causing infinite runs, but this is an action loop. What's the danger here?
Performance. It's all about performance. Imagine you have a trigger that runs once a day, and it gets a list of all 100 invoices that are overdue from your accounting system.
Okay, so you have an array of 100 items.
Right. You can't just say, send email. That doesn't make sense. You have to tell the flow. For each item in this list of 100, perform these actions.
So it grabs the first invoice, sends the reminder email, then it grabs the second invoice, sends the reminder email.
Yes. That's the default behavior. It's sequential. It does them one by one.
That sounds slow.
It is painfully slow. If sending the email and logging the action takes just 5 seconds per invoice and you have 100 items, you're sitting there waiting for almost 10 minutes for that flow to complete.
Is there a fix for that?
Yes. And this is a huge pro tip. The text alludes to parallel branches. But within loops themselves, there is a setting called concurrency control. By default, it's off, which means it processes one at a time. But you can turn it on and set the degree of parallelism to, say, 50.
Whoa, so it tells the system, don't do them one by one, do 50 at a time. It just blasts them all out simultaneously.
It does. It spins up 50 threads and processes them all in parallel. It reduces a 10-minute run to a 10 or 15-second run. It's a massive performance boost.
I feel a but coming. There's always a catch.
But if the system you are sending data to cannot handle 50 simultaneous requests at once, you will crash that system.
Right. If I try to write 50 new records to a legacy SQL database in the same millisecond.
The database locks up, it gets throttled, you get a ton of errors, game over. So again, control actions give you incredible power, but you need to understand the physics of the pipes you're pushing data through. You can't just turn everything up to 11.
That is a crucial insight. It's not just about the logic of your flow, it's about respecting the limits of the systems you're connecting to.
Always. You have to be a good neighbor.
And finally, under control actions, switch statements.
A switch is like a condition, but with more than 2 paths. It's cleaner. Instead of just yes, no, it might be red, blue, green, yellow.
So an example would be routing a request based on a category. If the support ticket category is HR, send it to this team. If it's IT, send it to that team. If it's sales, send it to the other team.
Exactly. It keeps your logic clean so you don't have these horrible nested else statements going 10 levels deep, which makes your flow look like a bowl of spaghetti and impossible to maintain.
And all of this happens in a sequence. The text emphasizes logical order. Trigger action 1, action 2, action 3.
Linear execution is the default.
Oh.
But, as we mentioned, you can use parallel branches to run non-dependent actions simultaneously to save time.
Like ordering a new employee's laptop and creating their email account at the same time. One doesn't depend on the other.
Exactly. Why wait for the laptop order to complete before starting the account creation? Do them both at the same time. Shave minutes off your onboarding process.
So we have the pieces. Trigger, connector, action. Now, section 4. The architecture. How do they actually connect in the wild? The ecosystem.
We need to synthesize this, bring it all together.
The text provides a scenario walkthrough that I think brings this down to earth perfectly. It's the list-to-email flow.
This is the hello world of Power Automate. It's the simplest, most common structure, but it contains all the core principles.
Let's deconstruct it. Connector 1 is Microsoft Lists.
Okay, so that's our data source.
The trigger is when an item is created.
So we are watching the list. We're waiting for a new piece of data to arrive.
Yeah.
An event.
Connector 2 is Outlook.
That's our communication channel.
The action is send an email notification.
So the result is simple and elegant. When a new record is added to a list, Power Automate sends an email automatically.
Why does the source analyze this specific, simple structure? It seems almost too basic.
Because even the most complex enterprise-grade flows are just variations of this fundamental pattern. It doesn't matter if it's 2 steps or 200 steps, it's always event detected, bridge crossed, task performed. If you can understand and build this simple list-to-email flow, you have the mental model to build almost anything.
It's at the foundational scale you have to learn before you can play a symphony.
It is, absolutely.
Okay, now let's ramp it up a notch. Section 5 is a case study, the university admission system. This is a bit more complex and more realistic.
This is a great example because it mimics a real-world business process that involves multiple stakeholders, multiple systems, and has high stakes. If this automation fails, a student doesn't get into college. The consequences are real.
So setting the scene, the goal is to automate student admissions.
Think about the manual version of this process. A student fills out a paper form or maybe a PDF. They email it in. A clerk in the admissions office opens it, and the clerk has to read it, and then manually type all that data into the student information system. Maybe they misinterpret a 7401 in the address.
Error-prone, slow, incredibly boring work, and relying on that clerk being at their desk and not having a bad day or being on vacation.
Exactly. Then the clerk has to open their email, find a template, copy-paste the student's name, and send a confirmation. It could take days.
So here is the step-by-step architecture for the automated version provided in the text. Let's visualize the little data packet moving through the pipes. Step 1, the trigger. Connector is Microsoft Forms.
Okay, so we're starting at the source. The event is, when a student submits an admission form, the student hits that submit button on the website. The data is now alive. It's in the system.
Step 2, the data action. The connector is SharePoint.
And the task, create a new student record. The flow instantly grabs the name, the address, the GPA, all the fields from the form submission, and dumps it directly into the master student database, which in this case is a SharePoint list.
And I want to note here, no human touched it. So no typos, no data entry errors.
0 data entry errors. The data integrity is 100%. What the student typed is what is in the database, period.
Step 3, the communication action. The connector is Outlook.
And the task is, send confirmation email to student.
Dear name, we have successfully received your application.
And that name field is dynamic content pulled right from the trigger body, from the form the student just submitted. It's personalized and instantaneous.
So the analysis here highlights that this single flow utilizes 3 different connectors: Forms, SharePoint, and Outlook to bridge. Data entry, database management, and communication without any human intervention.
It connects the student, via Forms, to the internal administration system, SharePoint, and then immediately communicates back to the student via Outlook. It closes the loop instantly. The student gets a confirmation within seconds of hitting submit, not days.
And it does it at 3 a.m. on a Sunday if that's when the student applies.
Exactly.
There's always a but.
What happens if the SharePoint list is temporarily locked for maintenance, or the university's internet connection goes down for a minute right when the flow tries to create the record?
The flow fails.
And if the flow fails silently, the student has received no confirmation. They think they've applied, but the university has absolutely no record of them.
That is a nightmare scenario. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Which leads us directly and necessarily to Section 6.
Section 6, strategy best practices and error handling. Because just making it work isn't enough. We have to make it robust. We want to do it right.
This is where we separate the amateurs from the pros. Building for the happy path is easy. Building for when things go wrong is engineering.
First up under this topic, efficiency first. The text warns about choosing efficient triggers. We touched on this already with trigger conditions.
Right. Filter early, filter often, don't let garbage into your system, don't process events you don't care about.
Next under efficiency, optimizing actions. Combine actions where possible and avoid unnecessary loops.
We discussed the carry all the groceries in one trip analogy. If you can update 100 items with a single batch update action, which some connectors support, you should do that. Don't loop through them one by one if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
It saves time, it saves money on your API calls.
Now let's talk about something really serious, security and governance.
This is critical, especially in a corporate environment.
Managing connectors. The first tip is a big one. Use organizational accounts.
Yes, the Bob factor.
The Bob factor.
Please, for the love of logic and all that is holy, do not tie business-critical flows to your personal email or a specific individual's user account.
Why not? I see people do it all the time.
Imagine Bob from accounting. He's a Power Automate wizard. He builds this brilliant payroll approval automation. He uses his personal account, bob@company.com, for all the connections to SharePoint and Outlook. It worked perfectly.
Okay, Bob's a hero.
Bob wins the lottery on Tuesday. Bob quits on Wednesday. IT, following standard procedure, disables Bob's account on Thursday.
And on Friday,
Payroll doesn't run. The entire flow fails because the connection to SharePoint, which was authenticated as Bob, is now dead. The token is invalid.
so the entire company's payroll grinds to a halt because Bob from accounting won the lottery?
Exactly. You want to use service accounts? These are generic, non-personal accounts like automation@company.com that don't belong to a human. They never quit. They never take a vacation. They never get their password changed because they forgot it. The process is tied to the process, not the person.
That is a huge pro tip, also mentioned here. Restrict premium connectors where necessary.
That's a cost control and a data security measure. As an administrator, you might not want the summer interns connecting the company's SharePoint to their personal Twitter accounts using a premium connector. You can use data loss prevention or DLP policies to block that. You can say business data cannot be sent to consumer services.
Good point. And finally, monitor usage.
You have to keep an eye on what's running. If a flow that used to run 10 times a day suddenly starts running 10,000 times a day, you need to know why. It might be a bug, like an infinite loop, or it might be a sign of a real business problem.
Finally, under strategy, we have resilience when things go wrong.
Because things will go wrong. Networks fail, APIs change, people enter bad data. It's inevitable.
The text introduces the configure run after feature.
This is your safety net. This is your error handling.
Explain how that works. I admit I've seen this in the menu on an action, but I've always been a little afraid to click it.
By default, Action B only runs if Action A was successful. Green check mark leads to the next step. If Action A fails, the whole flow just stops. Red X, game over.
Right, that's the default behavior.
But you can click on the little menu for Action B and change that setting. You can tell it, run Action B only if Action A failed.
Oh, so it's creating an alternate path, a failure branch.
Exactly. So going back to our university example, if the create student record and SharePoint step fails for any reason.
The flow diverts down a new path to a failure notification step.
Yes, you add a new branch that only runs on failure. And in that branch, you send an email to the IT support desk saying, hey, the admissions flow failed at this step for student X at this time. Here's the error message. Please investigate.
Instead of just silently crashing and nobody knowing about the problem until the student's parents call the dean complaining.
Exactly. Configure run after allows you to build robust error handling logic directly into the flow. You can even have it retry a failed step a few times before it gives up.
The recommendation is clear. Add failure notifications so you know when automation breaks.
If you don't have error handling, you don't have a production-ready system, you have a toy, you have a demo.
Wow. That puts it in perspective.
It's the truth. Real engineering anticipates the crash and plans for it.
So we've covered a lot of ground. We've cracked the magic box. We've looked at all the gears and wires.
We have.
Let's do a final synthesis, the outro.
Let's bring it all home.
We have a hierarchy. Triggers start it.
They are the when. They are the bouncers at the door, deciding who gets in.
Actions do the work.
They are the what. They are the movers and shakers inside the club.
And connectors provide the access.
They are the how. They are the translators that let everyone talk to each other.
And together, the when, the what, and the how, they form the foundation of workflow automation.
It really is that interconnected. You can't have one without the others. And the quality of your flow, its efficiency, and its resilience depends entirely on the quality of your choices in each of those three buckets.
Now, before we sign off, I want to leave the listener with a provocative thought, something based on what we discussed regarding conditions and error handling.
Go for it.
We often think of automation as just being about speed, making things faster. But looking at this architecture, it seems like automation isn't just about moving data, it's about moving data intelligently and securely.
I agree completely. A bad manual process, when you automate it, is just like a bad automated process running at light speed. It can do more damage much faster. The intelligence comes from the conditions, the decision-making logic, and the security and resilience come from the governance and the error handling.
So here is my challenge to you, the listener. Look at a manual, repetitive process you did today. Maybe it was copy-pasting a row from an Excel sheet into an email. Maybe it was downloading an attachment and renaming it.
Break it down into its core components.
Exactly. Identify the components. Which specific trigger started that manual process in your brain? Was it the arrival of a specific email? Was it the clock striking 5 p.m.? What was the spark?
And then which application would you need to bridge that gap? Is it Outlook? Is it Excel? Is it something else?
And finally, what specific action are you physically doing with your mouse and keyboard that the machine could do for you? Get row from table, send email.
Once you start seeing your own workday in terms of triggers, actions, and connectors, you never look at your job the same way again.
You really don't. You start seeing the matrix everywhere, all the invisible processes that can be streamlined.
You do. You start seeing the potential.
Thanks for diving deep with us today. This was incredibly illuminating.
It was a pleasure. Always happy to look inside the magic box.
We'll catch you on the next one. Keep automating. There is a specific key on your keyboard that I think gets more abuse than any other key in existence.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
It's not the space bar. It's not the enter key. It's F5.
The refresh button. Yes.
Yeah.
The universal symbol of impatience.
Exactly. The refresh button. It is the digital equivalent of tapping your foot or, checking your watch.
Right.
It's that nervous tics we all have when we are waiting for the world to change, even just a little bit. Has the file arrived yet? Click. Did the client sign the contract? Click. Is the ticket resolved? Click.
It's interesting you start there because that behavior, that repetitive checking, actually has a name in computer science.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called polling.
Yeah.
And in the world of computing, polling is it's considered inefficient. It's wasteful. But for humans, it's not just inefficient. It's a productivity killer.
It absolutely destroys your flow state. You can't possibly be in deep work mode if a part of your brain is constantly wondering if you need to tab over and refresh a browser window.
You can't.
And that, right there, that brings us to the topic of today's deep dive. We are looking at a stack of resources that describe a problem I think every single person listening right now is dealing with, probably within the last 24 hours. We are calling it the manual loop.
The manual loop. It sounds kind of technical, but it's actually a very, very human struggle. It describes that gap, that void between an event happening, like a new record being created in a system, and the right people actually knowing about it.
Right. Because in the analog days, if I finished a report, I would physically walk over to your desk and, drop it on your lap. You couldn't miss it. I pushed the information to you. But now
it's all digital. It sits in a database. It sits in a SharePoint list or a Microsoft list.
Yeah.
And unless the software is smart enough to shout, hey, look at this, it just sits there. It's completely passive.
So you, the human, you have to compensate. You become the bridge. You check the list. You see the new item. You open it. You copy the details to Ctrl-L-C. You open Outlook. You hit compose. You paste it in Ctrl-V. You type, hey, team, check this out. You hit send.
And just like that, you have turned yourself into a human router.
A human router. I love that term, and I really, really hate that term.
You should hate it. I mean, think about it. You're taking a highly paid, creative, strategic human brain.
A problem-solving brain.
Exactly. And you're using it to move bits of text from point A to point B. It's incredibly low-value work.
Oh.
And the source material we are dissecting today, specifically this guide on Microsoft Power Automate, argues that this isn't just annoying. It is a foundational crack in an organization's structure.
It's where things fall through the cracks. Because humans are, frankly, terrible routers. We get tired, we get distracted, we make typos.
All the time. If you forget to refresh the page for 3 hours because you're in a meeting, that critical issue just sits there unresolved. If you copy the wrong ID number into the email, the team chases a ghost. The manual loop is slow, it's fragile, and honestly, it's just boring.
So today's mission is simple. We are going to fire the human
I
rep.
like the sound of that.
We are going to retire that role. We are diving deep into the hello world of business automation. We are going to break down step by step how to build a system that watches your work for you.
We're getting into the nuts and bolts of what's called the simple notification flow.
And before you, the listener, tune out because you hear automation and immediately think coding. Let's clear the air on that right now.
Yeah, let's. This is not about writing C# or Python. This is Microsoft Power Automate. It is what we call a low-code platform. If you can write a formula in Excel, or honestly, if you can order a customized pizza on a delivery app, you have the skills to build this flow.
That's a pretty low bar. I like it.
It is.
So the goal is, by the end of this hour, you will understand exactly how to build a digital assistant that monitors SharePoint or lists and alerts you via Outlook so you never, ever have to hit F5 again.
That's the promise.
All right, let's start with the basics. Section 1, the anatomy of a flow. We need to understand the skeleton before we can, put any meat on the bones.
Right. Every flow, no matter how complex it gets later, relies on a single core logic block. It's a concept that has been around since the dawn of logic itself. If this, then that.
I feel like I've heard that phrase on the internet for a decade now, IFFTTT.
That's the one. It's the universal language of causality.
Okay.
In Power Automate, we just use slightly more specific terms. If this is the trigger,
Okay.
and then that is the action. Trigger and action.
Okay, let's unpack that. The trigger.
The trigger is the starting gun. It is the event that wakes the robot up. In our manual loop scenario, the trigger is very specific. A new item is created, someone submits an application, someone logs a new IT ticket. That single event is the spark.
And the action, then, is the response.
The action is the response. It's what you want the robot to do once it's awake. In our case, the response is simple. Send an email notification via Outlook.
It seems almost too simple.
Yeah.
Trigger, new item, action, send email.
But why is this specific structure so, revolutionary compared to how people usually work? Because it completely changes the direction of the data flow. When you are sitting there hitting F5 on a list, you are polling. You are trying to pull data toward you, asking, is there anything new? Is there anything new?
Right. It's on me to go find it.
It's all on you. When you set up a trigger, you are enabling what we call a push model. The system actively pushes the data to you, but only when it actually exists.
It's the difference between checking your physical mailbox 10 times a day versus having the mail carrier ring your doorbell the moment a package arrives.
That is a perfect analogy. And it matters so much because of reliability. A flow doesn't get bored. It doesn't go to lunch. It doesn't take a coffee break. It monitors that list 24/7/365. The moment, and I mean the absolute second, that a new record hits the database, the flow initiates.
So we have the concept. We want to be this. I'm sitting at my desk. I have my coffee. I'm ready to automate. Where do I actually go? What do I type into my browser?
You go to the command center. It's flow.microsoft.com. Some people might also see it as make.powerautomate.com. They both get you to the same place. And you just log in with your standard Microsoft 365 credentials, the same ones you use for Outlook or Teams.
Okay, I'm in. And immediately I'm a little confused because I hit the big create button on the left and I'm presented with a menu of options. There's automated cloud flow, instant cloud flow, scheduled cloud flow, desktop flow. It feels like the Cheesecake Factory menu. There's just too much here.
It can be overwhelming. I totally get that. And choosing the wrong one right at the start is probably the most common mistake beginners make. You have to match the tool to the intent.
And the source material is very, very specific about which one we need for our problem. It says automated cloud flow. So let's break that down. Why that one? Why not instant? Instant sounds faster.
It does sound faster, doesn't it? It's a bit of a tricky name. But in the Microsoft nomenclature, instant actually means manually triggered.
Ah, so it's instant when I push the button.
Exactly. An instant flow is one that's attached to a button like a virtual button on your phone or a button inside an app like Power BI or Teams.
Yeah.
You still have to be the one to decide to push it.
Okay, so an instant flow is just a fancy remote control. I still have to be the one to initiate it, which doesn't solve our manual loop problem.
Correct. It doesn't get rid of the human decision point. Then you got scheduled flow. That's just a timer.
Like run every morning at 8 a.m.
Precisely. Run every hour or run on the first of the month, which is useful for some things like reports, but for notifications, it's just automated polling. We don't want to know what happened last hour. We want to know right now.
Okay, so that leaves automated.
That leaves automated cloud flow. We want the event itself to be the trigger. We want the creation of the item to start the process automatically without any human intervention. That is the very definition of an automated cloud flow.
So automated really means event-driven.
That is the perfect way to think about it. Correct. It's listening. It's waiting for something to happen.
Okay, so we select automated cloud flow. Now we are staring at a blank canvas. This brings us to section 2, the trigger. We need to tell the robot what event it should be listening for.
The when and also the where.
Right. The source identifies the specific trigger we need when an item is created. And it mentions that this works for SharePoint or Microsoft lists.
And just a quick side note for you listeners, if you're using Microsoft Lists, just know that it is essentially SharePoint with a prettier, more modern face. The back-end architecture is almost identical.
So if I see a connector that says SharePoint, I can usually use it for my list.
9 times out of 10, yes. The
Yeah.
connector's the same.
Good to know. So I search for SharePoint, and I select the trigger called when an item is created. Now, the box on the screen expands. It's asking for details. It wants a site address and a list name.
This is the configuration stage.
Yeah.
And this is where specificity is absolutely everything.
Why? Can't I just say watch my SharePoint? That seems easier.
I wish. But think about a large organization. You might be a member of 50 or even 500 SharePoint sites. There's HR, IT, finance, that project from 3 years ago you forgot about.
Okay.
If you tell Power Automate to just watch SharePoint, it's like telling a taxi driver to take me to the building. Which building? In which city? On which continent?
You need the GPS coordinates.
You need the exact coordinates. Site address is the macro location, the specific team site you want to watch. List name is the micro location, the specific filing cabinet inside that site that you care about.
The source material uses a great university example to make this concrete. Let's walk through that because I think it helps.
Sure. So in the example, the site isn't just University Home. It is specifically the University Admissions Portal site.
So you'd pick that from a drop-down list.
Exactly. And then once you've picked the site, the list name drop-down will populate with all the lists on that specific site. And you wouldn't pick student directory or alumni donations. You would pick student applications 2026.
So what happens if I mess this up? Let's say I accidentally pick the alumni donations list, but I'm waiting for a student application.
That's a fantastic question because it's a silent failure. The flow will turn on, it will say it's running perfectly, but it will never, ever trigger.
Because I'm watching the wrong door.
You're watching the wrong door, you're waiting for an application to come in, but the flow is staring at a donation list. You'll sit there for a week thinking the automation is broken, but really you just pointed the camera at the wrong building.
That sounds incredibly frustrating. So the lesson is double check, then triple check your coordinates.
Always. It's the #1 cause of flows that don't work.
Okay, we have the trigger. The robot is watching the right door. Now, what happens when someone walks through it? That transitions us to section 3, the action.
Then that part of our logic.
We need to connect to Outlook. So the interface shows a button plus new step. I click that and I can search for my next app. I search for Outlook.
Right. And you'll probably see a few options, but the source points us specifically to Office 365 Outlook. That's the modern standard connector for business accounts.
And then once I pick that, there's a huge list of actions. Create event, delete contact. But the one we want is send an email, V2.
The V2.
I have to ask, whenever I see V2 or V3 or something marked legacy, I get nervous. It feels like inside baseball. Why is it V2? What happened to V1? Did I miss something?
It's a great question, and it's not just inside baseball. In software development, the APIs, those are the digital bridges that let software talk to software, they evolve, they get better, they get more secure. V1 was the original way Power Automate talked to Outlook. It worked, but it had limitations. Maybe it struggled with large attachments, or the formatting options were rigid.
So V2 is the upgrade.
V2 is the upgrade. It's more stable, it handles high volume better, it has more features. As a general rule of thumb, if you see multiple versions of an action, you should always use the latest one.
The one with the highest number.
Yes. It's the one Microsoft is actively supporting and improving. If you build your new flow on V1 today, you might wake up in a year to find it's been deprecated and your flow stops working.
Noted. Build for the future. So we select Send an Email, V2, and a new card pops up on the screen. And it looks exactly like an email composition window. It has a to-line, a subject line, and a body.
It's designed to be familiar territory.
But this is where the source says the real magic happens. This isn't a static template where we just type "Hello World." We are entering Section 4, the magic of dynamic content.
This is the pivot point. This is what separates a dumb, generic template from a smart contextual automation.
Let's break down the fields one by one.
Yeah.
First, the to field. Who gets this alert?
The simplest way is to just type a static email address right in there. In the source example, it suggests a manager or a team, so you could type admissions@university.edu. That works. It's simple and effective.
But the source also drops a hint about doing this dynamically. It mentions a field called created by email. What's that about?
Right, so imagine a different scenario. Let's say you want to send a confirmation receipt back to the person who filled out the form. Hey, thanks for applying. You don't know who is going to apply ahead of time. You can't type their email in advance.
So how does the flow know who to send it to?
When the trigger runs, when that new item is created, the flow grabs a whole bundle of data about that item. One of those data points is who created this. It captures their name, their email, everything. Power Automate makes that data available to all the later steps in the flow.
And that's dynamic content.
That's dynamic content. You can tell the flow in the to-line, don't put a static address. Instead, put the email address of the person from the trigger step. So it dynamically sends the email to whoever triggered it.
That's incredibly powerful. But for our main notification use case, we are mostly notifying a static team, right? Hey team, look at this.
Correct. For this specific build, we'll stick with typing the team's distribution list into the to-line.
Got it. Now let's talk about the subject line. This is where I think most people get lazy. They just type new item created.
Followers. New item created. It is the most useless subject line in history. If I get 50 of those in my inbox, I have no idea which one matters, which one to open first. It's just noise.
So how do we fix that using this dynamic content?
We inject data directly from the list item into the subject line. This is called dynamic injection.
Walk me through the mechanics. I click my cursor into the subject box. What happens?
As soon as you click in, a little panel should pop up on the side of your screen. It's a dynamic content picker. And it will list all the columns from your SharePoint list. You'll see title, ID, created date, student name, GPA, anything you have in your list.
They're like little Lego blocks of data.
That's a great way to put it. They're puzzle pieces. You can grab the title piece, which in our university case might be the student's name, and you just click it. It drops a little token right into your subject line.
So if the student's name is in the title column and the student is John Doe,
your subject line becomes new application received, John Doe.
That is infinitely better than new item.
Infinitely. It allows you to triage without even opening the email. You see John Doe, you know who that is. You see Jane Smith, you know who that is. It gives you immediate context.
The source also makes a point of mentioning the ID field. Why is the ID so useful?
The ID is a unique number that SharePoint automatically assigns to every single item in a list. It never duplicates, it just goes up and up. So if you're tracking IT tickets, having that ID in the subject line, new critical ticket, hashtag 4006, gives you a universal reference number.
So I'm talking to my colleague, I can just say, hey, look at ticket 4056.
Exactly. And you can search for it in your email. You can search for it in SharePoint. It's a unique key that ties everything together. It's a pro tip for sure. Always include the ID in your subject line if you can.
All right. Let's move to the body, the meat of the message. The source gives a great template. Let me read it out. A new item has been added to the list. Then on new lines, title, created by, date, created date. And finally, please review the record in SharePoint.
It looks simple, but look at what it's actually doing. It's constructing a briefing.
That's the word you used earlier, a briefing.
Yes. A simple notification just says, something happened. Yeah. A briefing tells you what happened, who did it, and when it happened. By using those dynamic tokens, title, created by, created day, you are passing the critical context from the database directly into the inbox.
So the person reading it doesn't have to go hunting for that basic info.
You're saving them a click. You're saving them time. And there's one other piece of dynamic content the source mentions that I think is the absolute MVP of this whole setup.
Let me guess. The linked item.
Oh, absolutely. The link to item.
Explain why this one piece is such a big deal.
Think about how many times you've received an email that says, please review the document in the project folder, but there's no link.
All the time. So I have to minimize Outlook, open my browser, go to my bookmarks, find the SharePoint site, navigate to the right folder, find the right file.
It's friction. It's maybe 30 seconds of friction, but it completely breaks your focus. Power Automate provides a dynamic field called link to item. It's a special token that generates a direct URL to that specific record that triggered the flow. You drop that in the email body. Now the recipient reads the briefing, clicks one link, and they're staring at the exact record they need to work on.
You are removing every possible obstacle between the notification and the action.
You are serving the work to them on a silver platter. Zero friction.
I want to pause on the aha moment here regarding dynamic content, because I think people can nod along, but they might not fully realize what is happening technically behind the scenes. The flow is essentially acting as a translator, isn't it?
That's a perfect way to describe it. It is. It's taking the native language of SharePoint, which is all about columns and IDs and metadata, and it's translating it into the language of Outlook, which is HTML and text and subject lines.
So it's not just dumbly copying and pasting text.
Not at all. It's understanding the structure of the data. It knows that the created date is a date, so it can format it correctly. It knows the link to item is a URL. It's mapping the DNA of the event directly into the structure of the message. That's why it feels like magic.
Okay, so we've configured our email. It's going to the right people. It has a killer contextual subject line. The body is a perfect briefing with a direct link. We are ready to go live. This brings us to section 5. Execution, testing, and verification.
The moment of truth.
We scroll to the bottom and we click the big save button. The screen says your flow is ready to go.
And this is where most people stop. They think, I built it, I saved it, I'm a genius, and they walk away.
And that is a mistake.
That is a fatal error in automation.
Yeah.
You never, ever, ever trust an automation you haven't personally watched run successfully at least once.
Why not? What could possibly go wrong? It seems so straightforward.
A million tiny things. Maybe the admissions team distribution list has a typo in it, and the email will bounce. Maybe your IT department have a security policy that blocks Power Automate from sending external emails. Maybe you click the wrong dynamic token, and the student name actually shows up as 2026-0130 because you accidentally clicked created date instead of title.
Ah, okay. Human error.
Human error, environmental factors, you have to test. And the source outlines a very specific logical process for execution and testing. It's a 3-step waltz. Step 1, create a test item.
So don't wait for a real student to apply.
No, please do not test in production with live data if you can possibly avoid it. Go to the SharePoint list yourself. Click the New button. In the student name field, type in test student. For application details, type this is my test application. Then hit save.
You become the trigger.
You force the event to happen on your terms.
Okay, that's step 1. What's step 2?
Step 2, check the run history.
What is the run history? Where do I find that?
In the Power Automate dashboard, if you click on your flow's name, you'll go to its details page. And on that page, there's a list that looks kind of like a flight arrival board at an airport. It shows every single time the flow is tried to run. You are looking for a brand new line item at the top of that list.
We are looking for a specific status, a specific color, right?
We want to see green. We want to see the status succeeded. If you see red, if you see failed, you have work to do.
If it fails, does it tell you why? Or am I just on my own?
It does. This is one of the best parts of the platform. You can click on the failed run, and it will show you your flow with a red X on the exact step that broke. And it will give you error codes. Things like bad request, unauthorized, or resource not found. It's not always plain English, but it points you directly to the broken pipe.
Okay, that's really helpful. So let's assume we get the green check mark. Success. We're done, right?
Not yet.
All right.
Step 3 is just as important, the inbox check.
Go and actually open the email that was sent.
You have to look at the final product. Does it look right? Is it formatted correctly? Did the dynamic token for title actually turn into test student? Or does it literally say title in curly brackets because you typed it manually instead of using the dynamic picker?
Oh, I bet that happens all the time.
It is the single most common facepalm moment for beginners.
Yeah.
You realize you just sent a piece of template code to your boss instead of the actual data. Verification of the output is absolutely key.
So the 3 steps. Trigger it yourself, check the run history for success, and then verify the email in your inbox.
Do that, and you can be confident your robot is ready for duty.
So we've built it, we've tested it, the robot is working, it's reliable. Now, I want to widen the lens. We used university admissions as our main example, but this core pattern, new item email, is completely universal. So let's get into section 6, real-world use cases.
It is the Swiss Army knife of business automation. It really is.
Let's brainstorm through the other cases that are provided in the source. I want to really paint the picture of the before and after for these. Let's start with case 2. Human resources, the new employee onboarding process.
Wow. This is a classic, a fantastic use case.
Mm-hmm.
So the before, you hire a new person, let's call him Steve. HR gets him to sign the paperwork, and they put his file in a folder or create a record in their system.
Okay.
Then the HR manager has to remember to manually draft an email to the IT department to say, hey, get a laptop ready for Steve. Then they have to remember to write another email to facilities to say, get a security badge and a desk ready. Then another to payroll. If that HR manager gets pulled into a long meeting and forgets to send the IT email,
Steve shows up on Monday and he has no laptop.
he has no laptop. He sits there twiddling his thumbs for 2 days, feeling useless. It's a terrible first impression.
Right. So what's the after with our flow?
The after. HR types Steve's info into the new hire's SharePoint list. One single entry. They hit save. The flow triggers instantly. It can then split and send 3 different tailored emails simultaneously. One to IT with computer requirements, one to facilities with a desk location, one to payroll with salary info, all within 5 seconds of the record being created.
So Steve has his laptop, his badge, and everything he needs on day 1.
Exactly. The process is no longer dependent on a single person's memory. It's hard-coded into the system. It's repeatable and reliable.
That's a huge improvement. Okay, let's look at case 3, project management.
Scope creep. The silent killer of so many projects.
The bane of every PM's existence.
It is. So the before. You are a project manager. You've got a team of 10 people, and they all have access to the project task list. And someone on the team, let's call him Overeager Bob, adds a huge new task. Redesign the entire login system.
A task that was not in the original plan.
Not at all. But you, the PM, you're busy in meetings. You don't check the list for 3 days. By the time you finally see it, Bob has already started working on it. You've lost 3 days of developer time on a task that was never approved.
That's a nightmare. What's the after?
The after. You set up a simple flow. When a new task is created, send an email to the PM. You get a ping on your phone the moment Bob adds his task. The subject reads, new task added, redesign login system, created by Bob. You see it instantly. You can walk over to Bob's desk and say, Bob, hold up. Let's talk about this before you write any code.
You catch the spark before it becomes a forest fire.
That's a perfect way to put it. You maintain complete situational awareness without having to micromanage or constantly refresh the task list.
I like that phrase, situational awareness. Okay, last one, case 4, IT service desk.
This one is all about speed and meeting your SLA, your service level agreements.
Right, response times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the before. A critical server goes down at 2 a.m. The monitoring system automatically logs a ticket. The ticket is marked priority, critical. But the IT team on call, maybe they're asleep, maybe they're working on something else. They're not actively staring at the ticket queue. That server could be melting for an hour before someone notices. The company loses money and customer trust.
Okay.
The after. The ticket is logged. The flow triggers. It immediately sees the field priority is set to critical. It then sends a high-priority email to the IT on-call group alias. Better yet, it could be configured to send a text message or even trigger a phone call through another service. The point is, the team knows within seconds that there's a critical issue.
You are dramatically shrinking the speed to awareness.
That's the key metric. How fast does the right human brain know about the new critical fact? Automation can shrink that down from hours to seconds.
Now, as we talk about these use cases, I'm imagining a scenario. Let's say I'm that IT guy, and let's say we have a major outage and 100 tickets come in during a bad hour. Does that mean I'm about to get 100 separate emails?
Laughs. You have identified the dark side of simple automation.
I feel like we are solving one problem, constantly checking the list and creating a brand new problem. Email avalanche.
We call it alert fatigue.
Yeah.
And it's a very real problem. If your phone buzzes every 30 seconds, you just start ignoring it. And if you stop looking at it, the automation has failed. You are right back in the dark, just in a different way.
So how do we fix that? This leads us perfectly into section 7, best practices. These are the pro tips to keep your helpful automation from becoming a new kind of nuisance.
The first line of defense, and the most important one, is to add conditions.
Explain that. What does a condition do?
A condition lets you add a fork in the road to your flow. The source suggests using it to filter the noise. So instead of, when any item is created, send an email, you add a new logical step.
Like a question.
Exactly. The flow asks a question. When an item is created, check the status or priority column. Then it says, if the priority equals critical, then go down the yes path and send the email.
And if it doesn't?
If the priority equals low, then go down the no path and do nothing. The flow just ends quietly.
Ah, so you teach the robot discernment. You give it judgment.
That's a great way to put it. You tell it, only bother me if it's actually important enough for my attention right now.
That seems absolutely vital for any high-volume list. How hard is that to build into the flow?
It's one extra step. In the Flow Designer, you click High plus New Step and search for condition. It gives you a block with a yes path and a no path. You just drag your email action into the yes path. It's very visual.
So that one step transforms the tool from a simple megaphone into an intelligent filter.
Precisely.
Okay, best practice number 2 from the source involves the to line again. We talked about it briefly before, but it's important. Use distribution lists.
This is what I call the bus factor rule, or less morbidly, the vacation rule.
Laughs. The bus factor.
Okay. If you hard code your flow to send the email to bob@company.com, and Bob wins the lottery and leaves the company, the flow keeps running perfectly, but the critical notifications go into a black hole, or they start bouncing back. No one knows the process is broken.
The process silently fails.
Right. But if you send the notification to a distribution list, like accounting team at company.com, and Bob leaves, well, Alice and Charlie are also on that list. They still get the alert. The process continues.
You are future-proofing the automation against employee turnover. You're building for the team, not the individual.
You're building resilience. You want to build systems that can survive the people who originally built them. That's the hallmark of a good, mature process.
Excellent point. Okay, the next practice from the source is to avoid email flooding. We talked about alert fatigue, but is there a technical danger here beyond just annoyance?
There is, and it's a fun one. There's a concept in programming called an infinite loop.
That sounds ominous.
It can be. Imagine you build two seemingly innocent flows. The first one has this logic. Trigger. When a new email arrives in my inbox, action. Create an item in my SharePoint list.
Okay, simple enough.
Now imagine a second flow that your colleague built. Trigger. When a new item is created in that same SharePoint list, action. Send a notification email to your inbox.
Oh, no.
Lasting. You see it already.
The snake eats its own tail.
Exactly. Email arrives a meal that creates a SharePoint item that sends an email part, which is a new email arriving player, which creates another SharePoint item, which sends another email. You can create 10,000 emails and list items in an hour before Microsoft's throttling system mercifully shuts you down.
So the lesson is you have to be really careful about connecting systems in a circle like that.
Always map out your logic. Ask yourself, could the action of this flow re-trigger itself? Ensure your snake isn't eating its own tail.
That is a very vivid and useful image.
Okay, we have covered a lot of ground here. We've gone from the psychology of hitting F5 to the technical setup of V2 connectors to the strategy of avoiding infinite loops. Let's wrap this up and bring it all together.
Let's bring it home.
We started with this idea of the manual loop, the idea that we are wasting our precious cognitive energy acting as human routers for information.
And we've shown that the solution is really a fundamental shift in mindset. It's about moving from a pull model, where you are constantly checking for updates, to a push model where the updates come to you.
And it's not just about saving the 5 minutes it takes to copy and paste and write an email. It's about saving the mental RAM that was previously reserved for remembering to do that task.
That's the real win. Exactly. If you trust the system to tell you when something new and important has happened, you can fully commit your brain to the task at hand. You don't have to keep that little background process running in your head all day that says, don't forget to check the list, don't forget to check the list. That peace of mind is worth the 30-minute setup time alone.
It is. It's an incredible return on investment.
So here is the final provocative thought for you, the listener. I want you to audit your workday. Look at the last 24 hours. Where did you act as the human router? Where did you manually move information from one system to another? Where did you copy data from a screen and paste it into an email?
Just find one instance. Don't try to boil the ocean. Just find one repetitive manual notification task you do.
Find that one instance. Go to flow.microsoft.com and try to build this simple flow. It might take you 30 minutes the first time. You might get an error code and have to troubleshoot.
But I promise you, once you see that first email arrive in your inbox, that perfectly formatted email with the right context, written by a robot that you taught how to speak, It will change how you look at your work forever.
It's the gateway drug to automation.
It really, truly is.
Thank you for diving deep with us today. Stop refreshing. Start automating.
See you next time.
Imagine this scenario. It's Friday afternoon, not just any Friday, but, the Friday before a long weekend. It's maybe 4:45 p.m.
Oh, I know this feeling.
Right. You've spent the last 3 days, maybe even the better part of a week, crafting what you are absolutely convinced is your magnum opus. It's a masterpiece of digital engineering.
I can already tell where this is going, and I am getting a little bit of anxiety just listening to it.
Well, stick with me. This isn't just some simple email me when a file is created flow. No, this is complex. It's supposed to take a new client submission from a web form, parse all that data, check your CRM for duplicates.
Okay.
Then it has to update a SharePoint list, generate a contract in Word, convert that contract to a PDF, and then finally email it to the client for a digital signature. It is a whole symphony of action.
That sounds like the holy grail of administrative work. I mean, if that actually works, you've probably just saved yourself and your team, 10 to 15 hours of busy work every single week?
Exactly, if it works. So you're feeling good, you finish that last step, send email action, you hit save, you confidently flip the switch to on, you close your laptop, grab your bag, and you head out for the weekend, just dreaming of all the free time you're going to have next week because the robot is doing the work for you.
It is the absolute calm before the storm. I can feel it.
You come back on Tuesday morning, coffee in hand, ready to just admire your handiwork. Yeah. You open your inbox, and it is an absolute disaster zone.
Yep.
You've got 50 angry replies from clients, or maybe 50 undeliverable bounce backs, or, and this might be the most terrifying of all, just silence. The leads came in over the weekend, the flow ran, but nothing happened. The data is just gone. The contracts weren't sent, and you have absolutely no idea why.
That right there is what we call the classic automation nightmare. It is that sinking feeling in your stomach when you realize that you didn't just build a tool to help you. You built a very fast, very efficient machine for making mistakes at a massive scale.
Exactly. And that is why today's deep dive is so incredibly crucial.
Right.
We aren't talking about the flashy stuff today. We're not talking about how to drag and drop actions or which cool new AI connectors to use.
No.
We are talking about the vegetables of the automation world. We're talking about the safety net. We are talking about power automate validation and testing.
It is, and I'll be honest, arguably the most unsexy part of the entire process. Nobody gets into automation because they love writing test scripts.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it is the only thing standing between you and that Tuesday morning disaster we just described.
And we are pulling today from the guide, Power Automate, Excellence in Flow Validation and Testing. Our mission today is pretty simple. We want to take you from being just a builder, someone who clicks buttons and, hopes for the best, to an engineer, someone who builds reliable, bulletproof infrastructure. Because as the source material points out, the stakes here are actually pretty high.
They really are. It is not just about avoiding embarrassment, though. Let's be real. That is part of it. It's about reliability. You need to know that the workflow runs correctly every single time, not just on sunny days when the data you get is perfect.
Right. And it's about security. I mean, making sure that errors don't lead to data leaks, like sending that internal pricing spreadsheet to an external client because, oops, a variable got mixed up.
And in a business setting, the impact is just massive.
Right.
We are talking about enterprise impact. Untested flows cause system failures. They clog up processes. They can create more work than they save. If you break a pipe in your house, you get a wet floor.
Yeah.
If you break a pipe in enterprise automation, you can flood the entire company.
That's a perfect analogy. If you are building automation for a company, you aren't just playing with a toy anymore. You are building infrastructure. And infrastructure, by definition, needs to be tested, validated, and monitored.
So here's our roadmap for the hour. We're going to break this down into the life cycle of a flow. We'll start with the gatekeeper. What actually happens when you hit that save button? Okay.
Then we are going into the laboratory to look at the two distinct types of testing you can do. We will play detective with the black box of run history, which is way more interesting than it sounds, I promise.
It really is. That's where all the secrets are.
And we'll wrap up with the professional best practices and the grown-up table of enterprise governance.
It's a full journey, from that very first click of the mouse all the way to enterprise compliance.
Let's dive in. Section 1, the gatekeeper. Now, I think most people view saving a file as just, storing it, making sure you don't lose your work if the power goes out. But in Power Automate, saving is doing a lot more heavy lifting, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It is really the first line of defense. In most programs, saving is a passive act. You save a Word doc, it just writes it to the disk. In Power Automate, the Save button is actually a compiler, is a validation engine.
A compiler.
Yeah, think of it less like saving a Word doc and more like trying to compile code in software development.
Okay, let's unpack that for the non-coders listening in. When you say compile code, what's the analogy there? What's really happening?
Sure. So when a programmer writes code in a language like C# or Java, they can't just run it. They have to run it through a compiler first. And the compiler's job is to read all that text and check. Is this written in a language the computer actually understands?
Okay.
If there are typos or if the structure is just nonsense, the compiler rejects it. It flat out refuses to turn it into a working program. Power Automate does the exact same thing. When you click Save, it scans your entire flow configuration, every trigger, every action, every condition, every connection, and it performs an automatic validation check.
So it's acting like a really, really aggressive spell checker, but for logic and connectivity.
That is a perfect way to put it, yes. Yeah. It is checking for structural integrity. It is looking for the obvious things that a human might overlook in the heat of the moment, when you're just trying to get it done.
What kind of things are we talking about here? What does the gatekeeper actually catch?
Well, the most common one, by far, is missing required fields. Let's say you have an action to send an email. You might have put the body of the email in, maybe you wrote a lovely subject line, but in your haste, you just forgot to specify the to address.
Right. You left it blank.
You left it blank. Or you're using a SharePoint action to create a list item, and you forgot to paste in the specific site URL or select the list name from the dropdown. Those are required for the action to even know where to go.
Right. So the system looks at that and basically says, I physically cannot execute this instruction. It's incomplete. You haven't given me enough information.
Exactly. It's like trying to mail a letter without an address on the envelope. The system won't even let you put it in the mailbox. It stops you right there. But it goes deeper than just looking for empty boxes. It also checks for invalid connectors or authentication errors.
Okay, and this is huge. These are the things that happen in the background that you might not even be thinking about, right? Like API keys and passwords.
Correct. Power Automate relies on connections to talk to all these other services, Outlook, Salesforce, Twitter, you name it. And these connections use digital keys or tokens to authenticate. But sometimes those tokens expire. Or maybe you changed your corporate password yesterday and you forgot that breaks all your connections.
Ah, okay.
The validation check actually pings those connections to make sure the door is still unlocked. If your Outlook connection is broken or if the API key for some third-party service is invalid, the validation check catches that before you even save.
That is a massive failsafe. It saves you from building and running a flow that is just doomed to fail from the very first step because the door is locked before you even start.
It does. And the third big thing it checks, and this is often the trickiest one for people, is syntax errors in expressions.
Ah, the formulas. I feel like this is where people who are new to it get stuck the most.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
Power Automate has this incredibly powerful expression language. It looks a bit like Excel formulas. You might write an expression to format a date or manipulate a string of text or do some math. If you have a mismatch in your parentheses, you open 3 but only close 2, or if you're trying to divide by 0, or maybe you're referencing a variable that you haven't defined yet, the validation check flags it immediately. It tells you this logic doesn't make sense, the math doesn't add up.
So what's the user experience? It finds one of these errors. What do I see on my screen?
It simply will not let you proceed blindly. It throws a big red banner at the top of the screen saying there's a problem. And it usually puts a little red dot or highlights the specific step in your flow that's broken. It forces you to address these structural problems before you can even think about testing the actual functionality.
But, and this is the crucial part that I think catches beginners completely off guard, if there are no errors, what happens then?
If no errors exist, the flow is saved. And here's the key point you have to remember. Unless you have specified otherwise, the default status of that flow becomes on.
That is a really, really important distinction because unlike a Word document where saving just, puts it on your hard drive, saving a flow changes its entire state of being.
Right.
It wakes it up.
Once you save a flow successfully, it is effectively activated.
Yeah.
It's now listening. If the trigger event happens, say your trigger is when a new email arrives in a shared mailbox and you save that flow, the very next email that hits that mailbox is going to trigger your automation.
Which is exactly why that validation check is so critical. Because once you pass that gate, you are live. You are in production, essentially. You have deployed the bot.
Exactly. Which brings up a very practical tip from the source material. If you are still building and you're not ready for it to fire yet, maybe you are working on a flow that emails your entire department and you definitely don't want to email them a half-finished test, what do?
You have to manually turn it off, don't you?
You do. The source notes that the flow status can be on, which means it'll create runs automatically, or off, where it's saved but it's dormant, it's asleep, it won't execute even if the trigger event happens 1,000 times.
So the pro tip here is treat the save button as a deploy button, because that is effectively what it is.
Yeah.
And if you are not ready to deploy, you save it, and then you immediately go to the details page and you flip that switch to off until you are ready for the laboratory.
Precisely. It prevents so many accidental firings. It's a simple habit that saves a lot of headaches.
Speaking of the laboratory, let's move to section 2. You have saved the flow. The little green check mark says valid. But as any engineer will tell you, valid does not mean works as intended, does it?
Not at all.
Yeah.
There is a huge difference between validity and correctness. A sentence can be grammatically correct but still make zero sense, or worse, convey the completely wrong message.
Okay, I like this.
The sentence, "The cat drove the submarine to Mars," is a valid sentence grammatically. It has a subject, a verb, and an object. It would pass a grammar check, but it is not going to happen in reality.
I love that analogy. It's perfect.
The save button checks the grammar. Testing checks the reality.
So we need to test. We go back to that top right corner of the screen and we see the test button. Clicking this opens up 2 very distinct paths, path A and path B. Let's start with path A, manual testing.
Manual testing is exactly what it sounds like. It is the brute force method. You, the human builder, have to act as the trigger. You're taking the place of the automated event.
Okay, so when is this the right path to take? When do I choose this one?
You typically use this when you're setting up the flow for the very first time, or whenever the trigger depends on real user actions that just haven't happened yet. Because there's no history to look back on, you have to be the one to create the history.
Okay, so walk me through the process. I select manually in test pane. Then what happens?
Then the system goes into a waiting mode. It puts up a little spinner that essentially says, okay, I'm watching, do the thing. You then have to physically leave the Power Automate tab in your browser.
Right.
You have to go to your SharePoint list or your Outlook or your Microsoft form and actually create a new item. You have to perform the trigger action yourself in the real world.
It's very hands-on, very tactile.
It is. It's doing it live.
Yeah.
You perform the action, and then you typically frantically Alt-tab back to the Power Automate window to watch it execute in real time. You see the little green check marks appear next to each step as it completes.
That is always such a satisfying visual, watching the green checks cascade down the screen. But let's be honest, it can be incredibly tedious, can it?
It is painful, especially for complex flows.
If I'm trying to debug that complex client onboarding flow we talked about in the intro, and it has a form with 20 different fields, if I have to fill out test name, test address, test phone number, test email every single time I want to test one small change in the logic, that gets old really, really fast.
It gets old immediately. And worse, it introduces human error. What if you make a typo in your test data? Now, you don't know if the flow failed because your logic is wrong, or just because you spelled Wednesday wrong in the form you submitted.
Right. It adds another variable you have to account for, and that is where path B comes in. This is the automated testing option, and frankly, this feels like a superpower.
It really is. The source material calls this reusing history. I like to think of it as a time machine.
That is a perfect way to describe it. So automated testing allows you to select a previous successful trigger event and just reuse it.
So imagine you did that tedious manual test once. You filled out the 20-question form, you submitted it, the flow ran, but maybe it failed at step 5 because you had a little logic error.
Okay.
You go back into the designer, you fix the bug in step 5. Now, instead of going back and filling out that whole form again, you just click test, select automatically, and you pick that previous run from a list that it shows you.
And Power Automate just takes that data, the form data that you entered 10 minutes ago, and it pretends it just happened again right now.
Exactly. It replays the flow using that old data packet.
Yeah.
It simulates the trigger as if it just occurred this very second with the exact same information.
That is the aha moment for me, because that means I can tweak the internal logic, I can change a formula, add a condition, fix a typo in an email, and test it instantly without ever leaving the designer window.
It speeds up the development and debugging cycle exponentially. You don't have to keep creating fake data. You don't have to bother your colleagues by sending them the same test email over and over and over again. You just replay the same event while you fine-tune the engine.
It also allows you to isolate the variables, which is so important for good testing. You know the input is consistent, it's frozen in time, so if the result changes, you know with 100% certainty it's because of the changes you made to the flow logic, not because the input data was slightly different this time.
Precisely. It turns testing from a real chore into a rapid scientific iteration process. You can test a complex logic change 5 times in 2 minutes using automated testing, whereas doing that manually might take you 20 minutes or more.
Okay, so we've run the test, the flow ran, but now we enter section 3, the black box. Because sometimes the flow runs and it says succeeded, but the result isn't at all what we wanted, or it says failed, and we have absolutely no idea why. We need to look at the run history.
This is where we put on our detective hats. The run history is the flight recorder for your automation. It logs everything that happened during the execution, good and bad.
And how do we get there? For someone who's never looked.
You navigate to My Flows, you select the specific flow you're working on, and you'll see a list called Run History right there on the main details page. It lists every single time that flow is ever fired, along with the date it ran, the duration, and its status.
And we see a few different status indicators there. Let's decode them quickly, because I think they can be misleading. First up, succeeded.
Succeeded means the flow ran from the start trigger all the way to the final action without encountering a stop error. Now, I have to be really clear here. Succeeded does not necessarily mean it did the right thing.
Wait, explain that. That seems counterintuitive.
Well, if your logic said delete all files in the folder, instead of copy all files in the folder, and the flow successfully went and deleted all of your files, the status will be succeeded. It successfully did the wrong thing.
Ooh. That is a very, very important distinction. So succeeded just means I didn't crash.
Exactly. Next is failed.
That one seems a bit more obvious.
It is. Something broke. A step could not complete, and the flow stopped executing right there. Unless you've built in specific error handling, which we'll get to later, the flow just gave up.
Okay, what about canceled?
That usually means it was stopped manually by a user, or perhaps a timeout occurred that forced a cancellation. Maybe it was waiting for an approval that never came.
And running.
That just means it's currently in progress. This is very common for long-running flows, specifically things like approvals. If your flow sends an email to a manager asking for approval on a document, the flow sits in the running state until that manager actually clicks the approve or reject button. That could be minutes, hours, or even days.
Okay, but just looking at the list isn't enough. The source says we need to do a deep dive into the detailed run logs. This is where the magic really happens.
Yes. You can click on the timestamp of any specific run instance, even the failed ones from last week, and it opens up a visual map of what happened. You see your flow chart, but now it's decorated. Steps that worked have these nice green checks. Steps that failed have big red exclamation marks.
And you can click on the boxes, right, to expand them.
You must click on the boxes. This is where the truth lives. When you expand a specific step, you see a few critical pieces of information. First, and maybe most importantly, trigger input data.
And what are we looking for in there?
You're looking at the raw data that came into that step. Let's say your send email step failed. You click on it. You check the inputs. Did the to field actually receive a valid email address? Or was it null? Was it empty?
This is the whole garbage in, garbage out principle.
Exactly. If the input was null, then the problem isn't the email step itself. The problem is the step before it that was supposed to provide the email address. You have to trace the breadcrumbs back up the chain.
Okay, what's the second piece of information we see?
The second thing is action steps and execution time. This shows you the output. What did this step produce? And, just as important, how long did it take? Did this step take 2 milliseconds or 2 minutes? That's really good information to have for performance tuning later.
And finally, the most critical part for a failed run, error messages diagnostics.
This is the money shot for troubleshooting. If a step failed, it will have an error code. Usually, these are standard HTTP status codes, which is basically the language of the web.
Okay, give us a quick crash course on those codes. What are the common ones we'll see?
Sure. If you see a 404, that means not found. You try to get a file or a list item that doesn't exist. Maybe there's a typo in the name.
Okay.
If you see a 401 or 403, that means unauthorized or forbidden. This goes back to our connections. Your password changed, or you just don't have permission to access that folder or that SharePoint site.
Right.
And if you see a 400, that's a bad request.
Yeah.
That generally means you sent data in a format the system didn't understand, like you tried to put text into a number-only field.
It's the evidence. I mean, in an enterprise environment, you cannot fix a workflow if you don't know where it broke. This log tells you exactly where and why.
It completely removes the guesswork.
Yeah.
You aren't just staring at a broken machine and kicking the tires hoping to figure it out. The computer is pointing a giant neon arrow at the broken gear and telling you exactly what is wrong with it.
So we know how to test, we know where to look to find the answers, but section 4 of our guide asks a more philosophical question. What are we actually testing for? The source identifies 3 pillars of testing scenarios. Let's break these down.
Think of these as the 3 layers of confidence you need to build. The first layer, the foundation, is functional testing.
The absolute basics.
The absolute basics. It's a binary check. Did the trigger actually start the flow? Yes or no? Do the final outcomes happen? If the flow is supposed to send an email, did an email actually arise in the inbox? If it's supposed to create a file, is there a new file in the folder?
It's a pulse check. Is the patient alive?
Correct. But just being alive isn't enough. Passing functional testing is necessary, but not sufficient. That leads us to the second, more nuanced pillar, data validation testing.
This is where we look at the content of the thing, right? Not just that the thing exists.
Yes, we are checking the dynamic content. The email arrived, sure, that's great. But what did it say? Did it say, hello, Sarah? Or did it say, hello, Null? Or the dreaded hello object-object?
Oh, we have all seen the object-object email. That is the sure sign of a lazy robot.
It is. It's a dead giveaway. Data validation is all about confirming that values are passed correctly from step A to step B. Is the date formatted correctly for the region? Is the currency showing the right symbol? Is the data integrity maintained throughout the entire process?
Because sending an email with the wrong data is arguably worse than sending no email at all. If you send a contract with the wrong dollar amount, that's not just an error, that's a potential legal liability.
Absolutely. It erodes trust. If your automation sends out gibberish, people stop trusting the automation. They go back to doing it manually just to be safe, and you've lost the entire benefit.
Okay, and that brings us to the third pillar, performance testing.
The efficiency check.
Now, play devil's advocate here. Automation is robots. They don't get tired. Why do I care if the flow takes 10 seconds or 10 minutes to run? It's still faster than me doing it.
That's a fair question, and there are 2 big reasons. First, the user experience. If I submit a form requesting a document and the automation takes 45 minutes to send it to me, I'm going to assume it's broken. I'm going to submit the form again, and probably a third time. Now you have duplicate runs clogging up the system, all because the user experience was too slow. Users are impatient.
That's a great point. And the second reason?
The second reason is technical limits. Power Automate runs in the cloud on shared infrastructure. Microsoft puts limits on how many actions you can run per day and how long a single flow can run before it times out.
Right, the system will just kill it if it takes too long.
Exactly. If you have a poorly designed flow, say a loop that goes through 10,000 items one by one, instead of using a filtered query, it might hit those API limits and just shut down halfway through, leaving your data in an inconsistent state.
So performance testing is all about identifying bottlenecks before they become a problem.
Exactly. Is there a specific connector that's slow? Are you using a loop that's incredibly inefficient? Identifying these issues early keeps the system snappy, reliable, and within the platform's limits.
So we've covered the technical side. We know how to click the buttons and read the charts. But now, in section 5, we're moving to the professional standards. This is about mindset. This is about building good habits.
This is what separates a hobbyist from a professional developer. It's about moving from just making it work to making it maintainable, scalable, and robust.
The first rule is so simple but so essential, the save frequently rule.
It sounds obvious, but we have to say it. Save after every major step or complex change you make. Power Automate runs in a web browser. Browsers crash. Internet connections flicker. Laptops die.
There isn't an autosave running in the background like there is in Microsoft Word or Google Docs.
It's getting better, but you should absolutely not trust it. There is no worse feeling than building a complex condition with 10 branches and all these intricate formulas, and then having your Wi-Fi blip for a second, the tab freezes. All that work is just gone.
Been there. It's painful. So save early, save often. Next up, naming conventions.
Please, I am begging everyone listening, stop naming your flows New Flow 1 or Test Flow.
Or my personal favorite, copy of New Flow 1.
Exactly. Or Final Version Real. Use meaningful descriptive names. The source gives a great example. Notify HR when new employee record created.
It's descriptive, It tells anyone looking at the list of flows exactly what that automation does. No guesswork required.
And this applies to the steps inside the flow too. Don't leave them as condition 1 and get items 2. Rename them. Rename condition 1 to check if invoice amount $10,000 or check if department is sales.
Why is that so important, really? I know what it does while I'm building it.
Be kind to your future self. 6 months from now, you will have to come back and fix a bug in this flow. You will look at condition 1 and have absolutely no idea what logic it contains. If you rename it, you can read the flow like a book, and it's critical for governance and for helping the next person who inherits your work understand your logic.
Now, this next one is a big one, especially for enterprise safety. The environment strategy.
The golden rule, I'll say it right now, do not test in production.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
Do not test in production. I cannot stress this enough.
Explain what production means in this context and why testing there is so bad.
Production is the live environment where the real work happens. It's connected to the real company database, the real customer list, the real email server. If you test in production, you're essentially performing surgery on a patient who is awake and walking around.
That's a vivid image. And dangerous.
Extremely. If you make a mistake, you might accidentally email your entire list of 5,000 real customers. You might delete real financial records. You might corrupt the actual live database that the business depends on.
So what is the alternative? What should people be doing?
In any professional setting, you use separate isolated environments. Think of them as sandboxes. You have a dev or development environment where you can build and break things all day long. It uses fake data, fake lists, fake email addresses. Once it works there, you promote it to a test or a QA environment. This is a more formal place for validation, maybe where a business user can try it out. Only when it passes everything there do you finally move it to production.
It creates a safety buffer. Multiple safety buffers, actually.
Exactly. Next, best practice, error handling.
This is about building resilience into the flow, right? Planning for failure?
Yes. Most beginners build for the happy path. The happy path is that perfect scenario where the user fills out the form perfectly, the database is online, and the internet is fast. But pros assume everything will break at some point.
So what happens if the SharePoint list is down for maintenance? What happens if the user enters an invalid email address?
Typically, the flow just fails and stops dead. The user gets no feedback, and you don't even know what happened. But you can build in scope, conditions, or try-catch patterns to handle this.
Try-catch? That sounds like a programming term. What is it in automation?
It's a really powerful logic structure. You wrap your core actions in a try block. You're telling Power Automate, try to do these 5 things. If any of them fail for any reason, don't crash the whole flow. Instead, jump to this catch block.
And what do you put in the catch block? A backup plan?
A backup plan. Usually it's a notification action. Send an email to the IT admin saying, the client onboarding flow failed at the generate contract step for this client.
So the user who submitted the form might not even know it failed, but the admin gets an immediate heads up so they can go in and fix it proactively.
Exactly. The goal is you want to know that the flow broke before the user calls you complaining. If you have good error handling, you can catch the issue, log it, and alert the IT team to investigate. It's about being proactive, not reactive.
And the final best practice from the guide, documentation.
Add descriptions and comments directly in the flow. You can add notes to every single action in Power Automate. Use them. Explain why you did something a certain way. I am adding a 1-minute delay here because the external API we're calling is notoriously slow and needs time to process.
Again, it comes back to being kind to your future self.
Documentation is a gift to the future, whether it's for you or for your replacement.
Speaking of governance and rules, let's move to section 6, the grown-up table. This is enterprise governance. This is how organizations manage not just one flow, but hundreds or even thousands of them.
When you scale up, you absolutely need controls. You can't just have everyone in the marketing department building automations that talk to the main financial SQL database without any supervision. That's how disasters happen.
The first control mentioned is access control.
Right. Restrict who can actually create and deploy production flows. You want to prevent chaos. A good model is to allow everyone to build in their own personal productivity environment, but only certified builders or an IT team can deploy to the main shared company environment.
And then there's central monitoring.
This is handled through the Power Platform Admin Center. It's a dashboard that allows IT admins to see run history across the entire organization. They can see if a specific department's flows are constantly failing, or if one particular flow is consuming way too many resources and slowing things down for everyone else.
And safety policies. The source talks about data loss prevention, or DLP. This sounds really important for security.
It's huge. DLP policies allow an organization to define which services and connectors are allowed to talk to each other.
Okay, give me a concrete example of a DLP policy. What would that look like?
Okay, a company might have a policy that puts connectors into two buckets, business and non-business. In the business bucket, you have things like SQL Server, SharePoint, and Outlook.
Makes sense. Business tools talking to other business tools.
Right. But in the non-business bucket, you have Twitter, Facebook, Dropbox, Google Drive, and the DLP policy says you cannot use a connector from the business bucket in the same flow as a connector from the non-business bucket.
Ah, I see. So you're preventing someone from accidentally or even intentionally building a bot that tweets out the confidential customer database or uploads it to their personal Dropbox.
Exactly. It creates a digital wall that blocks sensitive business data from being shared with non-business locations. It's a fundamental safety rail that prevents major data leaks.
And the last point here is auditing.
It's about keeping logs of connector usage. Who is using the Salesforce connector? Who is accessing the HR files via automation? For compliance reasons, especially in regulated industries, you have to know who did what, when, and with what data.
It sounds strict, but it's absolutely necessary when you're dealing with sensitive company and customer data at scale.
It's the foundation of trust in a modern digital organization. You have to have these guardrails.
So let's try to bring this all down to earth with a concrete example. Section 7, putting into practice. The source provides a really good one, the student enrollment example.
Yeah, this is a great relatable scenario. We have a flow called student enrollment notification.
Okay, so what's the setup? What does this flow do?
The trigger is simple. A staff member adds a new student record to a Microsoft list. The main action is to then send an email notification to the central admissions office to let them know a new student has been registered.
Simple enough. So how do we apply our testing framework to this specific flow?
Okay, step 1 is the test procedure. You start with a trigger. You, the builder, go to the Microsoft list, and you actually add a new student record. Let's call him John Doe. You do not wait for a real student to enroll to test your flow. You create a specific test case.
Right. You're using manual testing for this first run.
Exactly. Then step 2, verify.
So you check the outcome.
You check the outcome. Did the admissions office actually get the email? That's your basic functional test. Did it work, yes or no?
But we also need the data validation test, right?
You have to open the email.
Yeah.
Does the subject line say, new student enrolled, John Doe? Does the body of the email have the correct student ID and the correct program of study? Or does it say, new student enrolled? Null. That's the difference between a useful notification and just noise.
And finally, step 3, confirm.
You go back to the flow's run history. You verify that the status for your test run is succeeded. You click into it, you check the logs to ensure the execution time was reasonable. Did it take 2 seconds or 2 minutes to send a simple email?
This example really ties it all together beautifully. It combines that functional testing, the data validation, and the back-end monitoring into one cohesive, simple workflow.
And it shows that testing isn't some abstract, difficult concept. It's just a checklist you follow. Trigger it. Verify the result. Confirm the logs.
So we have been on quite a journey today. We started at that save button, and we realized it's actually a powerful validation engine. We explored the manual and the automated testing paths in the lab, the time machine feature being a personal favorite of mine.
It's a game changer. We also dove into the run history logs. We decoded the status messages and the error codes, and we broke down the 3 essential pillars of testing: functional, data, and performance.
And we wrapped it all up with those professional habits, things like naming conventions, using environments, building and error handling. And then we took a look at the big picture of enterprise governance with DLP and auditing.
It's really comprehensive look at what it takes to build automation that you can actually trust day in and day out.
And I think that brings us right back to the why. Why do we do all of this? Why not just click save and, hope for the best?
Because hope is not a strategy. We do this for reliability. We do it for data accuracy. We do it for business continuity.
And for compliance.
And for compliance, absolutely. Automation is incredibly powerful. It amplifies human effort. But that means it also amplifies human error. If you automate a bad or broken process, you just get bad results much, much faster. Testing is the filter that ensures you're amplifying value, not amplifying noise or mistakes.
That is a really powerful thought. Automation without validation is just guessing faster.
I like that. Just guessing faster.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to be guessing with their company's critical data.
So here is our final provocation for you, the listener. The source emphasizes that knowledge is most valuable when it's actually applied. So the next time you are in Power Automate and you're about to click that save button, just take a beat. Pause for a second.
And ask yourself, have I proven this works? Or am I just assuming it works?
Will you treat that test button as an afterthought? Something you click just once to make the red lines go away? Or will you treat it as the most important part of your entire design process?
Because at the end of the day, the quality of your automation is defined by the rigor of your testing.
Don't build that nightmare scenario we started with. Build the safety net first. Thanks for diving deep with us today.
Happy testing.
See you next time.
Welcome back to another deep dive. I want to start today by asking you to picture a scenario. It's a scenario that, statistically speaking, you have probably thought about at least once if you've ever stepped foot on a commercial airliner.
I think I know exactly where you're going with this.
You are cruising at 35,000 feet. The seatbelt sign is off. You've got a lukewarm coffee on the tray table. Maybe you're half watching a movie. Everything is calm. And then turbulence. And I don't mean a little bump. I mean the kind where the coffee hits the ceiling, the lights flicker, and the air in the cabin suddenly feels very, very thin. Now, in that split second of panic, what is the one thing that separates a tragic mystery from a solvable mechanical failure?
It's the black box.
The black box, the flight recording. If the unthinkable happens, that little orange box, and it is ironic that it's actually bright orange, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Not black at all.
It's the only witness that matters. It doesn't judge, it doesn't panic, and it doesn't have a memory lapse. It just records. It captures the altitude, the airspeed, the pilot's inputs, the engine pressure. It tells the story of exactly what went wrong, step by step.
And that data is the absolute cornerstone of modern aviation safety.
Yeah.
We don't just guess why a plane had issues. We know.
We know.
And because we know, we can fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Exactly. Now, I want you to take that high-stakes, adrenaline-pumping metaphor and bring it all the way down to earth.
Right.
I want you to visualize your laptop, your servers, the invisible cloud infrastructure that runs your business every single day.
Yeah.
You have automation running in the background, Microsoft Power, automate flows, moving data, sending sensitive contracts, approving million-dollar invoices. It's all cruising along on autopilot.
Until it isn't.
Right, until there's silence or an error code or a frantic email from a major client asking why their account wasn't created. In that moment, you don't need a guess. You don't need a maybe. You need a black box.
You need to know what happened.
You need to know exactly what happened inside the machine. And that is what we are unpacking today. We are looking at the flight recorder of the Microsoft Power Platform, Flow Run History.
And I have to say, looking at our stack of research today, I know what some people might be thinking. Run history. It sounds purely administrative.
It does.
It sounds like auditing a spreadsheet of petty cash from 2018. It sounds dry.
It sounds like homework. It sounds like the vegetable you have to eat before you get the dessert of building cool new apps.
It really does. But our mission today is to flip that perspective completely. Because if you're building automation, even simple ones, this isn't homework. This is your survival kit.
A survival kit. I like that.
It is the detective's toolkit. It's the difference between a mysterious failure that shuts down your operations for 3 days, leaving everyone scrambling, and a 5-minute fix that makes you look like a genius.
So we're going to move past the basics of just it worked or it didn't.
Way past that.
We are going to get into the weeds. We're going to talk about how to read the x-rays of your process, how to interpret the silence of a trigger failure, and we need to talk about a ticking clock, a 28-day rule that, if you ignore it, could land you in serious hot water with legal compliance.
We're also going to cover the try-catch patterns that, really separate the hobbyists from the professional architects.
This is a deep dive into 3 pillars: monitoring, troubleshooting, and governance. So let's open the box. Start us off with the definition. When we see flow run history on the screen, technically speaking, what are we looking at?
So at its most fundamental technical level, flow run history is a monitoring and diagnostic capability native to the Power Automate service. But to really understand it, you have to distinguish between the definition of a flow and the execution of a flow.
Okay, let's break that down. What's the difference there? Because that sounds important.
It's critical. The definition is the map. It's the logic you built in the editor. When a new email arrives, then create a file in SharePoint. It is static. It's just code sitting there waiting to be used.
It's the blueprint.
It's the blueprint, exactly. The run history is the log of every single time a vehicle actually drove down that road. It records every individual execution instance.
And does it record everything or just the crashes?
Yeah.
Because I feel like some logs only bother to tell you when things, burn down.
No, and that's the key. It records everything. Every single instance, whether it succeeded perfectly, whether it failed catastrophically, whether it got canceled by a user, or whether it just timed out and gave up.
Gave up. I like that.
It captures the start time, the end time, the duration, but crucially, and this is the part that makes it a black box rather than just a tally sheet, it captures the payload.
The payload. What do you mean by that?
The data. The inputs and the outputs. It records exactly what data entered the flow, how that data was transformed or changed at every single step, and what data came out the other side.
So it's not just a log saying it ran.
No, it's a log saying it ran at 10:05 a.m., it took 300 milliseconds, it accepted the name John Doe from the trigger, and it sent an email to the specific address. It's incredibly granular.
So it's a full forensic diary. It's not just I went to the store. It's I went to the store, I bought milk, I paid $3.50, and I walked home in 10 minutes.
Precisely. And as the source material highlights, this is essential for debugging, auditing, and performance monitoring. If you are running automation in an enterprise, if you're handling data that matters, this isn't an optional feature. This is the only way you can prove what your bots are doing.
Okay, I'm sold on the value. If I'm flying the plane, I absolutely want the recorder.
Yeah.
But practically speaking, where is it? Microsoft interfaces can be, let's just say, labyrinthine sometimes. Is this buried in some obscure admin center that I need special clearance to see?
Thankfully, no. It's actually front and center, but you have to know that it's there to appreciate it. You just have to know where to look.
Okay, walk me through it. I'm a new user. I want to find this thing.
It starts at your home base, make.powerautomate.com.
The Maker portal. That's where we live.
Right. You go to the left-hand navigation pane and you click on My Flows. Pretty straightforward. That brings up your list of everything you've ever built.
Okay.
You find the specific process you're interested in. Let's say it's that quarterly report generator you built last month. You click on the name of the flow.
And that takes me to the flow details page. I know that page.
Exactly. Now, most people look at the top of that page, the edit button, the share button. They want to get back into the builder. But if you look down, usually in the center or bottom section of the screen, you will see a grid, a table labeled 28-day run history.
28-day. We're going to come back to that number, I'm sure.
Oh, we are.
So what does that grid look like? Are we looking at lines of code? Is it like the Matrix?
No, not at all. It's very human readable. It looks a bit like an email inbox, actually. You have a list of rows. Each row represents one run, one execution.
Okay.
You see the start time. So, October 12th, 10:00 a.m. You see the duration, 00.000.05 seconds. And crucially, you see the status.
The status. This is the first thing your eye hits, right? It's the triage board in the emergency room.
Yeah.
You need to know immediately if the patient is stable or if we need the defibrillator.
That is the perfect analogy. These status indicators are the vital signs. You don't need to open the chart to know if the heart is beating. You just look at the monitor.
So walk us through the signals. What are the traffic lights of automation we need to recognize?
Well, the one you're praying for, the one you want to see repeating down the list is succeeded.
The green check mark. Everything.
The green check mark. This means the flow triggered, ran through all its actions, didn't encounter any stopping errors, and finished its logic as designed.
Now, I have to play devil's advocate here for a second.
Yeah.
Does succeeded always mean it did what I wanted it to do?
That's a great question. The classic false positive? No. Succeeded just means the software didn't crash. So if you built logic that says delete all files in the wrong folder, and it successfully deletes all the wrong files, Power Automate considers that a success. It followed your instructions perfectly.
It successfully made a mess.
It successfully made a huge mess.
Yeah.
So succeeded means no technical errors. It doesn't verify your business logic. That's still on you.
Got it. Okay, so that's the happy path. What about the bad news signals? The most obvious one is failed.
The red X.
The big red X.
This means an action within the flow through an error that was not handled. The flow stopped dead in its tracks. It did not complete. This is where you put on the detective hat.
Okay, succeeded and failed. Those are the binary outcomes.
Yeah.
But I've seen a few others that are a bit more ambiguous. What about running?
Running means the flow is currently active. It's in flight. Usually this is fine. If you check a flow that processes a large file, seeing running for a few seconds or minutes is totally normal.
I sense a but coming.
But if you see a flow that is supposed to take 10 seconds and it has been running for 3 days, you have a zombie.
A zombie flow.
It's stuck. It's not alive. It's not dead. Maybe it's in an infinite loop that never ends. Maybe it's waiting for an approval from a manager who is on vacation and didn't set an out-of-office delegate.
So it hasn't failed, but it's certainly not succeeding.
It's in limbo. And that's almost worse than a failure. At least a failure sends an alert. A stuck flow just sits there quietly eating up resources.
That's a good point. So what do we do about those? What if we need to kill it?
That brings us to our next status, canceled. This status appears if a human, either you or an admin, manually intervened and clicked cancel on a running flow. Or sometimes if you have a new version of the flow and you decide to terminate the old instances.
So that's the abort mission button.
Correct. And then there is one more, which is the most frustrating one for beginners, I think. Timed out.
Timed out. That sounds like the system just got bored and walked away.
In a way, it did. You have to remember, Power Automate is a cloud service. It's a shared infrastructure. They can't let your process run forever and take up all the resources. So there are hard limits.
What kind of limits are we talking about?
Well, by default, a single flow run can last for a maximum of 30 days.
30 days. That seems like a really long time.
It is. But think about a long-running business process. An approval, for example. You send an approval request to a VP. They're busy. They forget about it. It sits in their inbox. 30 days later, the flow hits that limit.
It just dies.
It just does. But it doesn't fail in the traditional sense of a bug or an error. It times out. The system says, I can't wait anymore, and shuts it down.
So timed out is distinct from failed. Failed means something broke in my logic. Timed out means we hit an external wall, a system limitation.
Correct. And knowing that distinction saves you hours of debugging. If it failed, check your code. If it timed out, check your business process. Who is holding up the line?
Okay, so we've scanned the list. We see a run from yesterday afternoon, and it has that nasty red failed status. I know it broke. But just knowing that it broke is, well, it's kind of useless. I need to know why.
And this is where the Power Platform really shines compared to traditional coding. If you were writing Python or C#, you might be digging through a text file of logs, squinting at timestamps, trying to piece it all together. Here, you get what's called the visual execution diagram.
Talk to us about the diagram. This is the click when you click on that failed run.
This is the click. You click on that specific timestamp, the line that says failed, the screen changes. You are now looking at the actual flowchart you built, the boxes and arrows, but it's overlaid with the reality of that specific run.
It's like an augmented reality view of your code.
It is. It's an X-ray. You can see the exact path the data took. If you have an if-else condition, you can see which branch it went down. You'll see green check marks on the steps that worked perfectly. And then, at the scene of the crime, you will see a red exclamation point.
So I don't have to guess where it stopped. It literally points a big red arrow at the specific update Excel row action and says, here. I died right here.
Exactly. It narrows your search universe from somewhere in this massive process to this specific box. But the visual marker is just the beginning. The real power is in the data trail.
Walk us through that, because I think a lot of people see the red mark and they just stare at it. What should they be doing?
You need to click on the box, expand that step. When you do, you see two critical sections, inputs and outputs.
Inputs and outputs, the raw ingredients and the, hopefully, the finished cake.
Exactly. Let's say your flow failed to send an email. You click on the Send Email step. You look at the input. Specifically, look at the To field. You might expect to see an email address, but maybe you see nothing. Or maybe you see a string of text that isn't a valid email.
So the error isn't that the email server is down. The error is that you tried to send an email to a ghost.
Right. Or look at the dynamic content. You can trace where that bad data came from. You can go back to the previous step, the one before the email step, look at its outputs, and realize, oh, the SharePoint list didn't give me the email address I thought it would.
You can trace the contamination upstream.
You are literally walking the river back to its source. And another thing you can see in there is the execution time per step. This is fascinating for performance tuning.
Now, why does that matter? If it succeeded, who cares how long it took?
Your users care. Your business cares. Suppose your flow works, but it takes 10 minutes to run and the user is sitting there waiting on the phone for a confirmation.
Not a great experience.
Not at all. So you look at the visual diagram. Step A took 1 second. Step B took 1 second. Step C took 9 minutes and 58 seconds.
And suddenly you know exactly where the bottleneck is. It's pinpoint accuracy.
It allows you to optimize with precision. Maybe step C is an apply to each loop that is running sequentially, one by one, instead of concurrently. You would never know that without seeing the timestamp on that specific box.
The source material makes an interesting comparison here. It says this visual debugging is similar to enterprise business process management, or BPM tools.
It is. A decade ago, you paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions, for software from IBM or Oracle that gave you this kind of visual audit trail.
And now it's just there.
Microsoft has democratized that. They've brought professional-grade diagnostics to a low-code platform that anyone can use. It's a huge deal.
Let's put on our trench coats.
Okay.
We've got the theory. We know what the tools look like. Now we need to solve some crimes. The source material outlines 4 specific troubleshooting scenarios. I want to walk through these because they're painfully relatable.
Let's do it. These are the classics.
Scenario number 1, the case of the silent failure. This one drives me absolutely crazy. You build a flow, you expect it to run when a new file is added to a folder, you drop the file in, you wait, you check the history, nothing.
Crickets.
No red X, no green check, just silence. The flow never even ran.
This is the most confusing scenario for new makers. Your first instinct is to assume that if it didn't run, the system is broken. But usually it's a trigger failure.
Trigger failure. Explain what that means.
The run history only gets created if the trigger fires successfully. If the trigger doesn't fire, the flow effectively doesn't exist yet for that instance. There's nothing to log.
So the call is coming from outside the house. The problem isn't in the flow, it's before the flow.
Exactly. Let's look at a common example. Say your trigger is when an item is created in a SharePoint list, but you got clever and added a trigger condition. You said, only run this flow if the status column equals approved.
Okay, that's a good practice for efficiency.
It is. But then you go to test it. You add a new item to the list,
Right.
but you leave the status as draft. You sit there waiting for the flow. It never runs. Why? Because you told it not to.
Right.
It's behaving perfectly. It looked at the item, saw the status was draft, not approved, and went back to sleep.
So it filtered it out right at the gate.
Yeah.
And because it never entered the gate, there is no history log.
Correct. So if you see silence, the first thing to do is check your trigger conditions. Check the source system. Did the event actually happen in the way the trigger expects? Did you drop the file in the right folder? Did you use the right account? It's usually something simple like that.
Okay, that's a big one. Scenario number 2, the locked door. You run the flow, it fails instantly, maybe in the first step, and you see a lot of red text about 401 unauthorized or bad gateway.
This is connector authentication. Your automation runs on connections. These are the API bridges to other systems like Outlook, Teams, Excel, Twitter, Salesforce, you name it.
Right.
Those bridges need keys to unlock the doors to those other systems, and usually those keys are your user credentials.
But I logged in when I built it. It was working yesterday.
It was. But passwords expire. Or maybe your IT department enforced a massive security policy update last night that revoked all existing tokens. Or maybe, and this is the most common one, you changed your password this morning.
And the flow doesn't know the new password. It's still using the old one.
The flow is holding an old key to a new lock.
Huh.
And the system says, nope, access denied. The run history is very, very good at flagging this. The error message will usually say, unauthorized, or please check your connection.
And the fix is easy.
The fix is usually simple. Go to the Connections tab in the Power Automate portal, find the broken one, and re-authenticate. It's just like logging back into a website. But without the history pointing you there, you'd assume your logic was broken.
Scenario number 3, lost in translation. This feels like the most common error in any kind of data integration. Data mapping errors.
This is the enemy of programmers everywhere. The logic is perfect, the permissions are fine, but the data is ugly, or it's missing.
Give us the classic example, the one that bites everyone.
The null value.
The dreaded null.
The empty field.
Yeah.
Imagine you have a form on your website. Contact us. There's a field for mobile phone number. It's optional. A user fills out the form but leaves mobile phone blank.
Okay, happens all the time.
Your flow runs. It grabs the form data. Then it tries to do something with that phone number. Maybe it tries to put that data into a CRM system that requires a phone number.
Yep.
Or maybe it tries to format the phone number, add dashes and country codes.
But there's no number to format.
Yes, exactly. It tries to perform an operation on nothing. Computer systems hate nothing. They don't know how to handle it unless you explicitly tell them how. So the flow explodes. It throws an error like the execution of template action failed, or object reference not set to an instance of an object.
Which is complete gibberish to a normal person.
It is. But if you open the run history, click the failed step, and look at the inputs, you will see it plain as day. Mobile phone, null.
And that's the aha moment. The light bulb goes on.
That's the moment you realize, oh, I need to check if the field is empty before I try to use it. So you go back to your flow, you add a condition. If the phone field is empty, skip this step or send a default value. You fix the logic to handle the reality of the data.
That leads perfectly to scenario number 4, the slow crawl. This one's subtle. The flow works. It succeeds. You get the green check mark. But it takes 45 minutes to do something that should take 30 seconds.
Performance issues. These are tricky because there is no error message. The flow thinks it's doing a great job. It got to the end right.
The source highlights a few culprits here. One is the apply to each loop.
Yes, this is a classic gotcha in Power Automate. By default, when the system loops through a list of items, say 100 emails you need to process, it does it sequentially, one by one. Read email number 1, do the actions, finish. Then read email number 2, do the actions, finish.
Very polite, very orderly, very, very slow.
Painfully slow. If each email takes 5 seconds to process, that's 500 seconds, which is over 8 minutes. But if you look at the run history, you can see this delay. You can see the loop just churning away, and the duration of that step is huge.
So what's the fix?
The fix is a hidden gem. You go into the settings of the loop and you turn on concurrency control. You can tell the flow to process, say, 50 emails all at once in parallel.
Parallel processing.
Suddenly, your 8-minute flow finishes in about 10 seconds, but you wouldn't know to go looking for that toggle switch if the run history didn't show you exactly how long the loop was taking.
Another performance killer the source mentions is SharePoint lists. We hear about this a lot.
Oh, yes, large lists. If you tell your flow, get items from SharePoint, and you don't filter it, it tries to grab everything. If you have 50,000 items in that list, it's going to try and download all 50,000 items.
It's trying to drink a milkshake through a coffee stirrer. It's just not going to work well.
It will either time out or it will get throttled by the SharePoint API for asking for too much data at once. The run history allows you to see the get items step just hanging there, taking forever. It teaches you that you need to use OData filters to tell SharePoint, hey, don't give me everything, just give me the items where the status is new.
So it comes back to the same theme, evidence. You aren't guessing that SharePoint is slow. You can prove it with a timestamp from the run history.
Evidence is everything. It stops the finger pointing.
Now, we've been talking about debugging a single run. But in a big enterprise, you might have thousands of runs a day. If I need to find the one time the flow failed last Tuesday at 3:00 p.m., I can't just scroll through the list. My finger would fall off.
You definitely can't. And that's where filtering and searching becomes a governance skill, not just a debugging one.
What tools do we have in the box for this? How do we find that needle in the haystack?
Well, in the run history grid itself, you have some basic filters at the top right. You can filter by status.
So show me only the failed runs.
Exactly. Forget the 5,000 successes. Just show me the 3 failures. That cuts the noise immediately. You can also filter by date and time. Show me what happened between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. on Tuesday.
Can you search for specific data inside the run? Like, show me the run that handled invoice number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That is the holy grail. Out of the box, on that main simple history page. Not easily. You can't just type invoice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into a search bar yet. It doesn't index the payload data for searching like that.
Okay, so what's the workaround?
The workaround for the pros is using the CSV export. You can download the entire run history for the last 28 days as a .csv file, open it in Excel, and then you can slice and dice the metadata to your heart's content. But for the deep payload search, finding a specific invoice number inside the run data, you usually need a more advanced logging strategy, which we should definitely get to.
Before we get to strategy, we have to talk about the ticking clock. I mentioned this in the intro. There is a limitation in Power Automate that I think catches a lot of businesses completely off guard. The source material puts a big flashing warning sign on this.
The 28-day rule.
Lay it on us. What is it?
Power Automate, by default, purely in its native interface, only stores the run history for 28 days.
28 days. 4 weeks, that's it.
That's it. If a flow ran 29 days ago and you want to know if it succeeded or who approved something or what the error was, it's gone. It's been vaporized, deleted from the Microsoft servers forever.
That is genuinely terrifying. Imagine an auditor comes in 6 months from now. They pick a transaction and ask, why was this $50,000 payment approved on this date? You say, oh, the automation did it based on the rules. They show me the log, and you pull up a blank screen.
That is a compliance nightmare. and you'd be in serious trouble. If you are subject to regulations like GDPR, HIPAA, SOC, or even just basic internal audit standards, a 28-day retention policy is almost always insufficient. You need a paper trail that lasts for years, not weeks.
So what is the solution? Are you just stuck? The source mentions extended retention.
Yes, but it's not automatic. It's something you have to buy or build. The buy option is to pay for Microsoft's specialized compliance add-ons that pipe all the data into Dataverse for long-term retention. The build option is to connect your environment to Azure Application Insights.
Which moves the logs from the Power Platform world into the broader Azure developer world.
Exactly. And in Azure, you can configure your retention policies. You can keep the logs for as long as you want, 90 days, a year, 7 years, whatever your compliance department requires. But the key is you have to set that up before you need the data. You can't go back in time and recover the history once it's been purged.
This feeds directly into the topic of the suits. The legal department, the compliance officers, why do they care about a technical log for a flow?
Because automation is making decisions with legal and financial weight. In the past, if a loan was approved, a human signed a piece of paper. You filed the paper away in a cabinet. Now, a flow checks a credit score, applies a business rule, and sends an approval email. The run history is the signature. It is the piece of paper.
If you lose the history, you lose the proof of due diligence. You lose the audit trail.
Precisely. It's all about accountability. Who or what did what and when. The run history is the only thing that can answer that question.
Okay, this feels like the perfect pivot point. We've covered the what and the why. We've scared everyone sufficiently with the 28-day rule. Now let's talk about the how. We want to move our listeners from being reactive, just fixing things when they break, to being proactive. The source lists 4 key strategies to go from novice to pro.
Let's break them down. These are game changers.
Strategy number 1, don't wait for complaints.
This is a fundamental mindset shift. Most people treat run history as a reactive tool. My phone rang, a user is angry, let me go check the logs. The pro move is proactive monitoring.
How do we do that without literally staring at the run history screen all day? Nobody has time for that.
Alerts. You can configure Power Automate to tell you when it fails. There are some out-of-the-box notifications, but you can also build, wait for it, a flow to monitor your other flows.
Automation. Monitoring automation. That's very meta. I love it.
It is. There's a connector called the Power Automate Management Connector. You can build a flow that runs every morning at 8 a.m. It can ask, show me any failed runs across my entire environment in the last 24 hours. If it finds any, it sends you a digest email or a Teams message. Hey, here are the 3 things that broke yesterday.
So you can go in and fix them before the user even logs in and discovers the problem. You're the hero before there's even a villain.
Exactly. Proactive, not reactive.
Strategy number 2, beat the 28-day limit. We touched on this, but let's get really practical. If I don't have the budget for a big Azure Application Insights setup, how can I keep my logs?
You log it yourself. The source suggests a very clever DIY approach. At the end of your important flows, or even better, inside your error handling steps, you add an action. Create item in a SharePoint list.
A custom log list.
A simple SharePoint list that you create. Give it columns for flow name, start date, status, error message, and maybe a key ID, like an invoice number or case ID. Every time the flow runs, it writes a new row to that list.
And that SharePoint list doesn't delete itself after 28 days.
No, it stays there for as long as you want. It's searchable, you can filter it, you can build Power BI reports on top of it, and it costs you nothing extra if you already have Microsoft 365. It's a poor man's Splunk, but it works brilliantly for small to medium businesses.
That's a fantastic tip. Okay, strategy number 3, bulletproof your flows. This is about architecture. The source calls it error handling.
This is where we really separate the coders from the clickers. If you just build a flow as a straight line of 10 actions and step 3 fails, the whole thing stops. That's a fragile design.
It's a domino effect. One falls, everything after it stops. So how do we reinforce it?
We use a classic programming pattern called try-catch. Or, more accurately, try-catch finally.
Explain that for the non-programmers out there.
Imagine you are a trapeze artist. The try block is the main act. You try to perform your trick, you try to catch the bar. If you miss, you don't just hit the concrete. You fall into a net. The catch block is the safety net.
So in the flow, you group your risky actions together. That's the try. How do you do that?
You put them inside a scope container. It's just an action that lets you group other actions. Then you create a second scope container right after it, and you call it catch.
And here's the magic, right?
Here is the magic trick. You configure the catch scope to run only if the try scope has failed.
This is the configure run after setting. I've seen that.
Yes. You click the three dots on the catch scope, go to Configure Run After, and you uncheck Is Successful. And you check the box for Has Failed.
So if everything goes well, the flow runs the try block and just skips the catch block entirely. But if anything inside that try block explodes, the flow immediately jumps to the catch block.
And inside that catch block, you put your recovery logic. Send an email to IT support with the error details, log the error to that SharePoint list we just talked about, send a polite apology message to the user. The flow finishes gracefully. It doesn't just die with an unhandled exception.
That is slick. That's professional software engineering applied to low code.
It changes the user experience from, it's broken and I don't know why, to, we encountered an issue and the support team has been notified. That's a huge difference in trust.
Huge. Okay, last one, strategy number 4. Write it down.
Documentation. It's the boring answer, but it's absolutely vital. Document your flows. Document what they're supposed to do. Document where the logs are stored. Document what the common error codes mean for that process.
This is the bus factor, right? If you, the brilliant flow designer, get hit by a bus tomorrow, can anyone else understand your run history and fix the problem?
Exactly. If you have custom logging lists and complex try-catch blocks, and you didn't write down how they work, you are leaving behind a mystery machine that no one will be able to fix. They'll just turn it off and start over from scratch.
Which is a tragic waste of all your hard work.
Total waste.
Let's bring this all home. We've covered a lot of abstract concepts. The source material provides a really clear, practical training example involving a student registration flow. I want to walk through this step by step to visualize how run history is used in the real world.
Okay, let's role play this scenario. You are the university IT administrator.
Okay, I'm the admin. I've got my coffee. I'm ready for anything.
The process is simple. Trigger. A new student is added to a Microsoft list by the admissions team. Action. The flow then sends a welcome email to the main admissions office distribution list, notifying them of the new recruit.
Super simple two-step flow. Trigger email. What could go wrong?
Famous last words. So imagine a new student, Jane Doe, is added to the list. An hour later, the head of the admissions office calls you and says, we never got the notification email for Jane. What do?
I go to the run history for that flow. Step 1. I look for a run around the time Jane was added, and I check the status.
You find a run at 10:15 a.m. The status is succeeded. Green check mark.
Okay, so the flow thinks it worked, but they're telling me they didn't get the email. Now I'm confused. This is a classic he said, she said IT problem.
So you do step 2, view the data. You click on that successful run. You expand the send email action. You look at the inputs, specifically the to field.
I'm looking at the inputs, and I see admissions at university.con, not .com, .con, a typo in the hard-coded email address in the flow.
There it is. The flow succeeded because, technically, the mail server accepted the request. It successfully sent an email into the void. The run history reveals the human error that the code couldn't possibly catch.
Okay, alternate reality. Same scenario. Gene is added. I check the history. This time, the status is failed. Big red X.
Step 3. Analyze the errors. You click the failed run. You see the red exclamation point on the send email action. You click on it to expand it. The error message says something like, bad request. The to address parameter cannot be null or empty.
Missing. The to address is missing. But Jane is on the list. The trigger fired.
So you go upstream, you look at the trigger outputs. What data did we get from the Microsoft list when the item was created?
I look at the JSON body, and I see student email, null. The person who entered Jane into the list forgot to type in her email address.
So the flow failed because the input data was bad. Garbage in, garbage out.
In both of those cases, the typo and the missing data, the run history is the only way to find the absolute truth in seconds. Without it, I'm just arguing with the admissions office about whether their Outlook is broken. With it, I have definitive proof.
It moves the conversation from I think to I know.
And that really summarizes the entire power of this tool, doesn't it? We've gone from the black box analogy to the traffic lights of the status, to the X-ray vision inside a run, and finally, to the governance strategies that keep you compliant and out of trouble.
If we were to summarize it academically, you'd say, flow run history is not just a debugging log. It is a comprehensive monitoring, auditing, and diagnostic framework. It enables what we could call digital transformation monitoring. It ensures that the digital processes running your business are visible, accountable, and resilient.
The knowledge is most valuable when it's applied. So the listener takeaway here seems really clear. The next time you build a flow, even a simple one, don't just save it and walk away. Run it. Test it with good data, test it with bad data, and watch the history. See the data move.
Verify, don't assume. The answers are all there. You just have to know how to click and how to look.
Before we go, I want to leave you with a thought. We talked a lot about that 28-day retention limit. On the surface, it seems like a technical constraint, storage space, server costs, that kind of thing. But I want you to think about the deeper implications.
It's a philosophical issue, too, in a way.
It is. Our automated systems are making life-altering decisions every single day. They are filtering job applications. They are approving or denying mortgages. They are flagging potentially fraudulent financial transactions. If the record of how and why those decisions were made disappears into the digital ether after just 4 weeks, are we truly in control of our own creations?
That raises a fascinating question. In this age of AI and automation, is memory long-term, auditable, immutable data retention? Is that actually our most critical and valuable asset? If you lose the history, you lose the truth of what happened. You can't learn from the past if you're programmed to delete it every single month.
Something to mull over as you check your logs tomorrow. Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive. We'll see you next time.
See you next time.
Imagine your typical Tuesday morning. You walk in, sit down, you crack open the laptop, and before you've even had that first sip of coffee, before the caffeine has even thought about hitting your bloodstream, you are just absolutely bombarded.
It's the modern workplace reality, isn't it? It's not just a stream, it's an avalanche, a digital avalanche.
It really is an avalanche. You've got, 30 unread emails glaring at you. You have 3, maybe 4 people pinging you on Teams for approvals on documents you haven't even had a chance to open yet.
Right.
Your calendar looks like a game of Tetris, gone wrong blocks everywhere, no space to breathe. And then you have this pile of data that needs to be manually moved from an email body to some spreadsheet somewhere. It is a constant, relentless stream of noise.
And the problem isn't just the sheer volume of work, though that is certainly part of it. It's the nature of the work. It's the switching costs. You're jumping from your communication tools to your file storage to data entry and then back again. It's a fragmentation of focus that absolutely kills any chance of deep work.
Right, the toggling tax, I've heard it called that. Every time you switch windows, you lose a little bit of your brain power, a little bit of your focus. And that is exactly where our topic for today comes in. We are doing a deep dive into the solution that promises to stop that toggling tax and actually give you some of your brain back.
We're talking about Microsoft Power Automate.
Exactly. But we aren't just talking about the platform in general terms today. We are zooming in, really focusing on the 2 heavy hitters.
The core enterprise connectors, the backbone of so much of this stuff.
Exactly. The engines that really drive what we call business process automation, or BPA. We are talking about Outlook and SharePoint. Now, Outlook and SharePoint, on the surface, it sounds almost basic, doesn't it?
It does. Everyone uses these tools.
They are the furniture of the corporate office. We just take them for granted. But based on the research we have here, the way they function inside Power Automate transforms them from just tools we use into engines that actually do the work for us.
That's the key shift in thinking right there. It's about moving from using the tool to automating the tool. And our mission today is to unpack exactly how that works. We need to understand the mechanics, the literal API interactions, the logic, the flow of these connectors to really grasp the potential for creating a real-time enterprise notification system.
So before we get into the nitty-gritty of specific triggers or, God forbid, JSON payloads, let's strip it back. The source material uses this really helpful analogy. It calls a connector a bridge. What does that actually mean?
It's a perfect visual. Think of Power Automate as this central hub, this engine room. It has all this logic, all this capability to process information, but on its own, it's just an engine sitting in a vacuum. It needs fuel, which is data, and it needs a destination to send things.
Okay.
A connector is the pre-built integration wrapper that bridges the gap between that engine and your external applications.
So the connector is the roadway between Power Automate and, say, your inbox or your file server. It's the set of pipes.
Exactly. It bridges Power Automate to the data source. And in our case today, those data sources are Microsoft Outlook and SharePoint. But what's fascinating, and what I think people miss, is that this bridge isn't just a static piece of infrastructure. It has 2 very distinct directions of traffic, if you will.
You're talking about the toolbox concept from our notes. The 2 main components of any connector, triggers and actions.
Right. Every single connector, and I mean every one, whether it's for Outlook, SharePoint, or a third-party app like Salesforce, or even Twitter, is built on these 2 fundamental components. First, you have the trigger.
The starting gun.
The starting gun. The event that wakes the robot up. The trigger is always listening. Technically, it's pulling the server on a schedule for something specific to happen. When an email arrives, when a file is modified, it's the if in the classic if this, then that equation. It's the catalyst for everything that follows.
And then logically, the action must be the then.
Precisely. The action is the task execution. Once the trigger says go, the action is what actually gets done via the API. It's the send a reply, create a file, or update a list item. It is the verb of the automation sentence.
So the promise here, and this is what we're going to really explore, is that by mastering these triggers and actions for Outlook and SharePoint, you can move from all that manual handling to truly automated workflows.
And not just in isolation. The real magic, and what we'll definitely get to later in this deep dive, is the better together aspect. How you combine these two to create systems that are so much greater than the sum of their parts.
I love that. Okay, let's jump into the first big segment. We're calling this one the personal assistant. And here we are talking all about the Outlook connector.
This is the gateway to communication automation. If you think about where most knowledge workers spend their day, it's in Outlook. It is the command center of the office.
For better or for worse?
For better or for worse, yes. But it's really important to clarify the scope here. When we say the Outlook connector, we aren't just talking about the app on your desktop. We aren't talking about the local client you click on to open your mail.
Right. The source material makes a very important distinction here. It integrates not with the client, but with Microsoft Exchange Online,
which is the server backend. And that's a crucial detail because it means this automation runs in the cloud. You don't need your laptop open in Outlook running for these flows to work. It's all happening at the server level.
That is a huge distinction.
Yeah.
So if I have a flow set up to reply to certain emails or road invoices, it does it even if I'm on a beach in Bali with my phone turned off.
Exactly. It's server-side automation. It runs 24/7, completely independent of your personal device, regardless of whether you're logged in or not. And it handles the absolute bread and butter of daily work: email, calendar, and contacts.
Okay, let's dig into the triggers for Outlook. The listening phase. What is the system actually waiting for? The source lists a few specific ones, and there is one little detail I noticed that I really want to ask you about. It lists when a new email arrives. V3. Why the V3? Why does the versioning matter so much here?
That's a great catch, and it's not just trivia. The V3 stands for version 3. It implies evolution. Microsoft is constantly updating these connectors, and the version number tells you what's under the hood. In this case, it usually means it's built on the newer, more powerful Microsoft Graph API.
So V1 or V2 might still exist, but V3 is the one to use.
Generally, yes. V1 might have been basic, V2 got better, V3 is the current robust standard. It tells us that this isn't a stagnant tool. It's being constantly refined for better performance, much better filtering capabilities, and more options. It's a sign of a healthy, evolving platform.
Okay, so when a new email arrives is the classic trigger. It's the one everyone thinks of first.
Yeah.
But I have to assume you don't want the robot to wake up for every single email that hits your inbox, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like absolute chaos.
Absolute chaos. If you triggered a flow for every spam message, every newsletter, or every reply all chain from that one person in accounting,
Know that person.
we all do, you'd burn through your API limits in an hour, not to mention the noise it would create. This is where the configuration of the trigger becomes absolutely critical. You can and you must set filters right at the trigger level.
So you're filtering the noise before the automation even starts to run.
Precisely. It's about efficiency. Don't even wake the robot up unless it's for something important. You act as the bouncer at the door, only letting the relevant emails in to trigger the workflow.
So what kind of filters can you apply? How specific can we get?
You can get very specific. You can say, only trigger if the email is delivered to this specific folder. So you could have a rule in Outlook that moves certain emails to a folder called Process Me, and Power Automate only watches that folder.
Oh, that's smart.
Or you can filter directly in the trigger settings. Only trigger if the email comes from this specific sender, or only if the subject line contains the word invoice, or even only trigger if it has an attachment. You can combine these two. So only trigger if it's from accounting at company.com for day way, the subject contains invoice.
That makes a ton of sense. You're narrowing the focus dramatically. What are some of the other key triggers for Outlook?
Well, another big one is when a calendar event is created or updated. Think about the implications of that for a moment. You can trigger entire workflows based on your schedule changing. Someone invites you to a meeting. A flow could automatically block off focus time for an hour beforehand in your calendar.
That's pretty cool. And the other one that really stood out to me from the source was when an email is flagged.
Oh, I love that one. That feels like a perfect bridge between human intent and robot action.
Precisely. The new email trigger is passive. It just happens to you. The flagged email trigger is an active choice. You look at an email, you make a conscious decision, this is important, I need to act on this. You click the little flag, and that single action tells Power Automate to kick off a whole process.
So it's like turning that little red flag into a custom button.
It's exactly that, a button that can do anything. Maybe it creates a task in Planner, maybe it copies the attachment to a specific folder, maybe it logs the sender's details in a spreadsheet. It's taking a simple, built-in UI interaction and turning it into a rocket launcher.
That's the real essence of personal productivity automation. It's about catching these events, whether they're passive, like an email arriving, or active, like you flagging something and acting on them as they happen in real time.
Okay, so the trigger has fired, the bounce will let the email in, the robot is awake. Now we move to the doing phase, the actions. What can the Outlook connector actually do once it's up and running?
Well, the list is extensive, but the source highlights some of the core, most used actions. Obviously, the first one is send an email, V2. Again, note the versioning there.
Right, and this is the most common one.
Yeah.
But it's more than just sending a simple text message, right?
Oh, absolutely. The send an email action is very powerful. It allows for rich HTML bodies, so you can format it with colors, tables, and branding to make it look like a real professional email. You can add multiple attachments. You can set the importance to high. You can CC and BCC people. It's not just plain text. It's a full-featured email client, but automated.
Then there's reply to an email.
Which sounds simple, but, automating correspondence can be a bit risky, right? You have to be really careful not to send a generic thanks for your email to a serious customer complaint.
You do. You have to use dynamic content very carefully. But think about standard repeatable inquiries. Where is your office located? What are your business hours? Or acknowledging receipt of a job application. You can set up flows that look for specific subject lines and send an instant, helpful, and pre-written reply. It improves responsiveness immediately.
True. What about organization? My inbox is a disaster. I see move an email to a folder on the list here.
This is the clutter killer. We all dream of inbox zero, but manually filing every single email takes time and discipline. With this action, you can set up a trigger and say if an email comes from a specific vendor or contains the word invoice, the system automatically moves it to the financials folder. You never even have to see it hit your main inbox.
That is the dream. It's like having a little elf that just tidies up for you all day long.
Exactly. And then there are actions that bridge out of just email. For instance, create a calendar event. We saw the trigger, but this is the action side. An email comes in confirming a meeting time. A flow could, in theory, parse that email and create the event on your calendar for you.
And this one is really interesting. Create a task in Outlook Tasks or To Do. That seems to bridge communication directly to action.
It's one of my favorites. How often do you get an email that is actually a task wrapped in a message? It happens all the time.
All the time. Hey, can you review this? Please send me that report by Friday. My inbox is basically a to-do list that other people control.
Exactly. And instead of letting that email just sit there, slowly getting buried and causing you anxiety, a flow can take it, maybe based on you flagging it. Extract the subject line as the task name, and create a task in your Microsoft to-do list with a due date. It converts the chaos of communication into the organized structure of a task list.
Let's bring this to life with some of the practical use cases from the source material. We've touched on email management, but what about approval workflows? This seems like a massive corporate use case.
This is a huge one. Imagine you need approval for a budget item or a document. The old way is, you send an email and hope your manager sees it. Then you ping them on Teams. Then you maybe awkwardly walk past their office.
The classic, just bumping this up in your inbox, email. The worst.
The absolute worst. With the Outlook connector, often combined with the approvals connector in Power Automate, you can completely automate that. A flow can send an approval request email that has actionable buttons right inside the email body buttons that say approve or reject.
So the manager doesn't have to log into a separate system or even reply.
Exactly. They just click the button in the email they're already in. The flow captures that response, records who approved it and when, and then continues on to the next step, maybe notifying you that it's been approved. It replaces the chase. It's streamlined.
And calendar automation, what's a good example there?
Think about project management. When a project hits a certain milestone, maybe a date in a database changes to Phase 2 complete, the Outlook connector can automatically schedule a Phase 3 kickoff meeting. It can look at the calendars of the project team, find a time that works for everyone, and send out the invites.
It's proactive. It's not waiting for the project manager to remember to schedule the meeting 3 days late.
Right, and that really leads to the biggest value proposition that's listed here in the source. It enhances responsiveness. It reduces all that manual handling of email, and it integrates deeply with other tools like Microsoft Teams and Planner. It's about making the system respond to data rather than waiting for a human to interpret the data and then, manually type out an email.
So that's the personal assistant. It handles the chatter, the schedule, the inbox, the to-do list. It's the front office. Now, let's shift gears. Let's talk about the back office, the library. We are moving on to segment 2, the digital librarian. We're talking about the SharePoint connector.
This is a really important shift in mindset. Outlook is all about communication. It's about flow, movement, chatter. SharePoint is about structure. It's about data, documents, and libraries. It is the system of record for many organizations.
And the source defines the SharePoint connector as interacting with sites, lists, and document libraries. I feel like lists is a term we should probably define because I think a lot of people don't use SharePoint that way.
That's a very fair point. A lot of people hear SharePoint and they just think of it as Dropbox for the enterprise, a place to dump files. And it is that. But a SharePoint list is something different, and it's incredibly powerful. It's essentially a database that looks and feels like a spreadsheet.
So rows and columns.
Exactly, rows and columns. But unlike Excel, you can have very specific column types. A column for text, for numbers, for dates, for choices from a drop-down menu, for a person's name from the company directory. It's structured data.
So when the source lists a trigger, like when an item is created, it's usually talking about a new row being added to one of these SharePoint lists.
Correct. So when an item is created means when a new row of data is added. But the connector is versatile. It also covers the document side with a trigger like when a file is created in a folder within a document library.
So it's watching for both new documents and new data rows.
Yes. And another huge trigger is when an item or file is modified. This is absolutely critical for tracking changes. If someone on your team updates the status of a project from in progress to complete in a SharePoint list, that trigger fires. That change can kick off a whole series of downstream actions.
Okay, you're a developer, so you have to have an answer for this. Does that create a risk of loops? If my flow's action is to update the item, does that trigger the when an item is modified trigger all over again?
You are asking exactly the right question. Yes, that is the classic infinite loop scenario that trips up so many beginners. If your flow updates the item and your trigger is simply when an item is modified, you can accidentally create a cycle that runs hundreds of times until Microsoft's protection system shut it down.
Yeah.
So how do you avoid that?
You have to use what are called trigger conditions. It's the more advanced setting where you write a little expression. You can tell the flow, for instance, to stop if the change was made by the automation account itself. So it sees the update it just made as a new modification, but the condition tells it, nope, that was me, ignore it, and the loop is broken.
That is a crucial technical detail. It really shows you have to think like a programmer, even if you aren't writing traditional code. What about deletions? I see when a file is deleted, listed as a trigger.
Which is a great security or compliance trigger. If a sensitive contract suddenly disappears from a folder, you probably want to know about that immediately. A flow can capture who deleted it and when, and send an alert to your security team.
So the triggers are basically monitoring the entire library for any disturbance, any addition, any change, any deletion. Now, what about the actions? Managing the library.
Once that trigger fires, the SharePoint connector can then go in and manipulate that data. The most common actions are create item or update item.
And get items or get files. Get items sounds a bit abstract. What does that mean in practice?
It means retrieving information to use later in the flow. It's the research step. Let's say you have a flow that runs every morning at 8 a.m. The action get items acts like a query. It could look at a SharePoint list of pending orders, and you can use an OData filter query, which is a standard way to filter, to say, get me all the items where the status is pending and the due date is today.
So it's not grabbing the whole list, just the specific rows you care about right now.
Exactly. It pulls just that specific data into the flow's memory. Then, in the next step, you can loop through just those items and send a reminder email for each one. Go look at the list, find the specific rows I care about, and bring them back so I can do something with them.
That's powerful. And then you have actions like move or copy files. This is great for document lifecycle management.
For sure. When a document is marked with a status of final, a flow can trigger and automatically move it from a drafts document library to a published or archived folder. It keeps things tidy and organized without human intervention.
Let's look at some of the complex use cases here, because this is where SharePoint combined with Power Automate really starts to shine. First up, document approval.
We mentioned this briefly with Outlook, but it really starts here in SharePoint. The trigger is, when a file is created in a library called Contracts for Review, the first action the flow takes is to use a SharePoint action to change the built-in content approval status of that file to pending.
And what does that do?
It effectively locks the document. It hides it from general view for anyone who doesn't have approval permissions, so it secures the document instantly upon upload. Then, the flow can proceed to trigger that Outlook approval email we talked about. If it's approved, a SharePoint action changes the status to approved, making it visible.
Okay, next complex case. Data entry automation. This is a favorite of mine because nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, likes manual data entry.
Nobody. It is the most soul-crushing part of any office job.
So you can create a survey or a feedback form using Microsoft Forms. When someone submits a response, a Power Automate flow triggers. It takes the JSON output from that form submission, parses it, and then uses the Create Item SharePoint action to automatically add that data as a new row in a SharePoint list. No copy-pasting required.
That eliminates so much human error. No more pasting the phone number into the email address field or misspelling a name. The data is transferred perfectly every time.
Completely. And then there's task management integration. We saw this with Outlook too, but here it's driven by the data in SharePoint. When SharePoint item is created, let's say a new issue is logged in an issue tracker list, the flow can automatically use the planner connector to create a planner task and assign it to the right team. So the data entry in the list becomes a tangible to-do item for the team.
There is one use case here that the source calls boring but important: compliance and record management.
It's not flashy, but it's the kind of automation that keeps the general counsel and the auditors happy. You can set up flows that archive documents automatically based on metadata. Let's say your company has a retention policy that says contracts need to be moved to a permanent archive folder after 3 years.
You don't want a human to have to remember to do that.
Never. The process would be full of holes. Instead, you build a flow that runs, say, once a month. It uses get files to look for documents where the date-created metadata is older than 3 years. For each one it finds, it uses the move file action to move it to the secure archive. It enhances governance without any manual overhead.
So the big picture benefits of the SharePoint connector are really about centralized enterprise data automation. It supports both structured data like those lists and unstructured data like Word docs and PDFs. It's the backbone for these kinds of digital workflows.
It really is. It's the back end to Outlook's front end.
That's a perfect transition. We've met the personal assistant, which is Outlook, and the digital librarian, which is SharePoint. Now we get to the really exciting part, segment 3, the power of combination, connecting the dots.
This is the synergy concept. The source material makes a very strong, very clear assertion here. Power Automate becomes truly powerful when multiple connectors work together.
It's because business doesn't happen in a vacuum, you know? A file doesn't just sit there in a library. People need to know about it. An email isn't just chatter. It often refers to some central piece of data or a document. The value is in connecting those worlds.
Exactly. It's about creating that flow between storage and communication.
And the source outlines a specific classic example they call a real-time enterprise notification system. Let's walk through this example flow step by step just to visualize exactly how the data moves from one system to the other.
Sounds good. It's a classic pattern. Step 1 is the trigger, and it comes from SharePoint, when an item is created in a SharePoint list.
Okay, give me a real-world scenario. What kind of item are we talking about?
Let's say it's a high-priority incident list for an IT department. A support ticket comes in from a user that is marked critical. Maybe the main server is down. That data gets entered and saved into the SharePoint list.
So the trigger fires instantly. What happens to the data inside that item? The description of the problem, who reported it, all of that.
This is the cool part. The moment the trigger fires, Power Automate grabs all the data from that new row, the title column, the description, the priority level, the name of the person who reported it. These become what are called dynamic content blocks. Inside the flow builder, you can see them like little clickable tokens.
They're variables, basically.
There are variables that hold the data from that specific SharePoint item. And now we move to step 2.
Okay, what's step 2?
Step 2 is the action, and here we switch over to the Outlook connector. The action is send an email notification. We configure this email to go to, say, the IT manager's distribution list. But here's the synergy. In the subject line of that email, we don't type static text. We click and insert the title token from SharePoint.
Oh.
And in the body of the email, we write something like, a new critical incident has been logged. And then we insert the description token and the reported by token from SharePoint.
So instantly, the moment the critical data hits the database, the manager gets a ping on their phone that actually contains the relevant information. They don't just get a generic message like, check the SharePoint list. They get an email with the subject, critical issue, main server down, and the full description in the body.
Right. And think about the alternative. Without this flow, what happens? The manager would have to remember to log into SharePoint, filter the list, and check for new critical items every 10 minutes. Or the person entering the data would have to finish that, then open Outlook and remember to send a separate email.
Hey, did you see that thing I just posted in the list?
Exactly. This bridges that gap. It eliminates the manual reporting step. It creates immediate real-time awareness. It creates, as we said before, a nervous system for the enterprise. The data brain, which is SharePoint, knows something important, and the communication voice, Outlook, immediately tells the necessary people.
That is a really powerful way to frame it. A nervous system. But, creating a nervous system where data is zipping around automatically, that sounds like it could have some significant risks. If the nervous system glitches or if it connects the wrong things.
That brings us perfectly to segment 4, the safety net.
Security,
Right.
because you cannot talk about enterprise automation, especially cloud automation, without talking about security and governance.
No, and you absolutely shouldn't. Automation is a force multiplier, which means it can multiply mistakes just as fast as it multiplies success. You have to have guardrails.
The source material emphasizes 2 main pillars here. The first one is authentication. How does the system know it's you? How does it know it's allowed to do this stuff on your behalf?
It uses what's now called Microsoft Entra ID, which most of us still know by its former name, Azure Active Directory. And this is a crucial concept to grasp. The robot can't do what you can't do.
Unpack that a little bit. What does that mean in practice?
When you build a flow that sends an email from your account, it uses your credentials, or accurately, a connection reference that is tied to your identity. If you don't have permission to access a specific confidential SharePoint site, then any flow you build can't access it either. The underlying security model of the source system is always respected.
So it doesn't bypass permissions just because it's a bot?
Not at all. It inherits your permissions. That's reassuring. So I can't build a flow to go read the CEO's private emails unless, for some reason, I already have permission to access them.
Definitely not. Unless you've already been granted delegated access to their inbox through normal Exchange administration. Any flow you build that tries to touch it will fail with a forbidden 403 error. You'll just get a big red X in your run history and maybe a call from IT.
Fair enough. The second pillar mentioned is data loss prevention, or DLP.
This is a huge one. This is about preventing data leakage. Automation makes it incredibly easy and fast to move data around. You could, theoretically, build a flow that says, when a new sensitive client file is created in this confidential SharePoint folder, post the contents of that file to Twitter.
Yikes. That's a career-ending and possibly company-ending move.
Right. That would be an absolute disaster. DLP policies are what allow an organization's IT administrators to draw lines in the sand. They can categorize all the available connectors, Outlook, SharePoint, Twitter, Google Drive, Dropbox, into different buckets, typically business and non-business.
How does that actually help prevent the Twitter scenario?
The IT admin can create a policy that says business data from business connectors, like SharePoint, can only be sent to other approved business connectors, like Outlook or Teams. It is explicitly forbidden from being shared with any non-business connectors, like Twitter, personal Gmail, or Dropbox.
So it puts a digital wall between the corporate data world and the social or personal cloud world.
Exactly. If you, as a user, then try to build a flow in the editor that crosses that line, that tries to connect SharePoint to Twitter, the system will stop you right there and say, this flow violates company policy. It won't even let you save it. It prevents those catastrophic oops moments where automation accidentally broadcasts company secrets to the world.
Okay, so we've covered the what, the how, and the safety. Now let's talk about how to do it right. This is segment 5. The Expert's Guide, Best Practices.
Because just because you can build a flow doesn't mean you've built a good flow. There is such a thing as spaghetti automation, and it can be just as messy as spaghetti code.
The first best practice is something that I think almost every organization learns the hard way. The source calls it service accounts.
Oh, the classic Bob problem.
Exactly. Explain the Bob problem for our listeners who haven't had the pleasure of suffering through it yet.
So, Bob is a superstar employee. He's a real go-getter, he's tech-savvy, and he builds an amazing Power Automate flow that manages the entire department's vacation approval process. It's brilliant. It runs using his personal connection reference. Everyone loves it. It works perfectly. Then, Bob gets a great new job offer, and he leaves the company.
And on Bob's last day, IT, following standard procedure, disables Bob's account.
And suddenly, the entire department's vacation system crashes and burns. Every run of the flow fails because it was trying to authenticate as Bob, and Bob's account doesn't exist anymore. The whole process, which everyone now depends on, grinds to a halt.
So the solution is to use service accounts.
Right. For any critical department-wide or enterprise-wide flow, you don't build it with a person's account. You create a generic, non-human account like automation service at company.com or finance flows at company.com. You license it appropriately, and you build the critical flows using that account. That way, employees like Bob can come and go, but the automation continues interruption-free. It institutionalizes the process and decouples it from any single employee.
That's incredibly smart. Though I can imagine managing the multi-factor authentication, the MFA, on a robot account can be a bit tricky for IT.
It is, and there are specific procedures for it. Usually, IT has to whitelist its IP address or use a specific policy, but it's a problem that has been solved, and it's absolutely worth the effort for the stability it provides.
Okay, next up in best practices, optimization, specifically trigger frequency and the use of filters. We touched on this earlier, but let's go a bit deeper.
This is all about being a good citizen of the cloud. You don't want to wake the robot up for no reason. We sometimes call this preventing chatty flows.
Give me an example of a bad chatty trigger configuration.
A bad trigger is when an item is modified in SharePoint, but you don't set any specific conditions. That means if someone goes into an item and just fixes a typo in the title, the entire flow runs. If someone changes a font color in a rich text field, the flow runs. It creates so much unnecessary noise and uses up system resources and API calls for no business reason.
So how do we fix it? How do we make it less chatty?
You use those trigger conditions we mentioned. It's a little expression you write in the trigger settings. You can tell the flow, only fire when the status column changes and its new value is approved. Now, it will completely ignore all the little typo fixes and only wake up when that specific, important business value changes. It's targeted, it's efficient.
Efficiency really matters. The source also mentions using SharePoint columns for metadata as a best practice.
This connects directly to the filtering. If you just dump all your information into a generic, multi-line text field, it's really hard for the robot to understand and filter on it. If you use specific columns like a choice column for status or a date column for the due date or a person column for the owner, it makes the filtering logic so much more robust and reliable.
Because the robot knows that a date is a date, not just the text string December 25th.
Precisely. It enables much more powerful queries like get me all items where the due date is in the next 7 days. You can't do that reliably with a plain text field. Good data structure in SharePoint is the foundation for good automation in Power Automate.
And finally, the last best practice, monitor flow run history.
This is the reality check. You cannot just set it and forget it forever. Especially with critical business processes, you need to regularly look at the run history. Are flows failing? Why are they failing? Are they taking too long to run? The run history is your primary diagnostic tool. It tells you if the logic you designed in the studio actually holds up in the messy, real world.
It's like checking the gauges on that engine we talked about at the very start of the show.
Exactly. If you open the hood and you see a lot of failed red marks, you know you've got a problem you need to investigate. You can't just assume it's working perfectly forever.
So, we've arrived at the end of our deep dive. Let's try to synthesize all of this. Let's look at the big picture.
I think it's clear that Outlook and SharePoint really are the core enterprise connectors. They are the absolute backbone of business process automation in the Microsoft ecosystem.
They enable communication automation, document management, those complex approval processes, and ultimately, data-driven digital transformation.
They are the tools that allow a company to move from what I'd call business process administration, which is just manually moving paper and emails around, to true business process automation. They're central to any modern digital governance system.
And the final takeaway for me, the thing that really sticks out, is this shift the source hints at. It's the transition from doing work, typing the email, filing the document by hand, to designing how work gets done.
That is the crucial distinction, isn't it? When you build a flow, you are acting as an architect of your own workday or your team's workday. You are stepping back from the repetitive tasks and building a system that works for you. You're becoming a maker.
So here is our challenge to you, the listener.
Yeah.
As you go about your day tomorrow, look at your inbox, look at your file system, and just try to identify one repetitive task. Just one thing you do 5, 10, 20 times a day.
It doesn't have to be big. Maybe it's just saving an attachment from a specific person to a specific folder. Maybe it's forwarding every invoice email to the accounting department.
And ask yourself, could a trigger and an action handle this?
Chances are the answer is a resounding yes.
And we will leave you with this final provocative thought. If the routine communication, the filing, the scheduling, the reminders, if all of that low-value repetitive work is handled by these connectors, what does that free up your brain, your creativity, your expertise to actually do?
Are we moving toward a world where Welcome back to the deep dive. It is great to have you with us. If you are a regular listener, you know the drill. We usually take these massive abstract concepts, things like geopolitical shifts, complex historical engines, or high-level economic theories, and we try to find the narrative thread. We peel back the layers to see what makes them tick.
We try to make the complex simple. That is always the goal.
Exactly. But today we are doing something a little bit different. We are zooming all the way in. We aren't looking at the horizon. We are looking at something that is probably sitting on your computer screen right this second.
It is a very practical pivot. We're going from the theoretical to the functional.
We are taking a stack of technical documentation specifically focused on Microsoft's cloud ecosystem, and our mission is to turn that dry text into a shortcut. We want you to walk into your next team meeting not just as a participant, but as the most well-informed person in the room regarding how work actually gets done.
And it is funny you say how work gets done, because a lot of people think they know. They think work is sending emails. They think work is attending meetings. But the source material we are covering today argues that work is actually the movement of data. And right now, most of us are moving that data by hand.
Which is terrifying when you think about it. It's like we have these supercomputers, but we are using them like typewriters.
Or a very expensive calculator. You're doing the heavy lifting yourself.
So let's define the scope. We are unpacking what I have started calling the holy trinity of data automation. We are talking about Microsoft Lists, OneDrive, and Microsoft Forms.
The big three, the core components of the modern productivity stack for sure.
Now I can hear the eyes rolling. Forms. Lists. I use these every day. You fill out a survey, you save a Word doc to OneDrive. They feel like separate islands. I go to Forms to ask a question. I go to OneDrive to store a file. They don't talk to each other.
And that is exactly how 99% of the workforce treats them. Distinct applications, distinct purposes, silos. You have your data silo, your file silo, and your input silo.
But the source material, specifically the excerpts we have from Mastering Power Automate connectors, completely flips that script. It suggests that if you are viewing these as just apps, you are missing the entire point. They aren't just apps, they are connectors.
That is the key word, connector. It changes the entire framework. It implies a bridge.
And when you introduce Power Automate into the mix, it acts as this digital glue. It binds them together. We are moving from doing tasks like, I need to save this file, to designing workflows, like I need this file to save itself.
That is the fundamental shift in mindset the text pushes for. It wants us to stop being the messenger. I mean, think about it. How often do you take data from an email, open a spreadsheet, paste it in, save the file, and then upload that file to a folder?
Every single day. Multiple times a day. It is the bread and butter of administrative work.
You are acting as the middleware. You are the API. You are the bridge between the email server and the file server. The source material is saying, stop doing that. These connectors allow the cloud services to talk directly to one another. You don't need to be the carrier pigeon.
I love that image. It is like, instead of you running back and forth between 3 different offices with pieces of paper, trying not to trip in the hallway, you just install a pneumatic tube system, like they used to have in old banks?
Yeah.
You put the capsule in, whoosh, it is gone.
And it lands exactly where it needs to go, instantly, every time. No coffee breaks, no lost papers, no misreading the handwriting.
So before we get into the weeds of how we build these tubes, let's look at the big picture. What is the common language these 3 tools speak? The documentation highlights two words over and over and over again: triggers and actions. Can we define those clearly right off the bat?
Sure. This is the grammar of automation. If you want to speak the language of Power Automate, you need to know these two terms. A trigger is the catalyst. It is the event that wakes the system up. It is the when an email arrives, when a form is submitted, when a file is modified.
Okay, so it is the starting gun.
Exactly. And an action is the then. It is the response. Then create a file, then send a message, then update a list item.
So to put it in my terms, it is a domino run.
A domino run.
Yeah. I used to build these as a kid. The trigger is my finger flicking the first domino. That is the event. The actions are the chain reaction. The dominoes falling, hitting the little bell, launching the toy car, knocking over the book.
That is a precise analogy. Except in our case, the finger flicking the domino is a client submitting a form that knocks over a list item, which then knocks over a OneDrive file.
And we're going to build exactly that scenario later in the deep dive, a fully automated, integrated automation scenario. But to understand the symphony, we have to learn the instruments. We need to understand the unique characteristics of each connector.
Let's start with the input, the beginning of the data journey.
All right, section 1, the gateway, the Microsoft Forms connector.
The ears of the operation, as I like to think of it.
The ears.
Yes. Structurally, Forms is the listening post.
Mm-hmm.
It is designed to sit there 24/7, just waiting for someone to tell it something. It's passive until it becomes active. The source material emphasizes that this is the primary no-code entry point for data collection.
That no-code label is a huge selling point. Because let's be honest, if you tell a marketing manager or a human resources specialist that they need to write a Python script or, I don't know, learn SQL to collect T-shirt sizes for the company offsite, what are they going to do?
They're going to print out a piece of paper and tape it to the break room door.
Exactly. Or they are going to send an email blast that says, reply all with your size, and then they're going to spend 3 hours regretting that decision.
And then they're going to manually type those sizes into Excel, get 3 of them wrong, and order the wrong shirts. That is the manual way. Forms allows you to build a structured input mechanism without writing a single line of code.
So looking at the connector specifically, the source identifies the core trigger here as when a new response is submitted.
This is the big one. This is 90% of the time the one you'll use with Forms. It signifies the start of a user-initiated process. The moment that submit button is clicked by the user, the clock starts. The workflow wakes up. It is the ping that alerts the system.
Okay, but here's where I got a little tripped up reading the technical documentation, and I feel like this is a gotcha for beginners. I was reading through the steps, and it says, okay, step 1, use the trigger when a new response is submitted. Makes sense. But then the text says the very next thing you must do is add an action called get response details. And I thought, wait a minute. If the trigger is when a response is submitted, doesn't the system already have the response? Why do I need an extra step just to get the data I just told it I have? It feels bureaucratic.
It does feel redundant at first glance. And you're right, this is the #1 stumbling block for new users. They add the trigger, they try to send an email with the answers from the form, and they can't find the answers, they're just not there.
It seems so inefficient. Why doesn't the trigger just carry all the data with it?
Here is why it works that way. It is about efficiency and resource management. Think of the trigger when a new response is submitted as a doorbell.
A doorbell. Okay, I like that.
When the doorbell rings at your house, what do you know?
I know someone is there at my door.
Do you know who is there?
No.
Do you know if they're holding a package? Do you know if it is the mailman or your neighbor? Do you know what they want?
No. I just hear the ding-dong. I just know an event happened, that's all.
Exactly. The trigger is the ding-dong. It passes a very small amount of data, basically just a generic ID number that says response number 54 has arrived. It doesn't carry the heavy payload of all the answers, the paragraphs of text, the file attachments, because that would be incredibly inefficient if you didn't need it. The system is lightweight.
I see. So it is just a notification, a tiny little signal.
So you need that second step, the action called get response details.
Yeah.
You take that ID number from the doorbell, you open the door, and you say, okay, show me what is inside response number 54. That is when you actually get the text. Size medium, color blue, name John Doe.
That makes total sense now. It is a resource thing. The trigger is lightweight, so it can fire thousands of times without bogging down the system. The action is the heavy lifting, but only when you tell it to do it.
Precisely. And without that action, your flow is blind. It knows a form was filled out, but it has no idea what it says. It's a Critical, non-negotiable step.
The source material gives us some really solid real-world use cases for this. And honestly, they go way beyond just collecting t-shirt sizes. It seems like this connector is the backbone of a lot of modern digital processes.
Oh, absolutely. One of the primary ones mentioned is student registration systems.
Walk me through that. How would that work?
Imagine a university or even a corporate training program. Traditionally, you have a paper application or maybe a fillable PDF. Someone has to open it, read it, and then type the name, the address, the course selection into a database. It is slow. It is boring.
And if the handwriting is bad, you spell the name wrong, or you enter the wrong student ID.
100%. With the Forms connector, the student types their own data into the form. The flow triggers, it extracts the details using that get response details action we just discussed. And this is key, automatically routes it to the right place. Maybe it creates a user account in the system. Maybe it adds them to a class roster in Microsoft Lists.
So it eliminates the data entry clerk entirely.
It eliminates the error-prone, time-consuming human in the middle. Another big one is customer feedback. The text mentions real-time notification.
This one resonated with me. Because how often do you fill out a contact us form on a website and you feel like it just went into a black hole?
The digital abyss. You wonder if anyone even monitors that inbox. You hit send and just hope for the best.
Right. But with this connector, you can set it up so that the second a customer selects complaint from a drop-down menu, the support manager gets a high-priority email. But if they select compliment, maybe it just goes to a Teams channel for the team to high-five over.
That is where the power lies. It is conditional logic. It is smart routing based on the content of the form. You are not just collecting data, you are triaging it instantly, without a human needing to read it first.
And finally, the text mentions reporting, sending response data directly to Power BI.
This is for the data nerds among us. Imagine a dashboard on a TV screen in the office. As people are filling out a survey live at a conference or an event, the charts on the screen are rearranging themselves in real time. That is the Forms connector feeding Power BI. No manual CSV uploads, no refreshing. It's live.
That is the start of the pipeline. We have the ears, we have heard the message, we have collected the raw material. Now, we have to put it somewhere. We can't just leave it in the ether.
Which brings us to the next vital component, the place where the data lives.
Section 2, the brain, or as the documentation calls it, the Microsoft Lists connector.
This is a critical transition. We have data now. Where does it live?
Now, I have to be honest with you. I am an Excel diehard. I practically live in spreadsheets. If I have data, my first instinct is make a spreadsheet. I love my rows, I love my columns, I love my velo ups. But the source material is surprisingly aggressive about this. It states a specific best practice. Use structured lists for business data. It also feels like it is shaming me for using Excel.
It is a very common battle, the Excel versus database war. And look, Excel is an incredible tool. No one is saying Excel is bad.
But the text is saying it is bad for this. So why? Why is the text telling me that Lists is superior to my beloved Excel for these automation workflows?
Okay, let's break it down. Excel is a calculator. It is a canvas. It is fantastic for analysis, for pivoting data, for financial modeling. But as a storage facility for a workflow, it is fragile.
Fragile how? What do you mean?
Think about a row in Excel. It is just text in cells. If you delete a row by accident, it is gone forever.
Yeah.
If someone types a date in the wrong format, like they type Jan 1st instead of 010-12024, your formulas break. Your automation might crash. If two people try to edit the same cell at the same time, you get a conflict.
That is true. I have definitely broken a few shared spreadsheets in my day, or found that someone sorted one column but not the others, and now all the data is scrambled.
Exactly. In Microsoft Lists, which by the way is built on SharePoint technology, so it's enterprise grade, it is structured. It enforces rules. If a column is a date column, you cannot type text into it. The system won't let you. It keeps the data clean. It's a database, not a free-form grid.
Okay, so it protects the data integrity. That's a big point.
But the real superpower mentioned in the text is metadata.
We hear that word a lot, metadata. It sounds like tech jargon. It sounds like something from a spy movie. What does it actually mean for the person listening right now?
Think of an Excel row as writing a name on a napkin. You have the name? That is it. If you lose the napkin, or if you don't know who wrote the name or when they wrote it, you are out of luck. A list item is like a dossier in a secure filing cabinet. Yes, it has a name, but automatically, invisibly, the system stamps it.
Stamps it with what?
Created by John at 9:02 a.m. Modified by Sarah at 10:0, security level, confidential, version 1.0. It's data about the data.
So it is a row of data that knows its own history.
Exactly. And that history is accessible to the automation. You can build a flow that says, if this item hasn't been modified in 30 days, send a reminder email. You cannot easily do that in Excel because Excel doesn't inherently track when a specific cell was last touched in a way an automation can read.
That is a great distinction. Excel is for math. Lists is for management.
Spot on. If you are calculating, use Excel. If you're coordinating, use lists.
Let's talk about the triggers for lists, because this is where things get really dynamic. The source identifies the big three triggers.
Right. Number one, when an item is created. That's the most common one, often following a form submission. Number two, when an item is modified. And number three, when an item is deleted.
When an item is modified is fascinating to me. It implies that the data is alive.
It is. It's no longer a static repository. It's an active participant in the process.
In a spreadsheet, if I change a status from pending to approved, nothing happens. It just sits there. It is static text. But here, that change is a trigger.
That is the fundamental difference between a database and a workflow. The data change is the launch button. You don't have to hit send on an email after you change the status. Changing the status is sending the email.
So give me a scenario. How does when an item is modified look in the real world?
Approval workflows. This is the classic textbook use case. Let's say you have a list of expense reports. You, the manager, go in and you see a new item has been created. You check the receipts which are attached. Everything looks good. You change the status column, just a simple drop down from new to approved.
Okay, I click save.
The split second you save that change, the item is modified, trigger fires, the flow sees the status is now approved, and it automatically triggers an email to finance to cut the check. You didn't have to email finance, you didn't have to download the report and attach it, you just changed one piece of data.
That is seamless. It eliminates that whole chasing people down in the hallway dynamic.
Exactly. Or take task automation. The text mentions connecting lists to Microsoft Planner.
Right, connecting data to to-do lists.
Imagine a project intake list. Someone from sales fills out a form, which creates a new item in your project list. That item is created, trigger fires. The flow automatically goes to Planner, creates a new bucket for that project, assigns tasks to 3 different people, and sets due dates based on the timeline you entered in the list. All from creating one single list item.
It is almost like you have a digital project manager working for you 24/7.
That is the goal, to automate the coordination tasks of work.
There is a danger here, though, isn't there? I am thinking about that modified trigger. If the flow itself updates the item, maybe to add a note that says finance notified, doesn't that count as a modification?
Ah, you have spotted the infinite loop.
The infinite loop, that sounds bad.
It is. This is a classic trap for beginners. Imagine this. You change the item status to approved. The flow triggers. The flow then updates the item to add a timestamp. That update counts as a modification, so the flow triggers again and updates the item again and triggers again.
And it just spins forever until Microsoft sends you an angry email.
Essentially, your inbox explodes with thousands of notifications and your IT department comes knocking. The source material alludes to this in the best practices section regarding trigger conditions. You have to be more specific. You have to tell the flow. Only run if the status column changed to approved, not just if anything changed.
That is a crucial nuance. You have to be specific. You have to tell the robot exactly what you mean, not what you think it should understand.
Exactly. The robot is obedient, but it is not smart. You have to provide the intelligence.
So we have the input forms, we have the brain lists, but business isn't just data points and text fields. Business is stuff.
Artifacts.
Document, contracts, PDFs, JPEGs, invoices, slide decks. We need a place to put the actual files. Enter section 3, the file handler, the OneDrive connector.
This is all about managing the life cycle of documents. And again, the goal is to stop humans from manually dragging and dropping files from one place to another.
Life cycle management makes it sound very biological. But files do have a life, don't they? They are born, they move around, they get revised, and eventually they die or get archived.
They do. And usually we are the chaperones. We download an attachment from an email, we rename it, we save it to a folder, we email it to someone else.
It is the download, rename, upload dance. I hate it. I have files on my desktop named final v2 realfinal.pdf. We've all been there.
Everyone hates it. It is messy, and it creates version control nightmares. The OneDrive connector automates that movement. The triggers and actions are straightforward and mirror what we saw with lists. File created, file modified. And for actions, create file, move file, copy file.
There's a nuance here that the text highlights that I found interesting. It is not just about storage, it is about movement, specifically the action move or copy files.
This allows for automated sorting. Think of it as a digital mailroom clerk who never gets tired.
Automated sort.
Imagine you have a folder called Incoming Invoices. You could set up a flow where anytime a file is dropped into that folder, Power Automate looks at the file name. If the file name contains 2024, it moves it to the 2024 archive folder. If it contains the word urgent, it moves it to the To Pay Immediately folder.
So I don't have to organize my folders anymore. I just dump everything in the inbox and the robot cleans it up for me.
Within reason, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It creates a structured taxonomy without the discipline required from the human. You don't have to rely on every employee following the naming convention perfectly. The system enforces it after the fact.
Let's look at the use cases from the text. Document backup is a big one.
This is huge for peace of mind. Automatically copying important files to a secondary location. Or, say, you are working on a file in your personal OneDrive, a draft of a contract.
Okay.
You can set a trigger so that when you change the status of that file to final, maybe just by renaming it, it automatically copies it to a shared team folder in SharePoint. You don't have to remember to publish it. The system does it for you.
And data extraction. This one sounds a bit sci-fi. The text mentions processing uploaded documents to extract data and store it in lists.
This usually pairs with another service like AI Builder, but the OneDrive connector is the starting point. You drop a PDF invoice into a folder, the file created flow triggers, it picks up the file, it sends it to an AI model that reads the content, the total amount, and the vendor name, and then it writes that data into a Microsoft list.
Wait, so it reads the PDF, it actually understands the document.
It extracts the text from the PDF and turns it into structured data. That effectively eliminates manual data entry for things like invoices. You just scan them and drop them in the folder, the rest is automatic.
That is incredible. Now, there is a very specific distinction made in the source material regarding OneDrive versus SharePoint. We had the Excel versus lists battle. Now we have the storage battle.
It is the battle of the file servers. And honestly, this is the most critical governance point in the entire document. Getting this wrong can cause major problems.
The text provides a clear guideline. Use OneDrive for personal or departmental file automation. But for large enterprise collaboration, use SharePoint. Why? Why does it matter where the file sits? A file is a file, right?
It comes down to ownership and lifecycle.
Yeah.
OneDrive for Business is technically tied to you. It is your drive. It is bound to your user identity.
Okay, my personal work drive.
Let's say you build a massive mission-critical workflow for the company. It handles all the invoices for the entire region. It's a masterpiece of automation. And it relies on a folder in your personal OneDrive. It works great. Everyone is happy. You are the hero.
I am liking this story so far.
And then you win the lottery. You move to Fiji. You quit your job.
I like this story even more.
You leave the company. And what does IT do as part of their standard offboarding process? They delete your account to free up the license.
Oh.
And when they delete your account, they delete your OneDrive.
And the workflow.
The workflow breaks instantly. The file not found errors start piling up. The entire business process halts. Invoices don't get paid. People start panicking. All because the foundation was built on personal property.
Like, that is the bus factor. If you get hit by a bus, the process dies.
Exactly. SharePoint, on the other hand, is owned by the team or the site. It is a shared organizational space. It survives you. So the rule of thumb for our listeners, if the process needs to outlive your tenure at the company, do not build it on OneDrive. Build it on SharePoint.
That is a pro tip that saves a lot of headaches down the road. Build for the organization, not for yourself.
Precisely.
Okay, we have the pieces, we have the ears, forms, the brainless, and the hands, OneDrive. Now let's bring it all together.
The symphony.
The source material outlines an integrated automation scenario, a digital request system. I want to walk through this step by step. I want to visualize the invisible data moving through the tubes.
Let's do it.
Step 1, the trigger.
A user, let's call him Dave from accounting, needs to request travel for a conference. He opens a Microsoft form. He fills out his name, his department, the destination, let's say London, the dates, and he uploads a PDF of the flight quote he found online.
Dave hits submit. Click. What happens next?
The doorbell rings. The trigger, when a new response is submitted, fires instantly.
Step 2, the data action.
The flow wakes up. Its first job is to use the Get Response Details action to open the door and read Dave's answers. It takes the text Dave, London, dates, and it creates a new item in a Microsoft list called Travel Requests.
So now we have a permanent structured record. We have a row in the database with an ID number.
Right. But we still have that PDF attachment. That can't go into a text field in the list.
Right. So step 3, the file action.
The flow grabs the file content from the form attachment. It goes to a SharePoint document library, because it's an enterprise process, and it creates a new file. And maybe it gets clever and renames it London Trip Dave 2024-10-26.pdf, so it's easy to find.
Intelligent renaming. I like that. No more scan01.pdf.
Then it goes back to the list item it just created, and it updates it with a link to that file in SharePoint. So now the record and the file are permanently connected. If you were looking at the list of requests, you can click the link and see the flight quote immediately.
Okay, so the data and the document are linked. What's last?
Step 4, the communication.
Letting people know what happened.
Exactly. Finally, the flow sends an email via Outlook to Dave. Request received. Your reference ID is TR402. We will get back to you within 24 hours. And maybe at the same time, it sends an approval email to his boss saying, Dave wants to go to London. Click yes or no.
How long did that take? From the moment Dave hit submit?
In real time. Maybe 3 seconds. 5 at most.
3 seconds. Now think about the manual version of that.
Let's play it out. Dave sends an email with an attachment to a shared inbox. The admin, Sarah, opens the email.
Click if she's not at lunch.
Right. She downloads the PDF to her desktop.
Click.
She opens the shared tracking spreadsheet. She finds the next empty row. She types Dave London.
Type, type, type.
She saves the PDF to a network folder. She renames it so they don't lose it.
Hopefully she spells the name right and puts it in the right year's folder.
Then she has to remember to reply to Dave.
Yep.
Got it. Then she has to forward the email to Dave's manager for approval.
That is 10 minutes of work, at least, plus all the context switching, plus the chance that the admin is at lunch or on vacation and it just sits in the inbox for a day.
And the risk of error is huge.
Yeah.
Maybe the admin saves the file to the 2023 folder by mistake. Maybe they forget to log in the spreadsheet. Maybe they just lose the email.
This automation removes the human bottleneck. It ensures consistency. Every single request is handled exactly the same way, whether it comes in at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday or midnight on a Sunday.
That is the power of the integrated scenario. It solves the silo problem. The data flows like water across the different apps. The form talks to the list talks to the file storage, and the file storage talks to the email server. They're all speaking the same language.
It is a beautiful machine.
It is, when it's designed well.
Now, I am going to play the skeptic for a minute. This sounds utopian. Data zipping around, files renaming themselves. But is it safe? Is it secure?
That is the big question. It has to be.
If I can build a robot to move files, can I accidentally build a robot that steals files or deletes everything? Section 5 is all about keeping it safe, security, governance, and best practices.
This is the adult supervision portion of our deep dive. It sounds great to have data zipping around, but organizations need guardrails.
The source mentioned that the whole system relies on Microsoft Entra ID.
Yes. You might know this by its former name, Azure Active Directory or Azure AD. This is your digital passport. It is the identity backbone of the entire Microsoft cloud.
So not just anyone can trigger these flows and have them do whatever they want.
No, the text is very explicit about this. Permissions are inherited.
What does that mean, inherited?
It means the automation can only do what you can do.
Okay, so it's acting on my behalf.
Exactly. If you, personally, do not have access to the HR Confidential folder in SharePoint, you cannot build a flow that pulls files out of it. The flow masquerades as you. When it tries to access that folder, SharePoint checks its credentials, sees it's acting for you, and says, nope, you don't have access. The flow fails. It checks your ID card at every single door. If you can't open the door, the flow can't open the door.
That is a relief. So I can't accidentally build a bot that hacks my boss's payroll file.
No, unless your boss already gave you access to that file, in which case you don't need a bot to see it. You can just open it yourself.
Fair point. There is another acronym mentioned here that sounds serious. DLP, Data Loss Prevention. Why is this crucial?
DLP is the perimeter fence. It allows the organization's IP department to control where data can move between connectors. It's preventing leaks.
Give me a scary scenario that DLP prevents.
Okay. Imagine you build a flow that takes customer data from a Microsoft form, names, emails, phone numbers.
Right. Sensitive stuff, PII.
And you think it would be a cool marketing idea to celebrate new customers by auto-posting their names to the company's public Twitter account, or X.
Oh, wow. So I'm tweeting personal info to the public internet. That sounds illegal.
That is a massive data breach. That is a GDPR fine waiting to happen. That is a lawsuit waiting to happen.
And the automation makes it happen instantly, without a second thought.
Exactly. But DLP policies allow IT to draw lines in the sand. They can say, you can move data from forms to SharePoint. That is a safe internal business process. But you are absolutely blocked from moving data from SharePoint to Twitter.
It cuts the wire.
It creates a blocked error.
Yeah.
The flow will fail to even save. It stops the accidental leak before it happens. It keeps the data inside the corporate walls where it belongs.
The source material wraps up with a final best practices checklist. I think these are great takeaways for anyone listening who wants to start building this stuff tomorrow. Let's run through the top 3.
Number 1, validate data.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Exactly. Don't just trust your users to enter things correctly. Go back to your form. Make sure the email field requires a valid email address format. Make date fields required. If you let people type Bob into a date field, your automation will crash when it tries to put Bob on a calendar.
You have to constrain the input to protect the process.
Number 2, monitor history.
This refers to the flow run history screen, right?
Right. Automations will fail. It is a fact of life. A password expires, a file is too big, a server hiccups. You need to check the logs. Don't just set it and forget it forever. You need to know when it breaks so you can fix it. Otherwise, you have a silent failure, which is the most dangerous kind.
And number 3, choose the right tool.
This is just a reiteration of the golden rules we discussed. Use lists over Excel for business process data. Use SharePoint over OneDrive for team and enterprise files. Don't try to force the wrong tool to do the job just because it is familiar to you.
It is about building for the future, not just for the easiest solution today.
Exactly. Build it to last.
So we have reached the end of our dive. We have covered a lot of ground here.
We have. From input to storage to security.
We moved from the simple input of forms to the structured brain of lists to the file handling of OneDrive, and we wrapped it all in the safety blanket of enterprise security.
These connectors, as the academic summary in the source puts it, are the core components of modern business process automation. They are the fundamental building blocks.
And so, for me, why should the listener care? It really comes down to scalability.
Yes, absolutely.
You can handle 10 requests manually. You can maybe handle 50 if you stay late and drink a lot of coffee. But you cannot handle 10,000. It's impossible for a human. You need these connectors to handle 10,000 requests without breaking a sweat.
That is it. It turns static information into active, moving workflows. It allows a small team to operate with the capacity of a much larger one. It really democratizes the power of software engineering for everyone.
And that leads me to my provocative final thought. This is something the text hints at, but I want to make it explicit.
Let's hear it.
The source emphasizes no code over and over again. It says you don't need to be a programmer, you just drag and drop blocks. If the technical barrier to building software systems is effectively gone, if anyone can build a travel request system in an afternoon, what does that mean for the definition of an employee?
That is a fascinating and a very important question.
Are we all becoming developers without realizing it? Is the definition of office work shifting from processing the work to designing the machine that processes the work?
I think we are. We are moving into the era of the citizen developer. The value you bring to your company isn't just your ability to type fast or organize